Welcome to episode 1 of the Expansion Pack podcast. This is a retrospective podcast that takes a deep dive to some of our favorite and/or most influential and/or whatever games we choose to cover. But we begin our journey here in the land of Hyrule with the immortal epic, The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time. I am your host, Miguel Peraza, aka Mike, and I am joined by my wonderful co-host, Javier Zavala.
AKA Javi. I come straight from the streets of Hyrule Castle Town. But before we start,
The rough streets.
the rough streets.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. But before we start, we want to give a little primer of what to expect from this long form podcast, so you can make a better decision if you want to continue with us. This is partially scripted, partially conversational podcast. We've done tons of research and recently played Ocarina of Time.
Yes, and I played it multiple times in my life, actually, maybe 9 times. But I did replay the whole thing again in preparation.
He
for the
replayed it,
podcast.
and then this is actually my first time actually playing through the full game, which I know much about the game just growing up, but this was actually my first time actually playing through it fully.
Thank God we blessed you. Good.
Exactly. And we will be deep diving into the story and themes of Ocarina, as well as discussing tons of interesting tidbits of Nintendo's development of this game.
Yeah, this is a spoiler podcast, so you can expect us to recap the main story as well as dive into other parts of the Zelda lore. If you don't want any spoilers for Ocarina or any other Zelda game, Skyward Sword and Wind Waker in particular, then this is not the podcast for you. We want to explore the themes of loss, friendship, destiny versus fate, and so much more as we maneuver through the story. So, Javi, this was your first time playing. Like, tell me your history with the game and like with the series in general. How many like Zeldas have you played and all that? When's the first time you even? I know you've tried this game at least before.
Yeah, I think there was the demo versions that I've tried. I remember seeing that opening, like, when Link wakes up.
Yeah,
And,
it has. I mean,
Navi.
I feel like everybody's seen that
Yeah.
at some point.
So I played, and the demos and whatnot, and some of them just exploring the Kokiri forest and stuff. Right before basically right in the beginning of the game.
Yeah,
but
you didn't get too far in.
No, I never had the 64, and I didn't play any of the remakes. Not for any particular reason or anything. It wasn't like I hated Zelda or anything, because I actually love Zelda. The first ones I remember playing, but I don't remember completely. And I do think I finished them. They're not vaguely in my memory, unfortunately. Were
I think
Oracle of
you're
Ages.
probably young. Yeah.
Yeah, it was, because it would have been Oracle of Ages and Oracle of Seasons.
Okay.
I don't think I actually owned them. I just remember it was like an after-school program stuff that people had them, and I would play the shit out of them.
Damn, what a great after-school program! Like, here,
Yeah.
check
It was just like, because I did have a Game Boy Advance, but I didn't own the games. I think one of my friends, I let him borrow Pokemon, and he let me borrow. I forget which one it was. I can't remember.
Okay, because it's on the Game Boy Color, but you could play Game Boy games on the Advance, right?
Yes, yeah.
okay,
You can play. You can put them in there. And those were the first ones. Like, that was basically my introduction to playing outside of like seeing like the old one too. I played it too. That one I didn't finish when I was younger. I finished it much later in my life as well. The first one I actually like sat down and played and wanted to like actually finish would have been Wind Waker on the GameCube.
What
which
an
was
introduction!
Yes.
Oh my God, how lucky you are!
One of my favorites, and obviously for the reason of it being the first one that I ever beat. And it was also my first console was my first official, like, I guess, new gen, because I had the Sega Genesis, which was amazing as well. But like, it wasn't as popular, right?
Yeah.
Like, especially around the my age, everyone had like the Nintendo, the Super Nintendo, or the 64, the PlayStation 1, then moving into the PlayStation 2 and the GameCube era. I didn't have either of those. So
it's funny, like everybody's like, "Damn, did you try the new blah blah blah?" You're like, "Yeah,
like, no.
Sonic's really good, right?" Like, right, guys?
Exactly. Sonic X-Men was my jam. But so Wind Waker was the first one I really finished, and of course I've followed Zelda. I love Zelda. I love playing him as bad as he was in some of the Melee, like Smash Brothers games. He's such an iconic character.
Yeah, he's my favorite Smash character.
Exactly, yeah.
Like,
exactly.
I know afterwards when I got more into it, I started using like Marth just because I've realized Link is not that high tier of a character, but I mean, just for fun, I've always like, oh
Yeah,
man, like
once we started getting like not necessarily that we got good, it was just like when we started actually trying to play, it was
yeah,
harder for you to keep up with Link than it was with other characters.
definitely,
Yeah.
definitely. But he's still to me the most fun to play with. He has
Yeah,
like
and
so
he's
many
so
tools in
and
the box.
you know the green tunic, the green hat, like the master sword, it's just so iconic.
Yeah, it's
Um
it's forever, dude.
yeah,
It does
so
never gets old.
yeah, so I've seen a lot of, especially even this game, Ocarina of Time. You know, everyone's like, "Oh, this is the best game of all time. This is my favorite game of all time. This is my favorite Zelda and stuff." And so there's a lot. It was basically like very hyped up for me for since forever, since I can remember.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
know, but I've
What
always
other
loved.
games did you play though? You also played Breath of the Wild, I
Oh, of course, yeah,
think.
Breath of the
Yeah.
Wild. I played some of Skyward Sword on the Wii. Yeah,
Yes.
the only one I can think I have like no knowledge and like I don't know why either. It's not like I didn't like it or anything or I wasn't interested in it. I just don't know why at the time it came out. Don't know. It's almost like it was blocked from my mind for a long time. Was a Twilight Princess. I just for some
Yeah,
reason like I just don't know much about that game.
I can see that. I mean, if well, I know because one thing is you were a big handheld person, and you, like even after the GameCube. Well, it was on the GameCube too, but nobody played it on the GameCube. Come
Yeah,
on, everybody played it on the Wii. Like
yeah.
I saw the sales. I remember it probably sold like 500,000 on the GameCube and like 10 million on the on the Wii.
Hmm.
So I could see you just kind of that just blew past you. You
Yeah,
know.
and I think at that time, I was really like getting into like multiplayer games.
Oh yeah, and that kind of well, that I guess it was like 2006, so or 2005, I believe. So that's when like multiplayer Xbox 360 and all that, and everybody was really getting into that at that
Yeah,
time.
yeah, exactly. So that kind of yeah, because I would have been in like the middle of high school starting to
Oh,
play
in that
like more,
era, yeah.
yeah, yeah, and we would play
Mhm.
Halo. Rock Band was huge.
Man, at every get together, every party, everybody was on Rock Band at that
Yeah,
time, and with good reason. I still have fun when people pop it. I was like, "Oh, look, Guitar Hero Rock Band, let's
hmm,
go! Can't wait."
exactly. Yeah.
But yeah, so with Ocarina though, you didn't get to play it too much. You just played it a little bit, but you've always respected it because you know
Yeah,
what
it's
it means
always,
to the
you know,
culture.
it's this like this it's just always held over your head kind of almost, you know, like there's
How
this
dare
game
you?
that's
Don't
just the
phrase it that
best.
way.
I know, but
No,
it
yeah.
definitely felt like that since I never got to play it. It's just like this like great game and like I've always meant to play it, but I don't know. I don't know. There's no reason like, oh, I didn't not that I didn't believe the hype or anything. I just for whatever reason didn't play it.
Yeah. Well, you missed out because I'll tell you this. I did play it, and I played it back in '98, and it was my prime time. Uh, I was 13 years old when it came out, so it's that age where now you're actually like pretty good at games, and you can get through them. Because I played Link to the Past a bunch of times before that. Link to the Past was my first one, and then when Ocarina came out, it was fucking life changing for me. It's just I still to this day say it's my favorite game of all time.
Really?
Link to the Past was my favorite for a long time, and it did take me maybe like a year or two later to finally kind of admit to myself, like, actually, I actually like Ocarina better. And
Oh wow.
yeah, but yeah, Ocarina is my favorite of all time. I've played that, and at that time when it came out, it was just revolutionary. Everybody I think it was probably on the top 10 list or like whatever list you wanted to make at that time. It was almost at the top of every list. You know, it was just like this
Hmm.
is the best game of all time, much like the way
Yeah.
Breath of the Wild is now for people.
Right.
But yeah, I know my history of it is that I've played it a bunch of times. I beat the master quest. I've 100% of the game. I just played through it for fun, this and that. I played it every which way imaginable, and now I played the for the podcast, I replayed it on the 3DS version, which was cool. That was my first time doing that. And definitely better in like kind of what do they call it? Quality of life stuff that they improved.
Yeah, like
Uh
HUD. I mean, you would think of stuff like HUD, saving mechanics, and stuff like that.
yeah, and just the overall look too, for sure. I've seen a lot of people complain about it that is a little too colorful and it kind of ruins the art direction. I disagree with
Mm,
that. I think in certain spots, yeah, the art direction is maybe not as creepy, because it's too bright. But for the most part, it just looks so much better. It's not even worth complaining about in my eyes. Yeah, it is a big improvement.
Yeah.
But yeah, as far as my history with everything in Zelda, I'm a huge Zelda fan in general, but I can't say that I've played every single one. I'm not big on handhelds, so I've never played the Oracle of Seasons and Oracle of Ages. I haven't played Phantom Hourglass, but what I have played is every single mainline game in the series except for Zelda 2. But I
Mm,
definitely played the original. I didn't beat it though, but I did beat Link to the Past. I beat Ocarina of Time. I beat Majora, Twilight
yeah.
Princess, Wind Waker, Breath of the Wild, of course. Skyward, actually, I didn't beat. I played maybe the first third of it, and I don't know.
Mhm.
I didn't dislike it, but I just at the time I didn't feel like I don't know. It just didn't draw me in the same way. It's definitely one that I want to go back to and fully
And
experience.
fully yeah. And
You
I
know.
completely forgot to mention, but how could I forget since I just recently did it too. I did play Majora's Mask, but I do want to get into that experience more later when we talk about something else.
Yeah, which is cool because you ended up playing it after you played Ocarina, just kind of like,
Yes.
oh, let's,
And I
I
played on
want
the
to try to.
3DS. Yeah, exactly. So well, definitely there's going to be we're going to have a section where we talk about that a little bit more as well.
For sure. But yeah, that's our personal history with the game. But how was it received when it was first released? Well, firstly, Ocarina was developed at the same time as Super Mario 64. Little known game, hobby. I don't know if you've heard of it, but
Just
like
small, you know.
so Super Mario 64 speedrunning legend and Mario Kart 64 for the Nintendo 64 by Nintendo's Entertainment Analysis and Development Division, EAD. Ocarina was created with more than $12 million, which was massive at the time. That's like one of the highest costing games at the time, I would
Mhm.
say, and a staff of over 200. Also, a lot. A lot of indie games now are created with like 16, 20, 30 people. And then, like, even back then, that was huge because they were still making games with teams of like 40, 50, stuff like that. And I know that the 200 is not that they had like 200 full time on staff. They had a
Right,
bunch of
right.
like outside help, voice actors or whatever, but it's a lot of people.
It's a lot of
Um,
people, and I mean, it shows how much care they wanted for this at the time.
Yeah, they understood how important it was. Development took over 3 years. Again, huge for that time. Games were turned over like in a year and a half.
Hmm.
Took over 3 years, and the game was delayed multiple times in order to polish and perfect it.
Yeah. Ocarina was released November 21st of 1998 in Japan, and we got it in November 23rd in the United States. I believe it was
Always behind Japan,
always
damn
behind Japan, and I think
it.
even Europe got it about a month later as well, so
Oh,
even
we don't
later
care
for
about
them.
them. That's like,
Whoa,
yeah,
whoa, that's what
they
he
can
didn't
get
say
it
that. He didn't
whenever.
say that.
Yeah.
And of course, it was met with universal acclaim, as we now, like in hindsight, can see it.
Yeah.
Perfect tens from dozens of media outlets. Pierre Schneider from IGN called it a masterpiece. He wrote, quote, "The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time should be recommended playing for every aspiring video game designer and programmer out there. If you're making games and you haven't played this game, then you're like a director who has never seen Citizen Kane or a musician who has never heard of Mozart," end quote.
That's big, big words there,
Big
big
praise,
compliments.
big, yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Eric Matei from Nintendojo said, each character and event plays a role in a storyline that sprawls like a J.R.R. Tolkien masterpiece. I couldn't help but feel I was living the life of Bilbo Baggins from The Hobbit or Lord of the Rings as I played my golden copy of Ocarina of Time. End quote. Important to note that this is before the Lord of the Rings movies came out, so it's just a capsule in time right there about how Ocarina brought those Tolkien type fantasies to life before the live action movies did.
Jeff Gertzman from GameSpot had this to say: "This game is the real thing. This is the masterpiece that people will be talking about 10 years down the road. This is the game that perfectly exhibits the quality, not quantity mantra that Nintendo has been touting since the N64 was released. In a word, perfect. To call it anything else would be a bald-faced lie." End quote.
And to this day, it is still the highest rated game on Metacritic with an average score of 99. No other game has reached that number I think that covers it. Oh, and before we jump headfirst into the story, we're gonna also do a little fun exercise. Fun is the key word here, Javi. It's really fun. A little fun
A little
exercise in
homework, Mike. Just call it what it is. I'm
silence,
kidding.
silence, and view Ocarina through the lens of the hero's journey. If you're unfamiliar, in 1949, Joseph Campbell wrote a book called The Hero with a Thousand Faces. The book explores the similarities and patterns in myths and stories from different cultures and times. Campbell argues that all myths and stories share a fundamental structure, which he calls the monomyth or the hero's journey. And to be clear, there is a lot of criticism toward the idea of the hero's journey, and a lot of it is valid in my opinion, but the reason we think this is relevant for Ocarina of Time is because what Nintendo attempted to do is create a new mythology with The Legend of Zelda and Ocarina in particular, a mythology built on processors, ROM cartridges, and fairies. So it's just interesting to view it through the hero's journey lens and just to see how closely it follows that structure.
And there's a famous little student that might have a couple big hits that everyone might know. He
Who's
wrote, I
that,
think it was
Javi?
called Star Wars.
Little known.
Little known George Lucas. He used that as an inspiration for a lot of his writing.
Yeah, I read that, and I saw that in the documentary about the Star Wars, the making of Star Wars, of that he was trying to make a mythology like a space opera mythology,
Hmm.
and he knew Joseph Campbell, he liked his writings, and he was inspired by it. So I know a lot of how he wrote that script, he kind of based on that structure of what Joseph Campbell did, and that kind of because Joseph Campbell is not like everybody knew who he was, but then because George Lucas kind of gave him that approval, and then everybody's like, "Oh, wow!" And then like Star Wars is the biggest hit ever, and it
Yeah.
was at that time by far.
Yeah. So it was one of those
So
things that it took it a while for it to be such common knowledge because I think a lot of people have heard of the hero's journey.
it's become a kind of a meme now,
Yes.
and then of course, like I said, there is a lot of criticism because they're just like, yeah, well, he's biased in what he looks at as examples. He's like,
Right.
not every story follows this,
No, right. Exactly.
and it doesn't, but at the same time, you do see it a lot, in a
Yeah.
lot of different stories.
Right. And I think this is a story that does follow it. And to make things a little bit easier, we're going to
Hmm.
be looking at a specific, we're going to be actually looking through Christopher Vogler's version of it, which he condenses it to, he condenses like the steps of the monomyths. And that's what we'll be looking at.
Exactly. So, because Joseph Campbell's was, I think, 17 steps. Vogler, what he did is he was inspired by it too. And then he just condensed it down to 12 steps where
Hmm.
he thought it was like, okay, this is the real thing here. When he's kind of then started looking at basically what we're gonna try to do with Ocarina, he started looking with other popular stories and being like, oh,
Exactly.
this is the structure,
Yeah. Yeah. And just a little bit, Vogler was a writing consultant at, Disney in 1985.
Little known
And
Disney.
he little known company again. And he actually wrote a memo about the hero's journey that became highly influential to the company.
Hmm.
And then basically the rest of the industry because it's it's Disney, right?
It is Disney,
Um,
and then
s-
he also ended up writing a book a couple of years later. Like after the memo kind of caught on, he wrote a book about this whole thing, and then people now
exactly.
read the book.
Exactly. A lot of stories, not just Disney, just a lot of stories. Harry Potter, The Matrix, and then also Disney, Lion King, and everything else. Pretty much in the '90s, followed
Hmm.
the hero's journey building blocks very closely. And those are series and franchises that resonate with, like, I think they resonate with everyone.
Yeah, they do. I mean, those type of stories just transcend cultures and everything. They're worldwide
Hmm.
hits, and I think that that structure has a lot to do with it, for good or bad.
Hmm.
And the thing about it too is what I think about it is that maybe he was for sure he was biased in the stories that he observed in the old myths because he looked at myths from all different cultures like
Yeah.
in India and China. He looked at all these different myths, but he probably chose stories that he saw similarities in. But I feel
Which is
like it's almost been spoken into existence
yes.
because I think for better or worse, a lot of screenwriters now look at this structure and they say to themselves, "Oh, this is what makes a good story. So
Hmm.
let me follow these steps so I know I'm gonna get a good story out of it."
Which
Eh,
sometimes they don't.
Yeah, sometimes they don't, and that's actually also can be very bad because then you're being formulaic.
Yeah.
And I bet you, but the cool thing about it is like Harry Potter, for example, I don't know if she wrote it with the hero's journey in mind. I doubt she did, to be honest. But
Hmm.
it's almost in her mind, maybe she was looking at other stories, being like, damn, what makes a good story? And she kind of like followed the steps without even realizing it. It's just interesting. And yeah, Zelda resonates very deeply with a pretty large with me and a pretty large audience too.
Yep.
All right, so let's just take a quick break and then let's dive deep into the story.
Welcome, my friend, to the land of the gods. The ancient kingdom of Hyrule is at peace, but darkness is brewing under the surface. And this darkness is relentless in its pursuit of ultimate power. And thus begins our story.
Deep in the heart of the Kokiri forest, a young green-clad boy sleeps alone in his dark room. He shivers, his nightmare visions overtaking his body. We peer into his dreams, a possible prophecy of things to come. He sees a horse riding out of a majestic castle on a dark and stormy night. He makes eye contact with a young girl, her eyes full of dread as she's taken away in a desperate hurry. The boy turns back as he feels a dark, threatening man behind him, a powerful black steed bellowing, and the man on the towering horse turns to the boy with menacing intent. And the boy stands there frozen in shock, and we fade back into the forest.
What an incredible intro.
To say the least, Tavi, to say the least. What an incredible
I've always loved
intro.
this, like, what would you call it? Cold opening, basically, where it shows you a scene that we have no explanation about, no context. It just throws you in, and with especially this scene is just so mysterious, and you just like you're instantly intrigued.
Yeah, that's a good word. It provides intrigue because you're like, okay, I think this seems like I'm gonna see this later, so I can't wait to find out
this
what
seems
happens.
like a pretty epic scene.
And
exactly.
How are we gonna get to this spot?
Exactly. And we already know it's gonna come later, and but it just gives you that immediate feeling.
Yeah,
it's like a flash forward, right, of everything you're going to be able to see later. And they set the tone immediately, because and then we go from that to the next opening, which is our introduction to Link.
Yes, very much so. And for me, this whole scene is amazing just because it's so dark. And I think that's the main thing that struck me, where it's like, wow, like they actually show him shiver, like
We're the hero. What the hell?
Yeah, and it's just like, wow, he's having a nightmare, and it's just one of those things where Link to the Past also has a pretty dark opening. I mean, your uncle dies, but I think the animation style inherently makes it feel more kid-like. Even if the themes are dark, it still feels very kid-friendly.
And I think that's something that the Nintendo itself has struggled with forever.
Very much so. But I think in this game in particular, because the 64 was at the cutting edge of not the cutting edge, but they're up there graphically, and
they're
we're
competing.
seeing it. They're competing, and we're seeing Zelda for the first time in 3D. It was just kind of like, wow, the darkness of it really struck me. So I was just always love that intro. It just does it for me. I was like, oh man, I can't wait, baby. Let's get into this game. So now we see a fairy approaching the great Deku tree, who apparently likes using Old English sparingly. I get what they're doing with this Old English thing, but it's just actually funny to me now because I'm pretty sure he's misusing half the words all the time.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, okay,
he's trying to be like a discount Shakespeare.
Yep.
It's to make us like, just players, because no one knows Old English. It's supposed to make us feel like this is what Old English sounds like, but like it's just not. It's just completely different.
Yeah,
Miyamoto around this time always describes Zelda as basically a medieval sword and sorcery tale. Emphasis on medieval. And even the old Ocarina trailers used the Old English. I think one of the famous lines was "Willest thou suck." I forget the rest of it. I know we have it somewhere, but I just remember "Willest thou suck."
Yeah,
So that just tells you enough.
yeah. It's like that's the trailer they deleted. It's like no, that's the final trailer. It's in there.
That was the
Like
final trailer.
yeah. Anyway, the Deku tree tells Navi that he senses a great evil descending upon the forest and on Hyrule in general. He believes it's time for the boy without a fairy to begin his journey. Very quickly, we already understand the context. Simple and brilliant because by saying the boy without a fairy, we immediately know that Link is different, an outsider, an outcast. And while we'll see everyone else in Hyrule call him the fairy boy or the boy with the fairy, inside Kokiri Forest, he's the boy without a fairy. He's an
Exactly.
other.
He's an other.
Yeah.
We fly into a first-person cutscene of Navi, the little fairy we saw fluttering through the forest towards Link's treehouse. It's a nice cinematic, but more importantly, as for game design, it serves the purpose of showing us the layout of the land and getting a handle on the size of the Kokiri forest. It also shows us the direct path we need to take to get to the Deku tree, which turns out, you're not going to believe this, Mike,
No way.
but this is where we have to go.
Oh my god.
Somehow they taught us where to go.
How did they do that?
I still got lost.
I still didn't find it. Where is the Deku tree? Somebody tell me.
Dude, that was me. That was definitely me when I was younger, when I played it for like the demo stuff. But anyway,
You're throwing your controller against the wall. You're like, how the fuck are you supposed to know where you're going? This is
and then I
bullshit.
find and then I run into Mido, and I don't think I paid attention when I first played. I'm like, oh well, he doesn't even let me pass. This must not be the right way.
Yeah.
But anyways. You know what's so cool about this is that it really shows the lighthearted side, which I mentioned earlier, that of Ocarina, that right after the dark intro, I mentioned like, you know, it's such a contrast.
It is. It is.
The forest.
It's a nice contrast that they show right there instantly.
Yeah, exactly.
One after the other.
Yeah, exactly. Right after the other, which is what I love. The forest is lively, quirky, and even in the cutscene, we got a cute moment. I think where Navi bumps a gate. It's so adorable. It's lighthearted.
Yeah, it's like oh, you're seeing this cool cutscene, and then you're like, oh,
right
shit.
before they break our hearts.
Okay, Ocarina is one of the darker Zelda games, but ultimately there always has to be that sense of fun, exploration, and adventure. And I think that's where that lighthearted tone comes to. Inside the treehouse, we are treated to the cutest ever. And then we get the infamous Navi wakes Link out of his slumber and informs him that he is a fairyless boy no more and that Daddy Deku Tree has summoned him. On our way down, we are greeted by our one true friend, Saria. She immediately notices our newfound fairy companion and says, "Hey, now you're a true Kokiri. Damn, bitch. Like, I wasn't the true Kokiri. You're my one friend and you're talking shit too."
Yeah, that's one
we'll
of the
let this slide, Saria. We'll let this one slide. Yeah.
Yeah, that was one of my interesting things. It's, you know, we just got this idea that you're an outsider, and then the fairy is like, you almost like, oh, yo, cool. You're now, you know, now maybe you'll be included.
Yeah.
And then immediately
you're brought back down to earth. Yeah. You're like, okay.
Yeah. So it makes you like instantly hear. And more importantly, like I said, it felt like you see it, but more importantly, you felt like Link, and you just feel this like betrayal. Like, you know, you don't know this person, you feel it. You feel like Link.
Yeah. Nah, I mean, we're joking around because we love Saria.
Yeah. Back then, most games still didn't have full voice acting, right? And the Zelda series didn't get any voice acting really until Breath of the Wild in like 2017. So,
2017.
Very long time. So all the dialogue is done through text, and so when a character talks to you, they do it in a way where it's framed like you're supposed to respond to them, like you are.
Or they talk to you in the whole like they say, you said that you're gonna go here.
Very Blue's Clues or Dora the Explorer.
Yeah, as if like you said something apparently, you know.
Exactly,
so
but
like,
you never the character never like even in text doesn't say anything.
Imagine playing that way, like you're actually talking back to the TV the way we used to with Blue's Clues. It's just like it's over there.
Where is it?
Yeah, it's over. It's on the right. Oh, it's on the right.
You.
Yeah, yeah, that'd be great.
Yeah, but this silent protagonist has been a long-standing tradition in RPGs in general. And with Zelda moving into full 3D, Link actually felt pretty alive and expressive compared to his 2D selves.
Yeah, definitely.
It is a perfect combination of being the player being put into Link's shoes and Link just feeling realer. So it's like this double combo almost.
Yeah. Oh, 100%. And then speaking of Breath of the Wild, in a 2017 interview with Zack Scott Games about Breath of the Wild's Link being mute, Eiji Aonuma, who was a producer on Breath of the Wild and a dungeon designer on Ocarina of Time, said, quote, "For the series, we always try to make Link so that players will be able to play as the main character. We wanted the players to be able to relate to Link and to play as themselves." End quote. And Miyamoto also chimed in that same interview and said, "As you think for yourself what kind of choices you want to make, you become more and more in tune with Link." End quote. And I think that the way that dialogue works, where it's like you're not saying anything, but they're responding to you as you did. It's just one of those little tricks where then it makes you feel like, oh, I'm the main character. That's me. Link is me. So I
Link,
just think
yeah, I'm
that's
him.
cool. And that's not special in and of itself. Other games did this. Like a lot of games in this time did this where they did that text in a way, but it's using an old trick to continue a long-standing tradition of
Hmm.
making you feel like the main character. It's good.
Yeah. Yeah, this is kind of like for another time if we ever talk about it,
Uh-huh.
like the
We
game
will,
itself.
by the
But
way.
yeah, we will. Yeah, yeah. But like the game itself. But I loved Breath of the Wild.
Uh-huh.
But Link, being mute while everyone is talking to him, especially Zelda, it didn't super work out. I was like, okay, this is kind of getting old.
Yes.
It's not an issue here, but like I can vividly remember the Urbosa and Zelda scene where they're like Urbosa does the lightning snap,
Uh-huh.
and it just like Link. I just need Link to talk to. Like I don't even think she said anything, but Link says something. Like
Yeah, I
there's
agree
just so
with
many
you.
scenes where it would have been more. Where I think it would have cut harder if Link was
Mhm.
able to like express himself a little bit. It doesn't have to be a lot, just a little bit.
I agree with you. I fucking love Breath of the Wild with a passion as well, but I did like the voiceovers, but it didn't work for me either that he was mute and everybody else was talking. That was
Mhm.
just the main thing where it was like
Unless unless they literally acknowledged that he was actually mute, then it would have been fine.
exactly. Like if they would have said something like, "Oh, he's never talked in his life." It's like, "Okay, all right." That like, sign language or something, but no. But
No,
either
not
way,
even.
I enjoy the
He,
I enjoy the
he's a himbo.
voiceovers
He just
though.
doesn't know anything.
Yeah. But I think that they should in the future. I don't know. I'm in team get a voice for Link.
Hmm.
I know it'd be hard, but let's do
I
it.
mean, he's already in there. Like he's already Ganon. Let's just get Matt Mercer to do it too.
Let's go, baby. That's all I need to hear. Done. Sign the
Both
check.
of them at the same time. Have him argue with himself.
All right, so we start our adventure and walk across Kokiri Forest toward Daddy Tree, and we encounter our first roadblock. Literally, bitch boy Mito stops us dead in our tracks, calls us Mr. No Fairy, motherfucker, and tells us we can't pass without a sword and shield. But by the way, he doesn't have one either. I don't know why what is he guarding? You know, and to be honest, Mito is on my most hated list for 1998. I couldn't stand this hater, this non-believer then, and I can't stand him now. I almost wish there could be a sequel, Javi, of all of us growing up and Link marries Saria and have Mito be her maid of fucking honor because I just want him to be friend zoned that
Okay,
bad.
like
There's just like,
Woosah, Mike.
fuck this bitch. Fuck this.
Woosah, Mike.
Yeah, yeah. You won't even
The
hear me say the name. Not even say he should not be spoken. He just be the hater, the non-believer from here. I hate
Okay.
this
Well,
kid.
yeah.
How dare you?
Anyway, let's move on before we
Uh-huh.
get too heated. We now have the incentive to search through the forest. We
Mhm.
find the Kokiri sword in a tiny hole that leads into a small maze. And then we gather enough rupees throughout the forest to
Mhm.
buy a wooden shield in the shop. Many games start like this, where our first hour or so is just exploring your kind of like your hometown.
Yeah.
In Wind Waker, you spend the first hour or two talking to everyone on Outset Island and doing small tutorials at your own pace. In Twilight Princess, you're literally herding sheep,
Yeah.
literally. You
Literally,
know,
you're the sheep herder.
yeah. So in
Yeah.
Here in Ocarina, you get a sense of like the whimsical lives that Kokiri live in the forest, cutting grass, hanging around on random spots on bridges, on top of trees, which I don't know how they got up there. There's no ladders for some of those.
They can
They're just
fly, I
up
guess. They're
there. I
fairy
get
spirits,
maybe
I don't
yeah,
know.
the perks of actually being a fairy or having a fairy, I should say.
Yeah,
But it's all very
definitely.
enchanting. It's very it's very out of a fairy tale almost.
Yeah, I agree with that. I will say though, this is a luxury that Nintendo has, and only a couple of other game companies have. There's not many games that could start this slow and still captivate an audience unless you have complete trust in the developer. I didn't mention this before, but actually, when I first played Ocarina, it was at a demo. So I had already played Link to the Past. I love Zelda already, but I played it at Target at a demo, and they just put you like they just drop you in the Kokiri Forest and all that, and it was like I thought it was a little bit boring, to be honest. But at the same time, I'm like, it's Zelda. I know it's gonna be great. It didn't matter. I still, me and my brother, older brother, we still pre-ordered it. Couldn't wait to play it because I was like, oh, okay, it'll get better, and it did, obviously. But if I'm being honest, I was kind of bored when I was just trying it out, and that's not the best way to play the game. That's not the type of game you can demo and be like, okay, this is great. So yeah, that intro is pretty slow. And even in Link to the Past, there's a pretty intense beginning to that. It's a dark and stormy night where Princess Zelda calls for help and Link takes up the fight by taking the sword and shield from his dying uncle. It's a very different beginning from the other mainline games. But Nintendo has the equity to be able to start slow because people trust them. Anyway, of course, nowadays, since I know the story so well, it takes me 10 minutes to get the sword and buy the shield. I just do it, get on my way, done. But when I first played it, I think I spent an hour or two just looking at everything, reading every sign, talking to every NPC. So I can see this first section taking some players a couple of hours of just exploring.
It's funny in like a retrospect, like it's quite small compared to other games now.
Oh
Back then,
yeah.
I imagine it didn't feel that way, especially like I played it. I already know like I knew I had to go get the sword through the hole, so I
Mhm.
didn't have to explore. So it didn't feel big. Whereas when it first came out, I'm
Yeah.
sure it felt big, full of mystery. For me, it was just like, all right, go here, you
Yeah, it
know.
definitely did. It definitely felt huge, and now when I look back on it, especially now playing it this time, I was like, "Oh yeah, this place is small." It's like
Hmm.
there's this, there's like 3, 4 houses, and they all just have pots and a couple of treasures in them.
Hmm.
But at that time, it didn't feel that way. It feels that way now.
Yeah, I think this setting though, I think this will really be a good time to jump in back to the theme of the hero's journey.
Okay, let's do it.
Like we mentioned before, we'll be relating back to it to Vogler's specifically abbreviated version of the hero's journey.
Hmm.
According to him, the first step is the hero being introduced in his or her ordinary world.
Mm.
Vogler writes most stories ultimately take us to a special world, a world that is new and alien to its hero. If you're going to tell a story about a fish out of his customary element, you first have to create a contrast by showing him in his mundane, ordinary world. End quote.
Oh, I mean, yeah, that clearly fits perfectly here. Ultimately, this first section introduces us to our ordinary world, to Link's ordinary world, and how Link doesn't quite fit into that world. By all estimations, no matter what we do, we'll never be a true Kokiri. And I think that just sets us up perfectly. It's like, okay,
Yeah,
this is his
exactly.
world. This is his small world. This is the world he knows. And now
Hmm.
we'll see what
Hmm.
comes after that.
Yeah. And just to comment on the overall design of this first section, it's such a fun way to learn and explore this, just learning everything, right?
Yeah.
You learn you can climb vines. It has almost everything you'll need outside of like dungeon stuff and certain items you'll find later on, but it gives you everything. You can climb vines, the auto jumping, which I think, especially for like platforming in general, is kind of weird having like
Yeah.
auto jumping.
It was brand new then,
Hmm.
like literally brand new. I think a lot of things for Ocarina get falsely put onto it as an innovator, but this is actually like people didn't have this like
Yeah.
in a 3D game, no way.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
definitely,
Exactly. In a 3D game. Speaking of 3D,
yeah.
Z targeting, the
Hmm.
combat, opening chests, picking up and like the rocks in
Yep.
the area, just I guess it would be context sensitive actions, right?
Yeah.
And just where to find rupees because like I mean I wonder how many people maybe completely missed out, especially their first time playing a Zelda game if this was their first,
Hmm.
like cutting the grass for rupees.
Yeah, which is one of the most fun things to do in
Or
Link to the
pots. Like
Past.
no
Yeah.
one know. Like why is this room full of pots? And then someone that's plays Zelda's like pots. But it gives you a lot to do at the time, especially for this area, and
Hmm.
it really introduces us into the game mechanics by enticing us to explore.
Yes, Nintendo always does a perfect job of that. Just like
Hmm.
you don't know what's happening, but you're like, all right, let me just look around and explore this.
Exactly.
Okay, one thing I wanted to mention about the game design before we continue, I found it so interesting how much Miyamoto and the whole team focus on that game design before anything else. And in many cases, the limitation of the Nintendo 64 led them to make certain design choices that ultimately affected the story choices. So, for example, when they were first developing the targeting system, which is a big part of this intro, like you have a couple NPCs who tell you, "Hey, look up here." All right,
Navi
pre-
mentions it too.
yeah, or press the Z button. Like, okay, great. They initially had the yellow markers around what things you were targeting, but they felt that wasn't enough. It wasn't visually appealing. Yoshiaki Koizumi, the 3D system director of Ocarina, said, quote, I was a designer, so I didn't want to use such a simple marker. I wanted to make something else, so I came up with a fairy. After all, it was the Legend of Zelda. I called it the Fairy Navigation System, end quote. When the script director Toru Usawa saw that, he immediately told Koizumi, hey, they should call it Navi because, well, it navigates. It's such a simple thing, but it was a light bulb moment. It was that synergy of creative minds. Osawa continues, quote, the Legend of Zelda games have a lot of names that show their origin. Link means to bind together. We give a lot of names that serve as functional symbols. I thought I should name her that way out of respect for the Legend of Zelda naming tradition, end quote.
Yeah. And then things started evolving. Initially, it was just for targeting, but now they gave Navi a primary purpose. They started adding more functions to her, giving tips throughout the story, and then it started
Hmm.
becoming just started all coming together. In
Yeah,
this first area, there's a lot of trees and characters. So the 64 had problems rendering it in a 3D space. It's not very much memory.
yeah.
So
Which
it
we'll
gave
talk about later. I know we'll talk
yeah.
a lot about that later.
So it gave Koizumi the idea of giving fairies to all the Kokiri. They are fairy children after all. So
Yep.
that we can see the small fairy first in the distance, and that way it's not rendered the whole character.
Yeah.
So now we start seeing these little things everywhere, and it's a functional solution that, translates to a big part of the story. It
Yeah.
helped with the rendering issue, but they were able to integrate it.
They
Enuma
they
said
they
that
basically decided like, okay, well, then all of them should have it, right?
yeah,
Like,
exactly. Yeah.
eh,
So Enuma said that this is how they came up with the idea of Link not having a fairy in the beginning of the game.
that's crazy to me. Nowadays, that you would think that they would just have that in mind beforehand. It's like, okay, Link shouldn't have a fairy, and that's part of the story. It's like, no, this
Yeah.
is why he doesn't have a fairy because the 64 couldn't handle
Yeah. And
like,
it's we'll be exploring so many more like these quote unquote functional solutions.
yeah, and this game development stuff is
Hmm.
cool. I think it's fascinating looking back because now that there is so much less limitation in the hardware, and with these huge epic story games, I just imagine that a lot of them are made with the script ready first, and the design of the game is built around the script. Always comes to mind to me is The Last of Us. I don't know how it was made, but I imagine that the script, like I imagine Druckmann had the story and script in mind first, and then they designed a survival game around that
Yeah.
story. That's what
And
made
I
the
mean
most
this
sense.
happens, yeah, exactly. Like I think the story is great, but like I don't like the gameplay. But that's also I have a bias against like survival like
Yeah.
horror games. But still like the game isn't fun for me.
Yeah, that's another conversation, but we've always been there with you. I don't love the Last of Us gameplay that much, but I think stories like top
Hmm.
2 and not 2.
Yeah, exactly.
I like I it's that good. But
Yeah.
anyways, and I'd be so curious to know how most companies approach story-driven games now. Nintendo's philosophy has always been gameplay and design first, story second. They've made games that way mostly to their benefit, but sometimes to their detriment. And I'm not really arguing for one method of making games over the others, but I just always appreciate Nintendo's commitment to fun. Fun over everything else.
Hmm. Exactly. So now we have our trusty Kokiri sword and our little tiny wooden Deku
Little
shield.
cute, adorable
We
shield.
we finally can go to Mido and be like, look what we got. Okay, get out of
Who?
our way. We
To
don't
go to
we,
who?
Mido, like
I don't
exactly
know. I
like
don't know that
who
name.
who
Sorry. I
who
don't.
who.
Yeah.
We go Steve Stone Cold and like what like what
Huh?
like every time he
What?
says anything what
Yeah.
as we're walking past them. But
It's
now
like
we
you
get
don't have a sword and shield. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, he all the confidence, even though Link doesn't talk, all the confidence came now that he has a fairy, a sword, and a shield. Like
What a beast.
I feel like he probably doesn't feel like he's a Kokiri, right? Nothing's gonna make him feel fully accepted, but now he's like, you know what? I don't care. I'm doing it what I want to do, and that's what we're
Flex on
doing,
these
right?
bitches,
Yeah,
Link. Flex
exactly.
on all these bitches. All right.
But yeah, so we can finally get past whoever it was that was blocking us, so we can go
Good.
talk to the great Tegu tree, as Navi had mentioned to us in the beginning.
Hmm.
He tells us he's been cursed, and now
Mm.
the time has come to test our courage.
Hmm.
Our courage. How deep do you think that hit Link? You know,
He's been
because
waiting for it his whole life,
exactly, he's been
probably.
waiting for this. You know, like even though, like I said, like he will never feel accepted himself because he isn't Kokiri.
He doesn't know that, but he could feel that. I
Yeah,
think he could feel that.
exactly. This is
Hmm.
validation almost. The tree opens his mouth, beckons us to come inside, and instructs Navi to help us on our journey. He
Hmm.
also reminds us to use the up C button if we ever need Navi, you know, just like in all medieval adventures.
I remember reading it in King
King
Arthur.
Arthur,
Like it's
yeah.
press up C and Merlin will come. It's like, okay. Inside the Deku Tree, we are introduced to our first dungeon in the game. It's a wonderful first step and introduction into Zelda 3D dungeon crawling. The building blocks of all 3D Zelda dungeons are here, using the fire to light torches. I don't know if you ever heard of that one, Javi, but that happens a lot. That's a 2D Zelda too. Shooting switches with a projectile. That's actually, well, no, I guess that wasn't 2D Zeldas as well. Block moving, switch hitting, physics and momentum. Javi, as someone who has played other Zelda games before fully experiencing this one, how did you feel about this dungeon? How was this? How was the inside the Deku Tree?
um, so atmosphere and everything amazing. The
Good.
thing that I think was
That's the
instantly
right
kind of
answer, by the way. That's the
yeah,
right answer.
instantly kind of jarring was just how simple it felt.
I 100% felt that too. I was like, wow, this is so easy.
Yeah, especially like, you know, playing. I mean, not that Zelda games are like, oh my God, they're so hard either. Don't get me wrong. It's just,
Hmm.
uh, it definitely felt much simpler than a lot of the ones I've played. Even Majora's Mask didn't feel super hard, you know,
Hmm.
and
Hmm.
might have been something to do with them. You know, this is their first game in 3D. Maybe they don't want to make it too difficult.
I think that's
Uh,
part of it. I mean, I know for sure that more than sure that they looked at it in that way of, okay, we got to introduce people to these things. To be fair, like when I played it back then, it wasn't hard, but it was also a lot harder than it felt now. It had some difficulty to it because I wasn't sure, like these scotillas. I was trying to climb up the vine and they kept knocking me off. You know, I didn't
mhm.
know. Like I didn't. Back then I was like, I didn't know what am I supposed to do here. And then I get the slingshot. I was like, oh, okay, I can shoot him. You know,
Yeah.
like,
So I think a lot
uh,
of it like had to do with people maybe not being used to mechanics, so they weren't making things too difficult.
mm-hmm.
So people can figure it out somewhat easily. I think as a first dungeon, it was very, very introductory, basically, like very simple, very just here's the dungeon, here's the atmosphere, which I think that's the best part about it.
Yeah.
And here's the boss fight. You know, there wasn't too much to figure out. Momentum, I think, yeah, momentum because you had to like figure out the jumping portion, but that was probably the most difficult part of it.
Yeah, I agree. I remember thinking like, "Oh, I have to burn this," but I was like, "I can't get something that's lit down here."
Yeah, and you can't like roll it, or yeah, you can't like
Yeah,
take it to roll over. You have to, yeah, you have to go to the highest point and jump with your sword, basically.
that one is the one that sticks with me the most all these years later because I just so vividly remember that. I remember seeing the web, walking over it, and it just bounces a little bit, and I'm like, "Okay, there's something here," you know. Like I remember like
Yeah,
trying to do the jump stab, the jump strike, because I was like, "Oh, maybe my sword will cut it," you know, as it comes down. I was just trying
yeah,
to think. I was trying to problem solve it, and then when I finally went up there and jumped down and it broke through, it blew my mind. I was like, "Oh shit!" Like that more than anything made me start thinking in 3D space, where
hmm,
I'm like, "Oh, okay," because I gotta go up high because I need the momentum to get through the web. I was like, "Oh
right,
man," so it's just simple but brilliant.
hmm,
I can appreciate it even more, even though it's easier now. I think I can appreciate it even more now because I actually see what they were doing. You know, like I understand what they were doing. They were giving us those tutorials to do all these different things. There's a famous video that I always laugh at where it's like a kid who's like he didn't even know the context sensitive thing. He didn't know how to open the door. He just saw the door and he's how the fuck am I supposed? He's like stabbing the door. Like,
Let me get in here.
yeah, it's such second nature to us. We understand it, but even that back then, it's just like, how do you get in this door? They were trying to light torches. They're like, what? How do you get in here? It's like you just press A and it opens. Like, oh fuck, I didn't know. you know. So yeah, in that way, it was had some difficulty to it then. But yeah, obviously now, I like you said, I agree with you. It's like it's simple. It feels simple.
All right, so at the end we fight Queen Gohma, which is an armored arachnid. So if you have, what is it, arachnophobia?
Arachnophobia. Don't play
This is our
this.
very late warning to get out
Yeah,
if
get
you're
out.
playing
Don't
this
play
game.
this. Some people
Yeah.
are actually really just a real side tangent on that. I know Jedi Fallen Order, for example, has a lot of spiders in the game.
Mhm.
And one of the most popular mods is to take the spiders out because some people
Yeah.
really have a fear of
Yeah, I think
spiders. So
that I can't think of the game off the top of my head, but there's a game where like it's basically all spiders, but they have like an arachnophobia filter, so it's
nice.
less of them. But because the area's a spider area, anyways, it still has to kind of have them or something. I forget. I
Mm-hmm.
need to look it up again, but it was something funny. Yeah, people are scared. It's
Mm-hmm.
fair enough,
Yeah.
But yes, this is our first boss. This is the intro boss. So it's very important for the team to make it memorable, enjoyable, and teach us how to fight bosses for the future, right? Give
Yeah.
us an
Yeah.
idea. And I think this boss does a really good job at that.
Yeah. It's simple, but there's like critical mechanics
Mhm.
we're gonna learn here.
Exactly. In a 2011 interview, Miyamoto talks about how they used the boss cutscene to help the player navigate the 3D space. Kind of crazy. I'm thinking like, why? Why would they need that?
It's
But
like,
thinking about
guy,
it, it's
we
like,
got it, bro. Don't worry.
yeah,
Well,
yeah,
no.
no, but no, people don't know when to look up, right?
If
Like,
any of you have ever seen footage of people playing the Nintendo or the Super Mario 64 demo before it came out, you'll know why this is needed.
mhm, yep.
Because that gameplay looks nothing like the gameplay you see now. It looks like it's just baby toddlers learning
Yeah,
how
it's like
to,
when you get your grandma to try to play a video game.
Oh my God, yeah.
Yeah,
Just
but
exactly like that.
Miyamoto said the first boss fight against Goma, when you go into the room with the boss, Goma is hanging from the ceiling, so you wouldn't usually notice, even if there's a rustling sound.
Yeah.
So we first position the camera from the viewpoint of Goma looking down at Link. Then we have the camera close in on Link showing fear. Then we change the viewpoint so it's from Link's looking up towards Goma. End quote. It's such a simple technique, like a
So
camera
simple.
technique,
Yeah.
that is so obvious nowadays. Oh my god, and it's not even second thought, But
Duh,
it's
like why wouldn't you do
yeah,
that?
exactly. But these are like the micro decisions that help make the game more cinematic, right? But it
Yeah.
also, without explicitly holding your hand,
hmm
guides you.
Yeah, they don't have to blatantly tell you, but they show you. They don't tell you, they
Mhm.
show you what you have to do there. And of course, like you think Link to the Past, again, going back to the previous game, there's no such thing. I mean, it's all over the top. So if you don't see that cutscene, you're like, what is this room? Like what am I doing in this room? I don't know. It's like, oh, he's up there, Goma's up there. And of course, in order to get Goma down from the ceiling, we have to use the slingshot to shoot his eye, which is the item we get from this dungeon. And that's pretty much how every dungeon boss goes. We need to use the item we got in the dungeon to defeat them, except maybe Bongo Bongo and the Shadow Temple. That's the only one that because you get the hover boots and you don't really need it to defeat him.
Mhm.
But almost every other one you have to use the item. Well, after we beat the shit out of Goma's eye with a Deku stick, that's the weapon of choice here, my friends. I'm just letting you know. You can use your little ass Kokiri sword, but the Deku stick is
I think the
godlike.
damage
Like,
number is higher.
yeah, it's just so good. We get another heart piece and we get teleported back outside.
Yep. We get teleported back outside to the base of the Great Deku Tree.
hmm
And the Great Deku Tree is proud of us. He says he knew we would demonstrate our courage. This is
Thank
such an
you. Thank you,
important
Dad.
scene. Yeah, exactly.
Oh
Thanks,
my God.
Dad.
Thank you, Dad. Like, yeah.
For the validation I needed.
Yeah. It's okay. Tears. Like, like
Yes,
Link
here.
wiping tears from his eye.
Yeah. This is such an important scene here. This puts the entire adventure into motion. We
Hmm.
get a ton of lore and story dropped on us here. And just to give some context, before Ocarina, the concrete lore we had about Hyrule and Zelda was pretty sparse about the universe in general.
Yeah.
We didn't know much about Hyrule, what the Triforce is exactly like. It's these three
Triangles,
triangles.
cool.
Yeah,
Yeah,
awesome. I mean, we
gives
know
us
it's an important
wishes.
item, but we don't know
Yeah.
how important. We don't know its importance. I'm sorry. We know how important it is. We do know because obviously it's the focus, but we don't know why it's so important.
Yeah, we don't know where its power comes from. We know what it could do. Like we know it grants
Right.
wishes because they say that in the other games. It's just, they say that in Link to the Past specifically. But yeah, we don't know like where does it come from? What is it about?
Yeah, and also Ganon, we don't know, where he came from.
Yeah, but yeah, there's
etc.
so many things that we didn't know. Where's the origins from? Yeah, and in Link to the Past in the intro, that's probably the most we've ever gotten. It's optional too. It's like the thing that runs before you press start on the game. So it's not even like an actual intro. It's the so I
It's
mean
yeah.
I think everybody watches it, but you don't technically have to watch it. But now
Mhm.
here we get our first clue about Ganondorf. Not Ganon, which we've seen, Ganondorf. The Great Deku Tree tells us that a wicked man from the desert casts a curse upon him. This wicked man, with his sorcerous powers, is obsessed with finding the sacred realm connected to Hyrule because he is hell bent on finding the Triforce. Okay, I can't even imagine Ganondorf here in the forest. I don't know, that thought just because like we never see it, but it's just
Mhm.
seeing it here, picturing him walking through the forest is crazy to me. The divine
Mhm.
relic of
And
this,
Mido just let him pass. Sorry.
I know,
Like,
right?
come on,
He
Mido.
doesn't have a shield. What the fuck, Mido? Or he who shall not be named.
Yeah, I'm
Um,
sorry. Right, right.
but that the Triforce, that divine relic that contains the essence of the gods. That's what they tell us there. That's what it is. It contains the essence of the gods. It's a brief but ominous cutscene. We see Ganondorf, the same man we saw in our nightmare, riding through fires and flames. And then we get the Legend of Zelda creation myth. And I just honestly, I can't emphasize how much this cutscene blew my mind in 1998. I couldn't believe it. It's just one of those things because the experience is so in depth and rich in Link to the Past. I felt like I knew so much more about the world than I actually did. And then after seeing seeing these cutscenes, I realized I really didn't know much of all. I was like, okay, I didn't know any of this shit. This is cool. This whole scene for me is the one that forever invested me into the series because it just now I became obsessive about the lore. I wanted to know all this stuff now.
Mhm.
Javi, let's read the creation myth because I love it. Let's
Okay.
go. You
All
first,
right.
then me. Let's go.
All right. Before time began, before spirits and life existed, three golden goddesses descended upon the chaos that was Hyrule.
Din, the goddess of power. Nairu, the goddess of wisdom. Faror, the goddess of courage.
Din, with her strong flaming arms, she cultivated the land and created the Red Earth.
Nairu poured her wisdom onto the earth and gave the spirit of law to the world.
Faror, with her rich soul, produced all life forms who would uphold the law.
The three great goddesses, their labors completed, departed for the heavens.
And golden sacred triangles remained at the point where the goddesses left the world.
Since then, the sacred triangles have become the basis of our world's providence.
And the resting place of the triangles has become the sacred realm.
Incredible. I love this, Javi. I love it. I know you don't love it as much as me, but you will. Don't worry. This
How
is the
dare you?
literal beginning of the entire Zelda universe. I can't see them going any further back than the three goddesses. As always, it's in the small details. Din, the goddess of power, is red, and Faror, the goddess of courage, is green. And I feel like when you think of Ganon, I think of his red hair. So okay, red for red. Green is obviously, well, you think of Link.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean blue, well, whatever. Like I mean, we could push it and say that's why Sheik's outfit is blue. I don't
Yeah.
know, but either way. By the way, quick apologies if we mispronounced any of the names because they don't say them here. So I've been pronouncing them like this way for 20 years, 25 years. So I just assume that's the right way. I don't know if it's Deku or Deku or but we
Yeah, I
just
think I'm saying it differently than you, just because that's how
yeah.
I say it.
Yeah, I mean, but it's a common thing I see with Zelda people. It's like, how do you pronounce this? Like, I don't know. This is the way I've been pronouncing it. Anyway, after the Deku tree finishes the story, it's a tiny thing, Javi, but I just love when we pull out of the cutscene and back to the forest, and then Link is sitting down with his legs out and his arms behind his
Yeah, just like a
back.
little kid, like in the library being read a story kind of thing.
Yeah, so like, oh, it's lunchtime. Get on the carpet. Like, let me hear. It's so cute. I don't
That
know. I
carpet
love
was
it.
the best carpet ever, honestly. Most
I
comfortable
know.
carpet to sit on.
No, it had magic powder on it because you would fall asleep like fucking
No, yeah,
or
that's what I'm saying. When I was little, I remember like the story corner and with the
then
little like tiny bookshelves when you're like in kindergarten or something.
so
Yeah.
I thought of nap time when I saw little Link sitting here. I'm like, oh, look at Link. And again, to reemphasize, before this, we knew very little about the greater Zelda lore. Like we said, the goddess creation myth was briefly mentioned in the Link to the Past, but only in the manual. And who reads those, Javi? I don't know. By the way,
I
back then
actually
we
did.
yeah, back then we did read them because and now they don't even have them anymore, but, like, back then we actually did read them because it was important to know this stuff for the story. Most of the story in the first mainline games in the first 3 took place in the manuals, so seeing this in 1998 was remarkable.
Yeah, exactly. It was nice to see this outside of it, right?
I hope you could appreciate it 25 years later, Javi. I
Yeah,
don't know
like
if you
yeah, coming to
can, but
screen. Yeah, no, but coming to screen is such a different feeling. I think
yeah,
that's why so
definitely.
many people want live action stuff, even though it doesn't end up working out sometimes. That's why we want it. We want to be able to relive it. We want to be able to see it and like kind of like relive these stories and stuff. You know, sometimes your imagination isn't enough.
No, I agree. I mean, even in things like we saw it with The Last of Us, even if you have a full-fledged 3D game, people still want to see it in live action just
Hmm.
because you want to see the interpretation of it. So
Exactly.
jumping from manual to visual is like, wow, this is great. That's even a bigger
Hmm.
leap right there, and
Yeah,
it did feel great, and it feels
yeah.
great now.
In a 1999 interview in the Japanese strategy guide for Ocarina, Miyamoto was asked about the scenario of Ocarina of Time and about Nintendo previously saying it would unlock the mysteries of the Zelda story.
Mm.
Miyamoto responded, quote, "Maybe mysteries was a bit of an exaggeration, but you do learn the story of where the Triforce came from, and it is meant to be episode 1 of the Zelda saga.
Hmm.
I probably shouldn't say this, but there's still a number of things I am not satisfied with. How did Ganon really become the way he is? Is Link from Ocarina the father of Link from the original Zelda? Who is his mother then? Zelda? These were some of the mysteries that perplexed me during the making of Ocarina of Time." End quote.
How curious to me, like how curious is it to hear Miyamoto phrase it in this way as the creator of the series and the main
Yeah.
director of Ocarina? I mean,
Like if you don't know it, who knows it? You know, like if you don't know it, who's supposed to know it?
yeah, like bro, what are you talking about? Like, don't you know the answers? Like, this is your series. I mean, to me, it just shows that in many ways they were just winging it, building a story as they went along, drawing on inspirations. But he clearly understands that the story is important to Zelda fans, so he wanted to provide some answers for burning questions. The funny thing is, though, that while Ocarina answered some questions, it ended up creating way more questions than
Hmm.
any of the previous games ever did, or probably any of the games after, except for maybe Breath of the Wild, which has created a lot of questions as well.
Yeah.
If Nintendo had any issues with the rabid fan base back then,
The internet age? Oh my God.
yeah, I
Yeah.
can't imagine now.
Yeah. Miyamoto also said that the stories in The Legend of Zelda may not match up as the series progresses, but that they actually expend a lot of time trying to make them match up.
Mhm.
He mentions, or I guess he not mentions, he jokes that it would be a lot easier if players didn't care about the particulars, you know?
But we do Miyamoto,
But
we
we
do.
always,
So,
and
yeah.
it's rabid,
Uh,
rabid. Like, not even, it's obsessive to this point, I guess you can say, how much
uh,
people care.
hey, you say rabid, obsessive, I say psychotic, but I accept
I
my
think they're
own
all the same.
psychosis. Yeah, because I
Yeah,
get crazy about some of this stuff too. I can't even deny it.
exactly.
I'm not judging here.
Yeah, and people want answers for everything.
Mhm.
I don't think he ever foresaw entire websites dedicated to timeline theory, as if they were deciphering like the Rosetta Stone. You know,
It-
being an archaeologist uncovering bones, and trying to
Isn't
come
it
up, you know.
isn't it funny seeing people as their header or timeline byline on their like Twitter is like
Hmm.
timeline theorists? I've seen it.
Professional
Yeah.
timeline theorists, and people know what they're
Yeah.
talking about. They know they're talking
Man,
about Zelda.
they do. No, if they have that in their thing in their Twitter profile, like I know they're not fucking around. This is this is game time. Yeah, and when Miyamoto was asked if he would rather spend his energy making game elements than worrying about the story, duh. But he said, quote, sometimes people ask whether Yoshi is a boy or a girl. If I answer probably a boy, then they say, so a boy is laying eggs? But the moment I say Yoshi lays eggs, so Yoshi must be a girl, they'll say, then Yoshi's voice needs to sound more like a girl's. End quote.
Yeah.
That sounds about right to me about how people would answer this stuff. That the whole lesson here is that you can't satisfy everyone. Of course, it's important to note that this interview isn't a very lighthearted tone. I really want to emphasize that. Like Miyamoto's not really bashing anybody here. He's just kind of laughing about it himself,
Yeah.
but he is infamous for not caring about the story of a game. But I think it is clear that with Zelda, it's different. Him, Elnuma, and all the caretakers of the series have understood that while their number one objective is to make fun games, fans are too invested in the story for them to disregard it. Miyamoto continued his earlier sentiments, quote, it would be much easier if we could use any setting in The Legend of Zelda while preserving the essential relationship between Link, Ganon, and Zelda. But when a series builds up for as long as it has, it isn't easy, especially when it comes to a story of the Zelda games. We can't do anything disappointing. So with Ocarina of Time, we worked on the story with reference to the past games in the series, end quote.
Yeah, and I feel by releasing the Hyrule Historia book, they really
Yeah.
showed how in tune they are with their what their fans want. I know that the book is,
Eh.
I guess, controversial. I mean,
Yeah.
because actual devs didn't work on the book.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, even if it can be contradictory at times, they ultimately approved it and sanctioned it.
Mhm.
I don't know. What do you think about this like timeline kind of like confusion and how obsessive and rabid fans are towards them about the lore?
Yeah, I think the what you said about approved it and sanctioned it, and that's the main thing to me. I don't think they're in tune so much with what the fans want, but they understand that they want it. I've read the Hyrule Historia book. It's not the greatest thing there, but it's some good information in there. And I know some people really hate it because they're like, no, that's contradictory to what happened in this game. But you know what? At the end of the day, this is what's canon, you know?
Yeah, they
Whether you
wrote
like
it.
it or not, they said that this is canon, so this is canon, you know?
Hmm.
Unless you would just want to head canon it, for the
Yeah, I
rest of
mean,
the
the
thing.
Star Wars suffers from the same thing.
Yeah, yeah, it's like, "Oh, this is not the way I imagined it." It's like, "Well, that's too bad, like, this is what
Yeah.
we wrote, we're the caretakers of the series." But that, though, even the whole timeline thing, like you mentioned, that created so many problems. I know that's part of their solution to this is like, "Okay, we wanna make" like Miyamoto said, like, "It'd be easier if we can just use any setting, and that's it, it doesn't matter." But they can't do that because people just care too much about the overall story, so they came up with this timeline solution, which honestly, the solution sucks. And I don't hate it. I still like I'm invested into the whole story too, so I really don't hate it, but really like objectively, the timeline just doesn't make sense.
Yeah, with the games, right?
Yeah, it just doesn't it's like, yeah, you can make them line up. You can kind of, oh yeah, this is why this is that, but really it's just kind of like no, they're just telling different stories and vaguely
Yeah.
connecting it. They're kinda doing the well, they did it before Assassin's Creed, obviously, but the whole Assassin's Creed modern story where it's like it's just an afterthought. They don't
Yeah,
like,
I guess, yeah.
it doesn't
I've
really
always
line up.
been, because like speaking on Nintendo, like I haven't really ever really looked into it because as much as I love Mario and stuff, I haven't looked into like a Mario lore of like every game kind of thing, you know?
And then but ultimately, I just think it's a good problem to have,
No,
people
for
so
sure.
invested, and, and I think it's just one of those things where, okay, you have Final Fantasy. Boom, Final Fantasy, it's one title, Final Fantasy, but they're disconnected universes.
Hmm.
And it's
With
cool because then you
some like relations, but nothing that can completely like not
yeah,
complete relations.
exactly. And to be very fair, I'm not a huge Final Fantasy fan, so I can't speak on it intellectually to be like, but from my knowledge, they're disconnected for the most
Hmm.
part. And which
Yeah, I
that's
get.
cool because you can tell new stories and not have to worry about, well, how is this person related to Cloud? Is this Tifa's who? Like, it doesn't
Right,
matter.
and yeah, because I guess for me, it was more like I think there's a lot of similar characters with names and maybe positions that they have. There's a lot of Sids throughout a lot of Final Fantasies, for example,
Yeah. But and
but
that stuff seems like a developer thing anyway, because we saw that you saw that in Majora's Mask. So it just like reused a lot of
that is
the,
true, that is true.
it's like, oh, this is that same person. It's like, oh no, this is a completely different person who has the same name and
Or the same exact
and
design.
the same design, but this is not the same person. So yeah, I just think it's a good problem to have, for people to care that much. And there's strengths and weaknesses to it because they are connected, then you have this deep nostalgia for different things in the series. And I think, for example, Breath of the Wild has the greatest trailer of all time. And I think part of why people had such a visceral reaction to that trailer is because there's so much, I guess people would call it fan service in it, but I don't see it that way. I just see there's just so many thorough lines to these things that you care about. And in that trailer that you see the Master Sword. People, like, I saw reactions of people get emotional about it. And it's because that what the Master Sword is, not only from Ocarina, not only from Link to the Past, not only from this game, that game. It's been in all these different games. So when you see it, it makes you emotional. You see Goron's in the trailer, you see this in the trailer. Because the series is connected so much, you have such a deep connection to it. Whereas Final Fantasy 16 looks cool, but I have no like emotional connection to it. I'm like, oh, I can't wait to play it, see how good it is. But I don't
Mm,
care. I don't care leading into it as much as I would as, oh, here's Tears of the Kingdom. Oh, look at Ganon, look at the new design. Like, oh, I can't wait to play the game. It's just different. It's a different feel to it. All right, so back to the story. So the Deku tree gives young Link the spiritual stone of the forest and tells us we can never allow the desert man to touch the Triforce. Ganondorf cursed the Deku tree trying to get the spiritual stone, and now the curse has consumed him into death's door. He gives us instructions to go to Hyrule Castle and meet the Princess of Destiny so we can continue our journey. His massive trunk slowly turns pale, and the music fades from a somber note into piercing silence. A stillness in the forest. Link rushes off, and Navi takes one last look before she flutters after Link.
Link rushes out to leave the only home he's ever known. The Kokiri are never supposed to leave the forest. More myths and legends that kept the fairy children locked in their prison paradise. But as we step merely but as we step within merely feet of the threshold of adventure, we are stopped by a familiar voice.
Mm.
Saria is standing at the wood bridge, calling after Link. She says, I knew. I knew that you would leave the forest someday. Link, because you are different from me and my friends. But that's okay, because we'll be friends forever, won't we?
Damn, man. Okay, to me, this line is the emotional core of the game. I love this line so much. It's so good. This touched me in 1998. So strange looking back on it now, though, because I realized how little we actually talked to Saria. It's only in the intro, maybe one or two different dialogues as you explore the area. Like if you go back to her and talk to her, she'll say a couple different things, but that's it, But for some reason, the game had a way of making me feel like she was my friend for years. And to be fair, like I still feel that way now playing it now, but it's just kind of stark when you look. It's like, oh, you actually only talked to her like 3 times and that's it.
Mm-hmm.
Even in its simplicity, though, I think the major themes of Ocarina really shine through here. This is a dark game about deep loss, loss of life for the different tribes of Hyrule, loss of time for Link, and more sadly, a loss of childhood and innocence. And even with the limited graphical abilities, you can see Saria's earnestness in this moment. She gives us her fairy ocarina and tells us to remember her whenever we play it.
Yeah, I I really love the fact that she gives it to us, but doesn't teach us any songs at the moment because it isn't like I don't want it to be like a tutorial, like oh here's not a song,
Yeah,
Because
it's not
this is
about that. It's not
yeah
about that
exactly.
yet.
It's not.
Yeah.
That's not what this is about. This is
Yeah.
just a sweet gesture from a true friend.
Mhm.
The magic of it. the magic of the ocarina will come later. For now,
Yeah.
it's about the honesty and reality of this moment we have. We're finally leaving. As much as we've talked about, he doesn't belong. He's been there his whole life, so that's all
It's
he
the
knows.
yeah, it's the only homie's known, and you see that he feels somber about it. You know.
Exactly. So Link looks at his ocarina and then looks at Saria and then takes a soft, like hesitant steps back, walking backwards, looking her,
Mhm.
locking eyes with Saria, and then just turns and runs into the darkness,
No music.
maybe to never be seen again.
Yeah, no music. The camera changes angles to be behind Saria, and it just lingers there for seconds as she stares into the darkness. And I'm just so impressed with what they did there. It's fucking 12 polygons and washed out colors, and for some reason they're able to evoke real emotions just by adding that cinematic flair right there. That little cinematic flair. That's like a
Hmm.
technique of a filmmaker would use,
Yeah,
you know?
exactly. Yeah, speaking of, cinematic flair, and then
And then we get one of the most iconic moments, not only in the game, but one of the most iconic moments in gaming history. We see Hyrule Field for the first time in all its majesty. I hate to pull the "you had to be there" bit, but you had to fucking be there, Javi. You had to be there. 25 years later, when the entirety of Hyrule Field is the size of a single village in a game like Horizon Forbidden West or Final Fantasy 16 or 15 or Far Cry 6, it loses a lot of its luster and impact. Be honest, it does. But in
hmm
1998, this cutscene where it starts with a long distance view of Hyrule Castle and it slowly pans to the right as the camera maneuvers through green rolling hills, Death Mountain towering like a digital Mount Everest, it felt like freedom. It felt like adventure. And it's important to remember that during the Nintendo 64 era, I mentioned this before, the graphics still felt at least on par with other consoles. Nowadays,
exactly.
nowadays we all know they just have low graphics. That's what people think
Yeah,
about Nintendo and great games.
unfortunately, yeah,
Yeah.
great games, but shitty. They say shitty graphics. It's not shitty. It's just they're not trying to be hyper realistic.
Yes, but I mean, I'll be honest and fair here too. Where like looking at Tears to the Kingdom, yeah, I wish
It
we
was on
got the same gameplay, but
PC.
I wish it looked better. I
Yeah,
mean, that's just to be honest.
yeah,
Like, I'll still play it
and
and love it, but it could be better. Mhm.
yeah. I just wanted to add, like, I think this is even though I didn't experience this, this majesty as you call it. I'm kidding. I know it's amazing. I know it's amazing,
What are you
but
trying to say here?
I think for me, the best way I could probably like think of it is when you get out of the cave in Breath of the Wild.
Mm,
That like when you're walking up to the end of the like cliff, and
hmm.
then like it's just all Hyrule, and then the music plays. Oh my god, that was such a good. I love that scene.
It's powerful, but yeah, it definitely, as somebody who's experienced both, like in the time, is just it's not even
Right,
close.
exactly.
You
That's what, and
know?
that's the closest I can imagine to it.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, now here we are. Here we're in
Ooh.
Hyrule. We're
Woo.
making our merry little way to the castle, but unfortunately, we are stopped by the most annoying character in the game, Kabora, the
Mm.
annoying owl.
He Who Shall Not Be Named Part 2.
Another one, yeah.
The sequel.
He's he stops to give us more instructions on where to go and what to do. Pretty redundant, as we were just told in the dying breaths of the great Deku tree where to go.
Literally.
Like
Last words.
how dare you come and try to replace my dad? Like,
Yeah. Yeah. I
you're
don't
not
know you, bro.
yeah, you're not the father who stepped up. I'm just gonna let you know that right now. But I
Yeah, people have to
understand.
know. Like, it's funny because I know what meme you're talking about, but like, I don't know if
Yeah.
people know.
Yeah, it's just the whole father, like the stepfather thing is like a lot of them
It's
are the fathers that stepped up, which is nice. I'm just
Yeah, so just to give context of what he's talking about, I love this meme too. It's I guess the actual picture of it's this dad with two boys, and he has a shirt that says not a stepfather, but the father who stepped up.
yeah,
And it's just kind of so like, okay, bro, like good for you,
yeah.
I guess.
I
Like,
I throw my own little twist in it because yeah, that's what he felt like. He felt like he was coming in to replace the Great Deku Tree, which I think that's what they were going for.
irreplaceable, unfortunately.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But like I said, I understand why he's here, but there's just not one situation in the game where I'm like, oh, thanks for coming in and giving me I had to speed through your dialogue and
150 taps per second. Yeah, just get the fuck
yeah,
up.
exactly. But the thing that sucks is now I have to read his paragraph like 8 times.
Yeah, I mean that happens so much because they do that freaking thing where, and they don't do this all the time, but they do that thing where they ask you the question, "Do you understand?" And usually, yes, is the first answer, but in this particular one, and maybe like two other ones in the game, they put no first. So if you're
And you
just
can't
trying to
press
speed,
B.
yeah, you can't press B to just get through it. So it's like, all right,
So yeah, instead
whatever.
of like usually what I'll do in games that have something like this is I'll press B because that will give me the right option I need. Usually,
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yes.
It's weird.
Yeah, I mean, it's like one of those little things, but it's annoying. Couldn't stand them then, I can't stand them now. But whatever. Before we move on, though, I think this is a good time to jump back into the hero's journey. Our good friends here, the fun exercise we talked about, Hobby. So it's so much
All right,
fun.
let me get my pen and paper. I'll sit down on my desk
I
quietly.
love this, by the way. This is like we're
I'm
being
joking.
sarcastic.
Yeah.
I know, but like we're being sarcastic, but actually, I really do enjoy this stuff. In Vogler's memo, the second step in the hero's journey is called is the call to adventure. The third is the refusal of the call. The fourth is meeting with a mentor, and the fifth is crossing the threshold.
Yeah, step 2 is obvious, fits very nicely. Mogler
Yeah.
describes the call to adventure as this: the hero is presented with a problem, challenge, or adventure. Maybe the land is dying, as in the King Arthur stories about the search for the Grail. In Star Wars, it's Princess Leia's holographic message to Obi-Wan Kenobi, who then asks Luke to join the quest. In detective stories, it's the hero being offered a new case. In romantic comedies, it's the first sight of that special but annoying someone the hero or heroine will be pursuing slash sparring with. End quote.
Mhm.
Here in Ocarina, it's cut and dry, just like the Great Deku. I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
No, I'm not gonna throw that in.
No, I'm absolutely leave it in there, Hobby.
Yes, okay, all
Continue
right.
your point. Continue your
Yes,
point.
anyways, but the Great Deku Tree does call Link to adventure, and quite literally.
Yeah, literally, it's cut and dry. Damn, that's
I
fucked
think I'm
up.
so. I'm
Our
sorry.
dad?
Our dad. I know.
This is how you talk about our daddy tree?
It just came. I'm sorry.
Uh,
Sometimes
yeah,
I let my mind speak.
that's good.
I think
What?
step 3 is probably the only one that doesn't. Sorry, doesn't exactly fit. All right,
It doesn't.
back to serious. Back to serious. All right. Vogler describes the refusal of the call as quote. Often at this point, the hero balks at the threshold of adventure. After all, he or she is facing the greatest of all fears: fear of the unknown. At
Mm.
this point, Luke refuses Obi-Wan's call to adventure and returns to his aunt and uncle's farmhouse, only to find that they have been barbecued by the Emperor's stormtroopers.
Oof.
Suddenly, Luke is no longer reluctant and is eager to undertake the adventure. I feel that never really, like, there's never that scene here.
No, it's definitely not. Is there just I don't think it can happen in a game really.
Yeah, I think it's very hard
Yeah,
because we're
yeah.
always pushing forward.
Probably the closest thing would be Link's slight hesitation when leaving Saria at the bridge, but even then, there's just not enough hesitation or expression there to be called a refusal.
Hmm.
But yeah, like I said, I think in video games in general, it's just a hard time for a refusal scene since by its nature, we're always motivated to continue with the journey. That's why we're playing the fucking game in the
Yeah,
first place.
especially in such an early part of the game, because yeah, in later parts of games, you might say like taking side quests as a
Yeah.
refusal, right?
Yeah.
But especially this early into the game, it's very hard to not just move forward because there's nothing to do until we answer the call.
Exactly. And also too, I feel like I think you can do it in a game now because I think we have the cinematic language to do it. I think you're kind of inferring that too, which is like in a game as old as this, like okay, nowadays if you had to had a refusal scene, the person can be like, "No, I don't want to do that." And then you would just have them do like some side activities for an hour
Hmm.
or something. And then finally they're like they're being haunted by like visions of like, "Oh, my family's going to die unless I go," or something like that, and then you could
Hmm.
actually have it in a game now, but back then you couldn't do it. Like you just couldn't do it. And maybe if you really wanted to fit the refusal angle, maybe you can say that okay, after the Deku tree tells you to go, you don't go right away. You just spend time exploring like the forest more, but you already explored the forest probably. So you just head
Yeah,
on, you're like, all right, I'm gonna go. So that's it.
yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Hmm.
For the fourth step in the hero's journey is the meeting with the mentor. Fits
Mm.
perfectly well.
Yes.
Vogler says, by this time, many stories will have introduced a Merlin-like character who is the hero's mentor. In Jaws, it's the crusty Robert Shaw character who knows all about sharks. The mentor gives advice and sometimes magical weapons. This is Obi-Wan giving Luke his father's lightsaber, end quote.
Mm.
As we know, Link has many mentors.
Yes, like practically everybody in the world wants to tell him what to do. Like,
Yeah,
okay,
yeah,
thank you,
especially because
bro.
he's a mute, right?
Yeah, you mute child. Go do this. Okay.
Dude, his first words are gonna be, "Can everyone stop telling me what to
Can
do?"
you shut the fuck up, please?
Yeah.
God.
But yeah, he gets a magic item from Zarya, and Kapora Gabora is that classic talking animal on the side of the road archetype who ends up being our mentor.
Mm.
It is an oft-used device in mythology and folktales, so it's something that feels familiar when you see it.
Definitely. I mean, for me, it reminds me of Arthurian mythology, like we've been talking about,
Hmm.
where in well, obviously, it's a huge influence on this,
Right.
sword and sorcery, medieval times, where in some versions, the wizard Merlin first appears to a young King Arthur as a bird before revealing himself as Merlin. He takes young Arthur under his wing. That's funny to me. You get
Yeah.
it under the wing?
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah, Mike. Okay, all right, whatever.
I didn't want to interrupt you though, but yes,
Yeah,
I got it,
okay.
Mike.
Well, we don't. So anyway, we don't actually find out. Shut up. We don't actually find this out definitively in the game, but it was later confirmed, Hyrule Historia, that the owl is actually Rauru, the Sage of Light, who we'll meet and talk about later. He's the one who helps protect young Link until he can become an adult and wield the Master Sword. He's very much a Merlin type character, a mentor, who is our first guide as adult Link. The fifth step, crossing the threshold, well, it couldn't be any more evident. Crossing into Hyrule Field is one of the most quintessential crossing the threshold moments you could find in any piece of media. I talked about the importance of this scene earlier as players, but for Link, this is also his first moment into a new unknown world. Vogler describes crossing the threshold as, quote, the hero fully enters the special world of the story for the first time. This is the moment at which the story takes off and the adventure gets going. The balloon goes up, the romance begins, the spaceship blasts off, the wagon train gets rolling. Dorothy sets out for the yellow brick road. The hero is now committed to his or her journey, and there's no turning back. End quote. And indeed, there is no turning back for Link. He's an orphan boy who just lost the only father he's ever known. There is nothing left for him in Kokiri.
Yeah, nothing left. So now he heads up to the castle and makes his way into the Hyrule Castle Town. It's a bustling urban marketplace, chock full of people to talk to and things to do. There's a
Well,
shooting
you should
range.
know that. You should know that because you're from the streets of Hyrule
Yeah,
Castle Town,
exactly. Yeah, I'm just
apparently.
explaining, Mike.
Yeah, hey, this is your
Yeah.
hood.
There's a shooting range where I'm the king at, you know, a mass shop, a regular shop, shop. I guess not even a shop. It's a room full of pots for some reason.
Because you want to break them. Fuck yeah.
Well, we want to break them, yeah, but
yeah, baby.
the guard there's just like, please, no one break them.
Break all these motherfuckers. Like, what are these pots doing here, bro? Like, do you
they're like, yeah.
There's no game here. There's no like shop to
They're
buy
meant to
pots.
pop.
Yeah,
They're meant to be
what is it
broken.
for?
There's what is it? The bomb mini chew game, and just a ton of tons. There's just tons of NPCs to interact with.
Yeah,
This place feels the most, I guess, not necessarily alive because Kokiri Forest also just feels alive, but it feels the most like vibrant, I guess.
Yeah,
is the right word.
Yeah, they feel alive in different ways. This feels alive as humanity,
like a fair.
Yeah, something
like
like
if you're
exactly.
like a county fair or something.
Yeah, that's a good way of describing it. So we meet a young girl named Malin in the courtyard who tells us her father went to the castle to deliver milk but hasn't come back. Link makes his way to Hyrule Castle, but is stopped dead in his tracks by incompetent guards. We quickly find that we can dodge their wandering gaze easily and make our way through the outer grounds. These guards are probably the worst ever. Like,
Yeah, not
like
probably.
Like, I don't know. I think mandatory eye tests for all future Hyrule guards might be something to consider the king, because this shit is ridiculous. I
Yep.
don't know. Maybe they were bought off by Ganondorf already. This
He
maybe
is king
that
of thieves. Yeah, maybe he had enough.
yeah, he thiefed their wandering gaze, their loyalty,
Yeah.
motherfuckers.
Well, after we make our way through this, treacherous labyrinth of easily dodgeable guards, we find a man asleep at the side of the castle next to a movable box with a cow symbol on them. I have no idea
Mm,
what's in there.
mm.
Try as we
Milk.
try as we may, we cannot wake this man. So he just doesn't get out of our way. And we have no other way to go besides this hole in the wall, which we can't
Mm,
because of the guy.
yeah.
So we have to go back and we talk to Malin, the girl from earlier, and she's
Yeah.
singing a beautiful song. When
To
we
come
talk to
later,
her,
we'll learn about this
yeah,
song. Thank
yeah,
God. Mm,
yeah. We'll talk to her and ask her like about her father, and she
mm,
gives us an egg she's been incubating.
mm.
Now, if you haven't played this, like if you didn't know, it's kind of like, oh, what do you do with this? I mean, it has to hatch, but you don't know how long. Luckily,
Mhm.
the game end time doesn't last too long, but it'll take one in-game day to hatch,
Yeah.
and then a rooster hatches. And if you've ever lived with roosters or been around roosters, in the morning they croak. So
Sunrise,
sun,
boom,
yeah, exactly.
rooster,
So
done.
yeah, so now you have the rooster.
Okay, now with rooster in hand, it all becomes clear then. Well, what are we gonna do? We head back inside past the worthless guards and use the rooster to wake Malin's sleeping dad, Talon. He is startled awake and rushes off back to his worried daughter. We make our way into the castle. We go all solid snake and sneak past even more worthless guards and find an indoor garden where the Princess of Destiny awaits. This, my friends, is Princess Zelda, the same young girl we saw in our nightmare at the beginning of the game.
She's surprised and scared to see us at first. She actually has the nerve to ask us, "How did you get past these guards?" Like, princess, I don't know what your insurance is for these cars. I don't know what you guys have worked out, but you guys need to get
Yeah,
them some or what is
vision.
it? Yeah, some vision care,
Yeah,
some kind of what is it? Their eye doctor. You need to give these
yeah,
guys eye
yeah.
doctor insurance.
Eye doctors for everybody because these guys are worthless. Yeah, maybe some dental too. Like, I
Yeah,
don't know.
dental would be
Like,
nice. Yeah. Just add in because they're not doing their jobs right now. Maybe they're not getting paid enough, or maybe they are and they're just lazy
yeah.
guards. But I'm for the worker.
Yeah, me too. And
Eat the rich.
yeah. Well, she sees our fairy floating around us and puts two and two together. We must be from the forest. Zelda tells us she's been dreaming too. A dream where dark storm clouds were billowing over Hyrule, but a sudden ray of light shot out of the forest, parted the clouds, and lit up the ground. The light turned into a figure holding a green and shining stone, followed by a fairy.
Sound a little bit familiar?
This
I don't know.
sounds
It
like
feels like we
me.
did something like that
Yeah, it sounds. I
recently.
think I experienced that pretty recently.
We
Thank
lived through
you.
it. Yeah.
Yeah.
So we informed Zelda that we have the spiritual stone of the forest. Excited, she thinks it's a perfect time to queue up some more exposition, and she's right. It
Woohoo!
is. We are
Yeah.
ready to hear it.
Yeah.
And this is
As always,
an
I'm always ready for this.
yeah,
Zelda, like you don't have to even
exactly.
have to prompt me.
Yeah.
Just tell me more stuff.
And this is an RPG after all, where lengthy expositions only come at the most inopportune time.
Yeah, because like we just snuck past your guards and we're
Yeah.
here illegally.
Illegally. And she is
and
the
we're
princess.
just
She could just turn us in.
yeah,
But
we're in
she's a
like this
homie.
is supposed to be the most fortified place in all of Hyrule, and we just
Yeah,
got
like
in
how
here.
did how did Ganon have such trouble getting her?
You know what we should do right now? Let me tell you a 25-minute story. Great,
Yeah.
ready, go for it.
Mhm.
What did she tell us, Javi?
She tells us that the Triforce is being held in the sacred realm, which I mean, if we know that we explained that earlier, but this is
Mm-hmm,
now in game first time.
mm-hmm,
We know where it
mm-hmm,
is.
mm-hmm,
And that the person who is able to get the full Triforce will have their wish granted.
mm-hmm,
If the person has a righteous heart, it will lead to a golden age of prosperity for Hyrule. But if the
mm-hmm.
person is evil, then the world will be consumed by evil.
Goddamn right. And you know what? This was in the Link to the Past. I love this. So this is actually like at the end, I believe. After we fight Ganon and Link to the Past, they tell us this exact thing. So this isn't new, but it was cool seeing Zelda say it. And then that's why the sages built the Temple of Time to protect the entrance into the sacred realm and prevent someone evil from getting the Triforce. The only
Yeah.
way to open the Temple of Time is to collect the 3 spiritual stones and use a royal family treasure, which is, well, title card, Ocarina of Time. That's where it
Hmm.
is. The princess also tells us she's been spying from the courtyard, spying on men she believes represents the dark clouds in her dreams. We peer through the window and see the same dark-clad man we saw in our nightmare, kneeling down in front of the king. Zelda tells us that he's from the Gerudo Desert, and he swears his allegiance to her father, but she doesn't trust his sincerity. She's convinced he is a malevolent force of evil. Ganondorf glances to the right with a sinister stare. Zelda and Link are startled, but Zelda tells Link not to worry. Ganondorf has no idea what they're planning. How the fuck would you know that, Zelda? Okay, we'll trust her word. She does have powers, so
Yeah,
maybe
she does.
mind
She is
reading.
magical, even though we don't really see it yet. But we do
Hmm.
know she has some powers, right?
Yeah, no, I mean, we see it for sure later. So
Yeah.
okay, mind reading maybe.
Yeah.
I hope she can't read into Link's mind because that might not
Yeah.
be good. But anyway, she informed her father about her dream, but guess what, Javi? He doesn't believe it's a prophecy.
Yeah, not surprised. It just rounds out the utter incompetence of the entire Hyrule monarchy, right? Besides
Terrible.
Zelda, hopefully. Besides
Yeah.
Zelda. Nevertheless. Okay, come on, Mike.
Well,
Come on.
to be discussed further later.
Yeah. Nevertheless, young Princess Zelda is convinced of Ganondorf's intention. He's after the Triforce itself and would do anything to get it so he can conquer Hyrule and the entire world.
Mm. And this is back to the game design aspect of it. Brilliant choice, in my opinion. Brilliant choice to play Zelda's Lullaby as a background music here. Even though we're seeing Ganondorf in person for the first time and we are starting to understand the darkness that awaits us, the sweetness of Zelda's Lullaby really highlights the innocence of both Link and Zelda. I mean, they're just kids. Even their reaction when he looks over at them, when he does that quick glance, they react like, "Oh my god, did he see
Yeah.
you?"
Yeah,
Like,
how many
yeah,
times has that happened in a movie where they like peek their heads at the side, like the door, like the door
yeah,
end, and they peek their heads and then they quickly like hide?
yeah. They just get startled. They're like, "Oh my god!" And that they're just kids, and they're in over their heads, but they're determined. They're
Yeah,
determined in their cause.
yeah. Zelda gives us a letter with her signature on it, a sort of Hyrulean passport to get access to various places in the kingdom,
Mm,
other tribes, basically.
yeah.
She sends us to Impa, who is Zelda's protector and one of the Sheikah tribe who have protected the royal family for countless generations.
Yeah, Impa teaches us our first song, Zelda's Lullaby, a tune that's been passed down by the royal family for generations. She tells us here there is power in the notes, but for what exactly, we don't know yet. We'll talk more about the ocarina and the songs and the role they play a little bit later, but anyway, our adventure then takes us to Kakariko Village.
Kakariko Village is a lively, picturesque community that is one of the most important locations in the game.
100%.
It's
Super.
not as wild and high spirited as Hyrule Castle Town, but what it lacks
Yeah.
in population, it makes up for intensity of interesting characters.
Yeah, there's a house of Skulltulas, a greedy family who has been cursed and forsaken as horribly deformed spiders as punishment for their sins. Unless we can find their golden tokens scattered around Hyrule to free them, they are damned to this wretched existence.
There's Dampe, the gravekeeper who comes out at night to tend his dead flock in the comfort of tombstones. He's the vigilant eye who guards the bloodstained past of the royal family.
There's the eccentric musician who never stops playing music inside the windmill. 24/7 artistry from this man. What a feat that is. And I'd also call him a maniacal time traveler, crazed and broken from the lunacy of his storm conspiracy theories.
There's the authoritative carpenter and his lazy workers twiddling around the village with no care in the world.
Literally,
The
no,
village
like
is-
they're just, they're just running around like the
Yeah.
arms flying everywhere.
Flailing,
They don't-
yeah. The village is so chock full of vibrant characters and enticing secrets that its charm almost bleeds off the screen.
And a nice tidbit here is that the theme of the village is a different interpretation of the Kakariko Village theme in Link to the Past. So for veteran Zelda players, it can provide an instant sense of comfort. But while the theme song is the same, this is not your older brother 16-bit Kakariko. It's different. This is designed from the ground up to take advantage of the 3D space. In an interview with Satoru Iwata, Miyamoto said the design of the village was originally a lot more flat, but when they felt how fun it was to fly the chickens in a 3D space, Miyamoto felt that they had to make it much more hilly. They even created some spaces you can only get to with a chicken in hand. Miyamoto said, quote, "We had used the idea of grabbing onto a chicken and flying with the game on the Super Famicom system. I thought it would be weird if the graphics were more realistic, but when we made it, I was happy to see that it fit perfect. I realized that those kind of things are more fun in 3D space." End quote. You think, Miyamoto? I like it seems obvious, right? You're like, yeah, of course.
Yeah,
Like
but they're still trying things. So yeah.
yeah, yeah.
And to an even bigger point, this village is not only emblematic of how they wanted to design the 3D space, but it's also emblematic in how they designed the entire story.
Mm-hmm.
When talking about the story of Ocarina, Aonuma stated, quote, "A lot of people say that they like the epic story, but on the level of the script, the story isn't actually that epic. I think the reason the players sense an epic story and drama is that everything you experience with the game is added to the story." End quote. Iwata added, "Your memories of solving a puzzle and thinking, 'I'm so smart,' pile up as such experiences." End quote.
That's you 100% right
Yeah, I'm so
there.
smart. I'm the
You
smartest
just
one. I
walk
don't know
around
what
and
you're talking
say
about.
that all the time. Just like, oh, I'm so fucking smart, Javi.
Yeah, fucking my
Mm,
ego's insane.
yeah.
That's why I have literal no confidence. Their focus leans heavily on characters and game experience, and Kakariko is filled to the brim with characters and experiences.
100%. And yeah, Miyamoto definitely reflected those same sentiments. Quote, "I noticed that I didn't want to tell a story so much as I wanted to have a lot of people appear around the main character and portray their relationships. I'm more interested in their presence than who is whose cousin, whose parent were sworn enemies way back when. What's important is what role that person plays and how they contribute to portraying the main character." End quote. 25 years ago, I completely missed that dynamic. I was definitely one of those people Aonuma is talking about. I always considered Ocarina an epic story, but he's right. On the base level, it's not much more than a run of the mill sword and sorcery fable, a classic tale of good and evil. But it's the experience of playing the game and all the memorable characters they created that makes you remember your epic quest in Hyrule. It feels personal. It feels like something you did rather than something you played.
Yeah. And after we explore the village to our heart's content, we make our way to the entrance of Death Mountain, where a Hyrule guard actually, well, guards.
What he did his job. What a surprise. Oh my
Yeah,
god.
he's
First
actually
one.
under the 401k, I imagine.
Yeah.
That's why he's actually doing his job. And he doesn't let us pass. We have to show him the letter from Zelda, and he mocks us,
Bastard.
laughs at us, and begrudgingly lets us in. It's very not, you don't feel like the hero, right?
Yeah, like excuse me, I'm Link. Hello, like have you not heard?
Yeah,
Like
and even after this like official letter, he's still not convinced. On the Death Mountain Trail, for the first time, we meet the Gorons. They're a
Mhm.
large mountain-dwelling race oozing with quick charm, and this is their first ever appearance in the Zelda franchise, and they quickly make their mark.
Yeah, Yoshiki Haruhana, the character designer for Ocarina, said, quote, "Since characters are essentially people, there's a tendency to think that their faces are important, but I pay more attention to their figures. Sometimes I shape the figure first and then think about the face. I think that's what grabs people more than this or that facial characteristic is a memorable overall shape." End quote.
Yeah, the Gorons feel like they were created with that exact design philosophy. They're instantly unique and recognizable.
By far. It's like you could see their shadow and you're like, "Oh, that's a Goron for
Yeah, it's a
sure."
Goron,
Yeah,
exactly.
you
Yeah,
know.
they're one of the more unique because they're not your typical like bipedal humanoid.
And Zelda does that great because all their character designs are like, "Okay, that's a Zora," or that's a,
That is true, yeah.
you
But
know.
yeah, the shape is so simple, and like I said, that makes it easily recognizable.
Mhm.
Yeah, so yeah, and in any Zelda game, they're as long as they keep the same design, right? If they
Yeah.
ever change their design, I'm gonna strike.
I'm not playing this shit. Bullshit.
Yeah.
No, but to be fair, obviously we're joking, but it's like they changed the Zora design, but even then you were still like, okay, I know that's the Zora,
Yeah,
in Breath
and
of the
I
Wild.
appreciated that change too.
Yeah, me too. For everything that they've been like evolutions in the
Exactly.
designs as opposed to like, oh, we're changing it.
Yeah, definitely they feel like all like natural evolutions. But
Yeah.
anyway, these 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 guys are big and they're friendly and they just feel so approachable, right?
Mhm.
As you walk around Death Mountain, many of them are rolled into balls, but they get up when you want to talk to them. Almost
Mm.
as if they're telling you that you are worth their time and they're comfortable with you.
I love that about them. They're just so friendly, and even the sporadic shapes on their bodies are reminiscent of tribal tattoos to me. It just makes me think of that Pacific Islander culture, that kind of strong tribal and familial bonds. It's simple, but just inspired design for the characters. It's just instantly you know what you're. You don't have to like say it, but you just feel that already. You're like, okay, very brotherly bond between these race
Mhm.
of Gorons is cool.
Right. From talking to the Gorons, we find out that the cavern that holds their main source of food has been infested with the deadly Dodongo creatures. And Ganondorf, ooh,
Ganondorf's world tour.
exactly.
Mm,
He's recently visited and used
yes.
his magic to seal the cavern from the Gorons. With the entrance sealed off, they're experiencing a food shortage that is causing mass hunger in the Goron city.
Mass hunger, huh? What
Yeah,
was their
yeah.
food again? Like what?
I don't know. It's something that is very rare. I think it's rocks and dirt.
Hey, dude, you're surrounded by rocks.
Yeah.
I don't know what kind of rocks they have in that cavern.
They like the bougie rocks. That's what I think. That's basically what is described to us. Is they're special rocks that's the only ones they eat now. And they
Yeah.
even say like, oh, that's all we eat now. They used to eat everything else.
Yeah, and then they tasted these delicious ass bourgeois like freaking rocks, and they can't eat anything else apparently. Only in that cavern. And they're
Organic
dying.
rocks.
All right, so their leader Darunia, who they affectionately call Big Brother, has sealed himself in his room until a royal messenger arrives. What a wonderful leader he is, by the way. I love Darunia though. We use the ocarina and play Zelda's lullaby to open his sealed door. When we find Darunia, he is in a terrible mood and is unwilling to speak to a child. He is deeply insulted that the royal family would send someone so young to help in the Goron's time of need. Link finds out from the Gorons in the city that Darunia loves music, in particular, the music from the forest. Clue? There's a clue for you people. This is one of those where people are like, oh, this is confusing. I don't know what to do. I'm like,
Yeah, I can
dude,
definitely imagine.
just talk to the NPC right next to Darunia's door, honestly. Like, I'm just
Yeah,
telling
this
you.
is this is definitely when games where you have to talk to everyone to learn about things in the world.
Yes.
I had this a lot, especially in Majora's Mask, which I also played recently. I
Mhm.
saw that a lot.
And I like that about that, but it's like one of those ones where I did see people complain about this one in particular. It's like, I didn't know you're supposed, where do I get this song, like, or we need music, I didn't know that. And it's like literally like the dude next to the freaking door, like that one. And to be honest, looking at it now, there's only like 6 or 7 NPCs in this city. It's not even like you're talking to 100 of them. It might have felt a lot back then, but really it's not that many. But anyway, there's a clue for you people. He likes forest music. Well, who can we talk to but our old friend Saria? She's in the forest. She gave us a fairy ocarina. So we follow the sound of her ocarina deep into the lost woods until we find her alone in the meadow. She has been waiting for us and wants us to learn her song so we can talk to fairy spirits. Apparently, I don't really know what that meant. I think they like because we never actually talked to fairy spirits. I just think that this sounded
Yeah,
cool
we
on
just
the
talked to
script.
her, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, which is cool. We learned Saria's song, and now we can talk to her whenever we want. The developers thought it would be a good way to not leave all the tips to Navi, as they felt how intrusive she could be to the experience. So obviously they were aware of that too.
Yeah,
Um,
they knew about God of War 2,
yeah,
Ragnarok, and
yeah,
and Mimir and Boy every
yeah.
second telling you,
That-
did you know you can do
Hey,
this? They saw into the
hey.
future.
And yet the funny thing is they knew, but they left it in. But I guess that's how important they thought it was,
Mhm.
or that people really needed this help.
Yeah,
Being able to talk to Saria whenever we wanted became a second source for information in case we were lost on what to do next. So they gave us that option, which is nice.
exactly. We return and Link plays Saria's song for Darunia. He is enchanted by the forest music. And where before he was insulted by our presence, now he sees us as a friend. We ask for the spiritual stone of fire, but he refuses. He makes a proposition. If we clear the cavern of Dodongos, he'll give us a stone.
Mm.
He also gives us the Goron bracelets, so now we can pick up the bomb plants around. and use them at will.
So they had the bracelets and could have gotten into the cavern themselves to
Do
try
they
to end
need?
the
I'm pretty sure they
hunger.
don't need the bracelets, right? They're already strong enough to lift the bombs.
I would assume so, but then what the fuck are the bracelets for then?
It's for outsiders, Mike.
Yeah, or I guess maybe for them it's just decoration, but for
Yeah,
other people,
but
like, oh yeah, no, this makes you stronger. I was like, good, okay. I mean, all right, it's life or death, but we don't need to get in there. All
yeah.
right, so the inside of the second dungeon is much different from the first. While the first is built in a very linear way, where it's fairly easy to understand the next step in the dungeon, the Dongo's Cavern is a tiny bit more open ended, with different paths open to you right from the beginning. But what did you think, Javi? Did you have an easy time with this second dungeon? Was it a little harder? Did you like it?
It was definitely a step up.
Yeah.
I did find myself. I think I was backtracking a little bit, but it's very simple. Like now, me now knowing how Zelda dungeons work in general,
Hmm.
because most of the dungeon involves, like blowing doors or openings open, and then
Hmm.
using your like Deku stick to light torches.
Yeah.
There
Yeah.
isn't too crazy of a time here. I think one of the most interesting ones though, and we'll see this in many Zelda games in general, where there's something out of place, and that if you fix it, it unlocks something.
Yeah.
Specifically speaking towards the pillar with the bombs around it. That there's one bomb that isn't in it. Like there's a place where it feels like there's a bomb missing, and there's bombs
Yeah.
on the other side of the room.
Yeah, and then you just gotta place that one bomb, And I remember my first time playing that, I distinctly remember like just picking up one of the bombs and dropping it there, and then like one side explodes, but then the other one doesn't, because you need to place one right in the middle, in between both.
Yeah, I remember trying to swing at them and then I was like, oh wait, what if I just put this here?
No, yeah, I think this one is a little more difficult, definitely, but still fairly easy. But I do appreciate that. It's like, okay, they give you a couple different paths from right away. So then it's like,
Oh yeah,
okay,
yeah. Because there's like
yeah,
two doors you can go through, and then two breakable walls,
abominable, yeah, and
or
then one of
one.
the
Yeah.
no, I believe there's two, but one of them is just ends up just being like a
A
stone
chest.
of truth, or yeah, something
Oh
like
yeah,
that.
yeah. Exactly.
Yeah, I forgot what it was, but it's there and it's nothing basically, But yeah, it's definitely more difficult. Did you happen to get your shield burnt? Because I remember I did. The
I remember I switched, or I don't no,
mm,
I think I had the highly. Yeah, you already had the Hylian shield. I just
y-
switched to it because I think someone told me. So even though I wasn't able to use it to block in the same way like with sword and shield, I put it
yeah.
on, and just because of my knowledge of the game already, I already had like, oh wait, fire bad, like wood, fire bad,
And see, like that's one of those things again for me, as remembering my playthrough from '98, which is like, oh wow, like what the fuck? I didn't imagine that I could lose my shield, because
Yeah, and now you have to get another one.
Yeah, because the thing is, that guard, the one who didn't let us in at first, he's the one who suggests to us like, "Oh, we can go to the shop in the castle town, and they would give us a special deal on the Hylian shield." So I want to
Right.
go get it, and then I remember equipping it, but I didn't like the fact that I it was just on my back, like I couldn't hold it.
Yeah, I understand. Completely understand.
And I just didn't even remember that because he tells you, basically, he tells you like, "Oh, it'd be better because
It
there's a
doesn't
lot of
burn.
fire here. Yeah, it might
Yeah.
burn." He says something along those lines, but it just didn't register to me about that. And then like you get hit by one of those bats that's flying around on fire, and
And
then
then
like
your
my
shield's
shield burnt.
like,
I was like, what
and
is
you'll
this?
never get it again. No,
Yeah,
you
yeah.
can. You can.
Yeah, which is cool. Obviously, you can just go rebuy it, but it was just one of those things, one of those other moments where it's like it puts me, it's like, oh, okay, like I can lose stuff, I
Hmm.
can. It is possible. I have to take care of my stuff. I can't just
Yeah,
be like, all right, whatever, fuck this
exactly. Yeah,
bat.
they teach you a little bit of that with the Deku stick
Oh yeah, yeah, because
because it
those you
burns
can just.
out if you don't put it away.
Yep, yep, exactly.
But and then obviously the boss battle. I think this is it's not a hard battle or anything, but this is like such an iconic and such a quintessential to like the essence of these games, right? Because
Mm-hmm.
this I feel more so than Goma, you got a new item for this dungeon, which was the bombs, basically.
Mm-hmm.
Even though you didn't get the bomb bag, you just got bomb. Wait, did you get the bomb bag?
No, you get the bomb back so you could carry bombs. Yeah.
Right.
So
Yeah. So because
yeah.
they give you the yeah exactly. So they give you the bracelet so you can use the bomb flowers, and you start. That's when and like it's perfect. It's such a good teaching tool. You right like
Mhm.
he's sucking up air and just like huh. I wonder,
Throw a
and then you're like,
fucking
oh, I'm the genius.
I'm so
I'm a
smart,
goddamn
hobby.
genius. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I already knew I was that smart, but it just
Yeah.
reconfirms it. No, yeah, it's one of the, it is in that sense. I agree with you, iconic, because I always do remember that it is obvious. That's like, okay, you just throw a bomb in there and boom, done, sliced up, easy. And
Yeah.
it's funny because he's more intimidating than Goma because it's like you can't get out of his way. Basically, like he'll roll
Yeah. Unless
over
you want
your
to jump in the
ass.
fire pit.
Yeah, and then you get messed up there, so it is different. It's a really good boss battle in my opinion. Speaking of iconic combat, I think this is a great moment to look deeper into the sword fighting and the importance of Z targeting to all that. In this dungeon, it's the first time we fight against two Lizalfos, these large lizard enemies who brandish small swords. It's our first taste of one-on-one sword fights that really define the combat in Ocarina.
Yeah. So first, let's set the context to why this was and is so influential and important. Up to this point, 3D action combat felt heavy and oppressive, basically clunky at best. Games like Resident Evil and Tomb Raider come to mind, where tank controls were root to many a broken controller.
Yeah, you're a little young for that. I know you've probably tried them, but they were fucking terrible. Like
Yeah,
it's
I
just
remember
they.
vividly. I can kind of remember trying Resident Evil 4 because my friend was so hyped on it on the
Mhm,
GameCube. Could not
mhm.
get into it at the
I
time because
mean,
of
I know,
the
and that's
controls.
10 controls, but that was way smoother than anything
Yeah, no,
before.
and exactly,
Yeah,
and that's what I mean. Like, I can't even imagine. Like, that was my only
yeah,
like that I can think of.
yeah. No, like Tomb Raider is like freaking horrendous. I mean, like
Yeah,
it's a good game. I'm not, you know what I mean? But it's
you
like
just said it, Mike. No, 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 I can't take it back. Just
yeah,
kidding.
yeah.
But
Shut up.
yeah, I understand. But yeah, you want to explain that at that time, one of the main problems of 3D combat was making the axes, I guess you would say, I think it's
Hmm.
axes, however you
Yeah.
pronounce that, align with
Hmm.
the player and the enemy.
Yeah, they had a hard time lining them up with each other. Like they you couldn't face each other basically. Of course, one way to make that easier is just to make the game in first person, or just to make the combat from the side perspective, like the 2D perspective. Basically, it'd be easy to line up an enemy in that case. And indeed, for a brief time, Miyamoto had thought of making Ocarina of Time a first person game. That vision was wildly different from what we ultimately got. He imagined the exploration in first person, but then when you would confront an enemy, it would then switch to a 2D side perspective.
In that certain way, it would be a lot like traditional RPGs where encountering an enemy would trigger a battle event,
Mhm.
random
Yeah.
grass, stuff like that.
Pokemon comes to
Yeah,
mind.
Pokemon exactly, or Final
Yeah.
Fantasy 7, games like that. But they were so in love with Link's art design and who isn't that they
Mhm.
couldn't bring themselves to really explore making the game in first person. They wanted the player to be able to see Link at all times.
That's obviously, like
Yeah.
you said, who isn't in love with his art design? And they were so determined to do Chambara style combat in Ocarina. I mean, regardless of how they did the rest of the systems, they had to figure out a way to get that type of sword fighting to work in Ocarina, no matter what.
The first ever video released of Ocarina was a 15-second demo in 1995 at Nintendo's video game trade show, Space World.
Mhm.
It was a simple video of Link's sword fighting a Stalfo. The visuals and
Yeah.
sword fighting are drastically different from what Ocarina ultimately looked like, but the idea was there from the beginning.
Character designer Koizumi even said that he and Miyamoto had been exploring the idea as far back as the early 90s, trying to convert Zelda 2 into polygons on the Super Nintendo. He said, quote, "We were experimenting with a thin polygon Link seen from the side and fighting with his sword. Chambara was a pending issue at the time. We couldn't really bring Zelda 2 The Adventure of Link into form at that time, but I kept the desire to achieve the sword fighting Zelda game until I joined the team." End
Yep.
quote. So I mean that early 90s, like
Hmm.
they were thinking about it then, but they just
Yeah.
didn't, the tech couldn't keep up with it
Keep up
basically.
exactly with
Yeah.
ideas. The story director Ozawa even stated that he started the script with that in mind. But anyways, the game ended being in third person and the combat was Chambara. That's what they went for. They just couldn't get it to work. They were frustrated and afraid that it would sink the entire game. But
Mm.
luckily, they found inspiration in a trip to a theme park.
Yes, I love this. I love this story. Okay, so early in development, as they were wrestling with the combat system, they decided to take a trip to Toei Studio Park. It's a theme park in Kyoto, Japan, kind of like a Universal Studios. If people in America they would know, um, where visitors can see period drama sets and shows. They thought they might be able to pick up some ideas by walking around and watching the shows. Osawa tells the story like this quote, as we went along looking at everything, it was so hot that we ducked into a playhouse to cool off. They were doing a ninja show. A number of ninja were surrounding the main samurai, and one lashed out with a kusarigama, that's a sickle and chain. The lead samurai caught it with his left arm. The chain stretched tight, and the ninja moved in a circle around them. End quote. The way the chain tethered the fighters together as they circled each other ignited the idea for Z targeting. It's like,
Hmm.
okay, great. Like I probably would have seen the same show and would have been like, cool. Like look at
Yeah.
this. They're circling each
Yeah.
other and like, oh, I
But
he invented a revolutionary system. Okay,
exactly, it just hit him.
yeah.
Koizumi also observed other aspects of the fighting during the same trip. He was amazed how one fighter could defeat 20, but it still somehow felt natural and fluid. He comments, quote, I thought there must be some kind of trick, so I watched very closely. And it was simple. It's a sword battle, so there's a script and a certain setup. The enemies don't all attack at once. First one attacks while the others wait. When the first guy goes down, the next guy steps in, and so on. One thing I had been trying to figure out with regard to Z targeting was how to fight multiple enemies. If I made it like normal, the enemies would swarm the player all at once, so it would be a mess. Watching that show at the studio park was a clue towards solving that problem. Z targeting flags one particular opponent, telling the others to wait, end quote.
Yeah, it's brilliant, I guess is the word.
Mhm.
The thing that strikes me about that is everything they said just sounds so blatantly fucking obvious. Like,
Because we
so
see it.
because we see it, yeah, like they're like, oh yeah, they're only fighting one opponent at a time, and then the other one's wait. It's like, duh, like if you're doing this style of fighting, why wouldn't you do that? But obviously, that wasn't obvious to people. Like it's
Mhm.
because they're the ones who came up with this. Try to go back and hitting enemies in Mario 64 with any sort of accuracy, any sort of consistent accuracy. It's hard because they didn't have Z targeting.
Mhm.
Plus, with the multiple enemies, the second enemy doesn't exactly stand still either. So that's another thing they did. It's not like they're just standing there still and you're like, okay, this motherfucker's not doing anything. The second Lizalfos is also kind of strafing moving, and you can
Yeah.
even, if you run into them, then they'll attack you, you know?
Yeah, it's something that I think movies also try to do. Sometimes movies, I know people complain about it, like, oh, there's that character who's standing around doing nothing while they fight, and they're going in one by one. Why? It's just the
Hmm.
movie. There would be no cinematic like flair if it was everyone just jumping the guy. It works sometimes, and some people are able to pull it off, but
Hmm.
one guy beating a bunch is much more cinematic than the one guy just getting jumped and that's it.
Okay, I'm not defending this movie by saying this because I don't like this movie, but The Last Jedi, everybody
Okay,
always
and I disagree
complains
with you over
because
the movie, not the scene.
no, well, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, like I don't like the movie, but I actually
I
love
do
the
like the
scene.
movie.
Okay, how dare you? But that one scene I actually do like, which is and everybody complains about, which is Kylo and Rey fighting off the guards in that red room.
Mhm.
And that's this exact thing. They're like, "Oh, it's so set up and blah blah blah." But I'm like, it's just like what you just said. It's like that's every movie ever.
Yeah,
Like
some
you can
movies do
you,
better though at like having the timing be better, so it doesn't
hiding it,
feel like
yeah,
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 hiding it exactly.
yeah. I know, and I get that, and but I just do think it's like if we're gonna nitpick that bad, it's like you're not gonna like anything,
Yeah, exactly.
honestly.
So exactly.
Because it's like John Wick right now. It's like you could be like, "Oh, come on!" Like one guy would
Yeah,
have shot him already. Like, but we just love the movie, so it
yeah,
doesn't
exactly. It wouldn't there
matter.
wouldn't be no cinematic flair there.
Agreed. But again, that's a cool little thing they do here. Was obviously they can't have because the thing here too is in Zelda again, it's the limitations.
Mhm.
If you guys notice, you only ever fight 2 of these enemies at once. So, you never fight, like, 4 Lizalfos, 4 Astolfos. No, you only get to fight 2 because that's just the limitations, but that second one is always roaming, you know? It's
Yeah.
not like they're just standing there.
Exactly. And that's they could have easily, it would have been super easy for them to just have like an auto lock on system.
Yeah.
And but I think that would make the game too easy, and this combat wouldn't be as, it wouldn't work the same.
No.
The beauty of this combat is that it's a hybrid. You do a soft lock and tether to your enemy, creating that invisible Kurisawa Gama, as Ozawa calls it. But the soft lock is not a surefire aimbot. The actual combat is an exercise of timing and pattern recognition.
Yes, that's the most important thing there. It's like
Hmm.
it's you're locked on, but that you need to have good timing, or
Hmm.
you need to get that timing down for sure.
Exactly. Even with projectiles, since your enemies are constantly strafing, if you're too far while you're locked on and fire an arrow, I've done this plenty of times,
Hmm.
good chance it will miss completely.
Yeah,
And if you
far
don't
left,
miss, yeah.
like you hit the wall.
Yeah,
Unfortunately, yeah,
exactly. Yeah. And even if it doesn't miss, your enemy might have enough time to block because
which
they
is
react to
awesome
you.
that they actually react to it, which is really kind of advanced for how early this is, to be
Yeah,
honest.
was this the beginning of them reading our inputs that I hate now? Like
Yeah,
it's reading my inputs.
yeah, like fucking shit, bullshit. It's brilliant. It's brilliant in its simplicity, and the impact has been wide ranging and long lasting. It's evolved a lot since then, but at its core, you still see that style of fighting in modern games, like of course everybody says Dark Souls, Jedi Fallen Order. I mean, nowadays they just call it Souls like, honestly,
Hmm.
but I mean that's what it is. Jedi Fallen Order, Assassin's Creed, the new ones, Kingdom Hearts, and countless others that just use that style of fighting.
Exactly. But let's get back to the story. We make our way through the dungeon and defeat the King Dodongo, as we mentioned earlier, by him swallowing the bombs and slicing him to pieces.
Mhm.
Link and Navi have liberated the cavern of its infestation, and the
Mhm.
Gorons can now go to devour their delicious organic rocks. Jurunia is grateful for our service. We are brothers now. And as gift for our triumph, he gives us the spiritual stone of fire.
Woo!
Two down, one to go.
Yes, and I love the cutscene at the end where the Gorons fall from the sky and tell Link how about a big Goron hug, and then he runs away. And of course, the classic he has
Yep.
he has like 10 sound effects, but they're all fucking iconic. The
Hmm.
Link scream. Quick detour first. We head up to Death Mountain to the very top, talk to the boring owl for a couple of minutes, meet one of the great fairies, the great terrifying fairies,
For
by the
you,
way.
yep, he terrified you when you were young, I imagine.
Yeah, mildly terrified, or I don't know. I guess really I am. I still am terrified. Even in this one, I was still terrified.
And next up, the third and final stone is the Zora's domain. It's important to note that this location is essentially closed off until we get the bomb bag from Dodongo's cavern.
Mhm.
We need the bombs to break the rocks to get through. This speaks loudly about how linear Ocarina can really be.
Yeah, that's okay. So many people consider it an open world, or at least they did back then. And for a time, it really did feel that way until you play Breath of the Wild. No, I mean, but until like there's a lot of way more open worlds. The original Zelda was super open. This is a modular open world, quasi linear, where you can tackle certain parts of the game in a different order if you explore enough. But there are many areas that you need to do first before you do the others. Looking back on this now, given how games have evolved, did this bother you at all? Like, were you like, what the fuck? I thought this was more open. I thought this was an open world. Did you ever hear that about this game before you played it?
Uh,
I mean,
I did, but I think because I knew it was very old, I think I knew it wasn't going to be what I thought of when I thought open world games going in.
mm-hmm.
So I don't think it was a huge deal to me at all.
Because this is one of those, when I was doing a bunch of research for the podcast, this is one of those complaints, and I wanted to see people's complaints to see if their judgment is valid or is it just something that they're miscalculating. So I took a lot of those complaints in mind as I was playing. I was like, okay, is this kind of like a shitty open world, like, or quasi open world? I think looking at it is the important thing is you can use that to your advantage. So if you have the quasi open world, then you lock off certain spots. So, but it allows you to tell a tighter story, because then you can guide the player how you want them to go, as opposed to when you have something. Again, we always bring up Breath of the Wild. Okay, Breath of the Wild. I think I love that game to death. I think it's one of the greatest games ever. I think the story is pretty mediocre, And I think part of that is because the way it's structured, you can go anywhere, almost anywhere. So there's no like one track story you can follow. And what do they do to replace that? Is like, oh, you find these artifacts, these pictures, locations, so that you can relive these cutscenes, which is cool. I love the cutscenes, but really, that can never compare story wise to playing like an action adventure game like Uncharted or something, where they just guide you down this story, you know. So having a quasi open world like this allows you to kind of focus the story down. And they do that. I think they do that effectively here, you know, as
Hmm.
opposed to just being like, okay, here's a wide open Hyrule, do whatever you want. So now we meet the Zora, who are fish like aquatic beings. They're slender, elegant, and expert swimmers. Link heads to the top of the glistening water cave to meet King Zora, but the king has nothing to say but, "Oh, my dear sweet Princess Ruto, where has she gone? I'm so worried." So worried, Javi, that he
So
just sits there and does nothing about it.
yeah,
He's
he's definitely, just continuing the incompetent monarchs that we've seen so far.
yeah, I guess all of Hyrule for sure.
Yeah.
There's
No
no
wonder
wonder.
Ganon was able to take over, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
and no wonder the kids are the only salvation.
Yeah. This leads us to like one of my favorite game design elements. I think this is probably where some people might not like it as well. It's
Yeah,
the unclear of how to move forward, and the only way to find out is to talk to all the NPCs in the area.
yeah, and
This was
explore,
an explorer, exactly.
Yeah,
This was a similar case we had in the Gorons, and where we had to talk to the guy right in front to learn about the forest music.
hmm
Here it's a little bit less, even more so less clear, because it
hmm
doesn't exactly tell you how to move forward. It again holds your hand without really holding your hand.
yeah.
It shows you a Goron in in the water, and it
The
shows
Zora, you
the
mean the
Zora. I'm
Zora?
sorry, thank
Yeah,
you. The Zora in the water, and you can't get down there yet, but you will be able to as you explore, as well
hmm
as learning about Lord Jabu Jabu through some of the NPCs there. You will have
yes,
to explore. It's very RPG in that way, making sure
yeah,
you explore the whole area as a whole
hmm
and pay attention, because if you just talk to them speeding through, you will miss it.
yeah. Very old school RPG in that way. And yeah, you're right. It's just I think the Goron section definitely is more about talking to them because I think two of the NPCs in the Goron section give you a clue. And then in this one, they don't give you a clue. They give you the Lord Jabu Jabu clue, which we'll talk a little bit about later. But for sure, it's like I don't know what to do. But there's like, oh, there's that one hole, and it's like, how do you get in there? That I can't get in there.
And that can be frustrating. I can understand how people would be frustrated with that, not being having a clear, concise way to follow. But that's also, people complain about that now, right? Like,
Yeah.
we needed to figure out how to get Darunia, Saria song, I'm sorry, for Darunia,
Mhm.
but it doesn't tell us anything, or just figuring stuff out in the game is can be very cumbersome, I guess you can say, right?
Yeah, and of course, it's I think at that point it just comes down to preference,
Hmm.
because there's a lot of people who like that. They don't want that,
Hmm.
and they don't want to be constantly just directed on where to go.
Yeah,
So, I think it just comes down to game preference, or
right.
style or game design preference.
Yeah, and I
Um,
think especially for this kind of early 3D game, that is maybe why the game itself is simple, but
mhm.
they make these things a little bit of a challenge.
But yeah, when doing my research, this is for sure one of the bigger criticisms of the game. And like we just talked about, I know for me when I was 13 and I played it for the first time, I was a little confused in this section, but I enjoyed trying to figure out how to do it. So I don't know. I mean, I like I said, game preference. But
Exactly.
I think okay, I'm gonna give a quick run through of what you
Okay.
have to do to get by King Zora and to get into this third dungeon, so we can let the listeners decide whether they think it's too vague or not. Okay, so we don't know what to do. We're in here. We're in Zora's cave. We're like, okay, what the fuck? Where do we go? So we gotta head to the top of the waterfall inside the Zora's domain and play the diving mini game. We had to collect 5 rupees that the Zora throws into the water before the time runs out. If we successfully grab the rupees, he'll give us a scale as a reward, which allows Link to dive deeper than he could before. Again, we saw that hole there, but we just couldn't get to it. Now we can. From here, we'll dive back down to the bottom of Zora's domain. There, the doorway underwater will take us and transport us to a different place. It'll teleport us to Lake Hylia, where lo and behold, right where we spawn in, there will be a bottle lying right in front of us. A bottle which you could have seen before if you just explored Lake Hylia, but you wouldn't have been able to reach it without the scale either way. So if you would have just explored it even before and you're like, there's something there, but I can't touch it. Like, oh man, I guess later on in the game I'll get it. Well, we pick up the bottle and we find a letter inside. We then head back to King Zora and present him with a letter, which happens to be from his daughter, the missing Princess Ruto. She says she's inside of Lord Jabu Jabu's belly, and King Zora asks for our help to retrieve her. He moves out of the. Finally, he does something.
Yeah, he does a little butt scoot.
Yeah, he moves over at a glacial pace, and we are now able to enter Zora's fountain, which is behind King Zora, where Lord Jabu Jabu resides. King Zora explains to us that Lord Jabu Jabu has been cursed by Ganondorf after the king refused to hand over their spiritual stone. So once again, Ganondorf with his Hyrule World Tour,
Exactly.
just tossing curses like everywhere. It's just
Yeah.
Harry Potter style, just
Yeah,
fucking.
and the king of Hyrule still didn't believe Zelda. He was up to something. You know?
I know, right? He's obviously not communicating with the other tribes.
Yeah,
It's like, are you guys good or what's going on here?
Is there like some kind of is another civil war about to happen? Like, damn, before Ganon even did anything, like they weren't talking at all.
King Zora like just sends a message to the king of Hyrule. He's like, "Hey, bro, like there's a curse over here." It's like, damn. The king of Hyrule is just like, "That's unfortunate. Like, let us know how that goes." Like,
what is it? My thoughts and wishes, like
thoughts and prayers.
Thoughts and prayers.
We're praying for you. Like,
yeah, but this is just another instance of how like you explaining it maybe makes it a little bit less vague. But if you're playing it for the very first time, and even for me, who I kind of already knew about the game and knew to go talk, it was still like, how the hell was anyone supposed to figure this out?
Yeah.
Because then you have to go to Lord Jabu Jabu and give him a fish or release a fish so then he can suck you in.
Yes. And that part is, I would say that part people can't complain about because you do get clues on that.
Oh, yeah.
The first part of it, what we talked about, like that is vague because nobody tells you to go to that hole. Nobody says there's a bottle in Lake Hylia. You just kind of got to figure that out. But with the Lord Jabu Jabu, they do tell you, like if you talk to some of the NPCs, they'll tell you, oh, Princess Ruto would feed Lord Jabu Jabu fish every day. That was her responsibility. You're like, oh, okay. And then also there's like, okay, they feed him fish. And then in the store, one of the things you can buy is a fish, and there's also fish right there in front of the store, like in the water, like so you could just use your bottle to scoop up the fish, you know.
And isn't there also the fishing game you can do it? Can you do that? I forget if you can do that as like at that point in time yet.
No, yeah, you could do the fishing game, but the fishing you don't get fish from the fishing game. Yeah.
What I'm saying is just like they're just fish, you know, like
yeah,
they like the subliminal advertising, like fish.
Hey, here's a clue. Maybe you should go to fish, see what's up over there.
Maybe fish are important. The fish people.
Exactly. So I don't know. I feel like that's just people complaining because I don't think I could see the complaint about the first half, second half. I'm like, guys, figure it out. Come on.
But this is definitely like if they don't talk to anyone, then they'll be completely stuck.
Yeah, they would. They would never get past this part unless you.
Yeah, I guess it's just one of those things. It's more obvious to people that are actually paying attention, right? Because if you don't pay attention, it's super hard.
100% agree. Okay, so we're at Lord Jabu Jabu, the dungeon now.
Well, actually, before I want to just jump into another thing, still before the dungeon. I love that in the diving minigame, when you jump off the waterfall, Link jumps head first, like a diver, you know?
Yes, it's beautiful.
It's kind of like one of those things, the games, it happens to me a lot when I'm playing games where I fall. The speed, it gives you like speed if you feel like you're falling.
Yeah.
Because Miyamoto was very conscious of this. He was enamored by this small aspect. And it was all possible because they introduced auto jump, which we talked about.
Yes.
In Ocarina, there is no dedicated jump button like a lot of other games. Link automatically jumps when you get towards the edge of any ledge. As long as there's nothing like blocking you, obviously. But as long as
there's no obstructions, then he can jump. Yeah,
so
no,
it was really cool.
No, I agree. This is a good time. Let's talk about the auto jump a little bit. So yeah, the auto jump really sparked a lot of the cinematic flair from everything I read in the game, and it's partially done because they had the need for that prominent context sensitive button. So like you said, like Super Mario 64, obviously I don't think they'll ever have auto jump there. That makes no sense because it's a
Mhm.
platformer. Cause but I know with this, they said, well, this is the main focus of the game is not jumping. So it's not do we really need this? Do we really need people to get frustrated by like falling off a ledge because they didn't time the jump right in an action game like this? But speaking of that context sensitive button, I do think Ocarina wrongfully gets credit for inventing a context sensitive button where the A button does everything from push blocks to putting away your sword. But context sensitive buttons have been around for a while. Even in Link to the Past, the A could dash, pick up things, talk to NPCs, read signs, etc. Just a bunch of different things. So it's not like Ocarina was the first time we ever saw a context sensitive all purpose action button, but I do think Ocarina perfected it in the 3D space like no other game had before. The game does an almost perfect job of understanding what your intentions are and giving a visual prompt on what the action will be. Well, except when you're trying to push a block and you accidentally jump up the block. That's
Or
that's
actually,
frustrating. That happens to
yeah,
me. I'm like, come on, like, oh god.
yeah.
But it's not a
Yeah,
biggie. It's not a
yeah,
biggie.
exactly. They use that deep understanding of the 3D world to make the game so much more cinematic, just
Mm,
like the diving part.
yeah.
In a 1999 interview, Miyamoto said, "We wrote data for each terrain location, and that data determines what kind of jump Link will perform." Honestly, this is not only a new grammar for jumping, it signals a whole new range of possibilities for 3D interactivity.
Hmm.
It's kind of like having a bunch of miniature movies that you can interact with, to put it simply. But having all of that encoded into the terrain data is the new part. For example, when Link approaches a cliff's edge, the camera swivels upward and allows you to peer down into the chasm. Or when you cross a bridge on horseback, the camera switches to a cinematic side view. In this way, we're not interrupting the gameplay with lengthy cutscene movies, but attaching the movies to the character's own movements. If we push forward with this grammar, I think we'll be able to do weirder and more interesting things too. End quote.
Yeah, I just love that. I love that because they're just seeing it from such a bird eyes high level view, where it's like, yeah, that whole thing of him jumping into the waterfall. It's not a game changing. It's not a huge deal, but it's like all those small details add up to big things. Because it's
Hmm.
like and in any other game before this, like you jump off that waterfall, you just jump regular. You just jump feet first, like the normal jump, but you fucked it up basically, you
Hmm.
know? But in this, they coded that terrain data. So then it's
Right.
like, then they know you're jumping off a waterfall. Then they know for him to go down face
Yeah,
first.
and
And
we definitely see that in a lot. Some actually we don't see that in some games now, even, but we do also see it in some games. Like, some games do it, some games don't now.
yeah. The
But
one that comes to mind like that is a perfect example is Assassin's Creed.
hmm,
They know when you're gonna jump into a haystack, he
exactly,
does like the face first.
the leap of faith.
The leap of faith, yeah. If you just jump off like a regular thing, it's
You
it's a
break your
normal jump.
ankles.
Yeah, exactly. So it's just cool. It's like that little thing. You see that how it evolved over time, and it
Hmm.
just again makes the game more cinematic. And funny enough, Miyamoto is known for hating cinematics and cutscenes in games, especially around that time, because RPGs were getting full motion videos as cutscenes in games like Final Fantasy VII, and Miyamoto was
Hmm.
outspoken about his dislike of that practice.
Yeah, and I can't fully agree with him there.
Hmm.
I personally like the FMVs of the era, especially when they were on the shorter side.
Yeah.
I can say that in the Xbox and PS3 era, 360 specifically,
Mhm.
they started getting pretty ridiculous. I think it was like 40 minutes of cutscenes, 20 minutes of gameplay, and
It was bad.
That's no exaggeration either. I think
Yeah.
Metal Gear Solid 4
Yeah, on the
had something
PS3.
along those lines where it was literally that. I think that's the one we timed.
Yeah, I remember that, or I remember we played it for our channel, and then editing it was really easy because it was like, "Oh, here's a 45-minute cutscene." And then
And cut
here's
everything behind it.
yeah, so here's 10 minutes of gameplay. Oh, here's another 35-minute cutscene.
Yeah.
Not to say that game's bad, like, I
No, no,
agree with
no.
you. I also like the FMVs, but I thought that was a little too much when it
Yeah,
started getting like that.
yeah, and this is no shade at Metal Gear, except for the fact that it's like it does feel overwhelming.
It does, it does. They balanced it better in Metal Gear Solid 5.
Hmm.
It was a lot more gameplay, and then, like, I love cutscenes, like, giving you great story and context, so I
Yes.
definitely Do you disagree with Miyamoto there? Like Final Fantasy 7 is great. Like fuck
Yeah.
that, you know?
Yeah,
Like,
no, I can't agree with him there. Like if it
yeah.
was a if it was a Nintendo game, because they're so much more focused on gameplay, it might be like, oh yeah, I don't think they should do full motion videos.
Yeah.
But when it's a
Yeah.
game where I want to be there for the long story, I don't care.
Yeah, and you know what? To be clear too, I'm not even he didn't specifically say like, "Oh, I hate Final Fantasy
Oh,
7."
right.
He, you
Yeah,
know,
yeah.
he probably
He
did.
hates the practice. I think that's exactly what he
Yeah,
said.
exactly. I think he found it lazy. He found it where like it's just a cop out. Instead of trying to make a more cinematic game, you just use the cinematics and blah blah
Mhm.
blah. And I know another quote that he had that he hated it from a game development standpoint more than
Mm.
anything, because he would say in those interviews, he would say a lot about, okay, they had this story in mind, but the story is fluid. Like we've seen so far, it's like it's transforming as they go. So then he would tell the people like, okay, like we need to change this part of the cutscene because now we decided to go this direction for the gameplay, and they're like, well, we can't do that.
What do you
It's
mean?
yes, it's gonna take us a month or two, so we can't change it in time. And he's like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, I want it this way, and they're like, oh, sorry. So he hated that part of it more than anything. But you know, it's just cool to see different perspectives because obviously we love and respect Miyamoto, but it doesn't mean he has final word on every game ever made. You know.
Yeah, exactly.
um. Anyway, we're here. Lord Jabu Jabu. We feed the Zora god some of his fish, and boom, we're in dungeon number 3 inside the fleshy insides of Lord Jabu Jabu inside the well. What do you think, Javi? How'd you like this dungeon?
This one was can I say I was a little bit just like uneasy?
How dare
Not a big
you?
fan of the flesh walls, I will say.
I like flesh walls, just not these.
Yeah, it was I think the overall dungeon I actually liked most of it. There were some things that did bug me,
Uh-huh.
but it definitely was hard easier than the second one,
Mhm.
but definitely a step up from the first in terms of like
Wow.
difficulty.
That's crazy to me because for me, like I personally think this one is by far the most difficult of the first 3.
Okay.
I felt like I could see the difficulty spike rise up here. Not like an insane amount, but
Yeah.
I just overall I thought the puzzle solving here, because you needed to figure out like what holes to fall in that central room with Princess Rudo. So it was kind of like wasn't even
Mm.
more problem solving, but you had to just kind of test them out, you know, like and
Yeah, and I
see
guess
with
yeah, that's probably where I didn't see the difficulty because it wasn't like because there was the switch puzzles where you had to put her on the things and
that's
then yeah,
simple.
that's
Yeah.
simple. Exactly. That was simple. And then the whole was just trial and error, which I don't see as hard.
Yes, I understand that part, but also like if you happen to fall in the right hole in the first time, then it would be like, okay, this is super easy. But if you
That's yeah.
went, you know, so then if you did all the other 3, you're like, oh fuck, like,
Yeah, I can see.
yeah,
I think I don't think let's just say I don't think I had to do every single hole. Like I didn't have to test it out.
yeah,
I think
yeah.
I got them pretty early in my tries.
I also, aside from the difficulty, I like Princess Rudo. She's one of the people who get a lot of criticism. I know you didn't love her. We talked about it briefly before.
Yeah, we've
Yeah.
tried yeah, but it's definitely something that we'll come to we have a little section where we talk about this too. But
Mhm.
it was just I found her annoying at first, I will say.
Yeah, I mean, she was really bossy and just
Yeah.
kind of very princessy, you know, like, oh, or pick me up. It's like, bitch, like walk yourself. What the fuck? Like, what do you think I'm here to save you.
I had to
But
kill all these guys.
but I just really like her spunkiness.
No, okay, yeah.
I
And that's what
think
I she grew on me definitely.
and I like her spunkiness because not a lot of characters in the game have that type of spunkiness. Like
Mhm.
everybody else is kind of really low key or humble, which is I love, but it's cool to see somebody to have this kind of like, yeah, I'm the fucking princess. The fuck,
Yeah.
like pick me up. So I don't know. I in general I like that. There is one part of the dungeon I remember kind of getting actually stuck on was toward the end
Hmm.
where you had to pick up one of the boxes to hold the switch down because you didn't have Princess Ruto anymore. So it was after you fought the sub boss, and then she gets taken away.
The big octo.
The big Octo, which was a really good sub boss,
Yeah,
actually,
I
I would
liked him.
say.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he
I actually think he
running
was more
running
difficult than
cloud.
the.
Yeah, he was for me, even for me, because he was more difficult than the final boss of that dungeon.
Yeah, I would say mechanically he was for me too. Is I couldn't get the timing down right away about like when I should fucking boomerang
Hmm.
him to so I can stab him.
Hmm.
But yeah, that section in the end, like she gets taken away, then you gotta go back into the second room, and then now you can cross over to this door. There's a switch there, but I was like, "Fuck, you need something to lay down on the switch." And they have these small boxes there, and I just for some reason it didn't click right away. I was like, "Oh, pick up this box,
Well, they
put
were
it
the
down."
breakable ones too, though. No,
Yeah, they were, so you could
so
break them,
you probably rolled into it or something.
yeah, no, it was one of those. It was just because we had used her the whole time. But again,
uh,
the game design, they're teaching you. You put something down on the switch, so then
yeah.
eventually I was like, "Oh, okay, these boxes." And yeah, if you break them, they don't respawn until you go out of the room and come back in. So like if you're just like walking around the room, you're not gonna see the box, you know?
Yeah. And
um,
and it also gave us one of my like easily one of my favorite items, like easily one of like my top items in the game,
yeah,
which was the boomerang.
agreed. I personally I like the boomerang because it's very related to me to like the hook shot.
Hmm.
As of course it can bring things to you, it can stun people. I think the hook shot ultimately is more useful because it
Right.
can it can drag you somewhere.
Yeah.
But as a kid, like I definitely love the boomerang aesthetically more than anything. It just
Mm.
it felt like a very kid thing to me, as well as a slingshot. I love those
Yeah.
two as
See, as a
opposed.
I would have
Uh,
imagined that you would have liked the hook shot more just because of the fact that it's like it's the grappling hook from Batman. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
but I
that'd
guess
be
the
cool if we
boomerang is something you can
could.
actually own. You can never have the hook shot. Like, right? Like,
Yeah.
there's no grappling hook that works like that that you can get in real life. At least for our that we would be able to get basically.
Yeah, unless you got like military grade, like
Yeah.
something. But no, I just I love that part of it of the kind of kid aesthetic of the slingshot and the boomerang of like, okay, I could see a kid using these and it's quirky and it's cool. So, but yeah, I agree. It's one of my favorite items. It sucks that you can't use it as an adult.
Hmm.
I wish you could. But yeah, and then the boss, to me also, this was the hardest boss of the three. I personally had a little bit of trouble with this one back when I first played it, and I think it was just one of those pure accidental things because obviously I already knew at this point that I was like, okay, I got to use a boomerang to take him down,
Right.
and the
We
way
got
the
it in the dungeon. We have to use it.
yeah, so then you fight this boss and it has like these baronade has these spinning, I don't know what they are around him, and they
The
basically block.
plates almost things like the
I don't know what they are, but the thing is, like, you're supposed to boomerang Baronade, but they block for him. And
mhm.
like, but you just gotta get the timing right. So like, I remember maybe throwing the boomerang like 3 or 4 times, and it got blocked every time. So I was like, okay, I guess this is not what I'm supposed to do. So I'm like kind of running around trying to figure out like what is maybe I'm supposed to throw a bomb at these things or whatever. Until eventually, finally, like I threw the boomerang again and hit him at the right time to stun him, and then I was like, oh, okay, now that makes sense. So I think out of the first three, that was the one that took me the longest to get. The other two is just oh, okay, this is easy. I know what I'm
Mhm.
doing.
Yeah.
But I think you had an easy time with it, right?
Yeah, I don't remember struggling too much. It almost like I said, I had a harder time with the
Mhm.
Octo boss. That was more memorable. That this was like almost forgettable. Besides
Mhm.
the fact that it was the last boss.
Yeah.
But I do remember like it had the electric field, and you had to hit the arms or the appendages up top, and then hit the final appendage for it to
Mhm.
kind of like let its guard down. And then I think it like sent jellyfish out too. So it was it was cool. It's just it was less more memorable because I didn't have such a hard time on it. And I think that's a thing with a lot of bosses in games in general. Is like some people will just struggle naturally with some stuff more than
Mhm.
others.
Yeah, yeah, a lot of that's how it is. Like sometimes, exactly. No, I agree with you. But all right, good dungeon. last one of the first three. We're teleported back outside into Zora's fountain, and we're floating across from Princess Ruto. She comments on how cool you look fighting off Baronade. Oh, thank you. And starts the now long standing tradition of every girl that meets Link falls madly in love with him. Like it's actually kind of ridiculous how,
Mhm.
how on point this is. She says her mother gave her the spiritual stone, but she can only give it to the man she's going to marry. Sort of a Zora engagement ring. We have no other choice but to accept the offer to be betrothed at the ripe age of 9. Very medieval indeed,
Yep.
Miyamoto. Very medieval.
Yep. Now, with all three spiritual stones in hand, it's time for us to head to the Temple of Time, open the door, and finally grab the Triforce. The game is almost done, Mike.
Woo!
Manifest destiny, baby.
Yeah, what an adventure we've had.
Though we start approaching Hyrule, but a storm is brewing. Rain and thunder are covering all of Hyrule. Link reaches Hyrule Castle as the gates are shuddering down.
And he hears the hurried steps of a horse rushing away from the castle and sees Impa desperately fleeing with Zelda held tightly in her arms. Zelda catches a whimpering glimpse of Link and tosses something back toward him, landing inside the moat of the castle. Link stares off in the distance, with only the sound of rain surrounding him. He turns back toward the castle, and the music soars in a menacing roar as we see Ganondorf on his enormous black stallion. Thunder cracks through the sky, and Ganondorf turns his maniacal stare toward us.
This is almost the exact same vision we had in our nightmares, which feels like a lifetime ago now.
Yeah.
Ganondorf demands to know in which direction the white horse went, but we refuse to answer.
I don't know nothing. I don't know anything, Ganondorf. I was just standing here.
Yeah. But it's not even, he's not even like, I don't know nothing. He instead, he unsheaths his sword and readies his shield, ready to face him head on. And this is Ganondorf we're talking about.
What a beast. What a beast.
And of course, being Ganondorf, he laughs at our misguided courage and blasts us with an energy shot that knocks us out cold to the ground. He takes off into the night in hot pursuit of Zelda.
I love this scene. We didn't have our tennis lessons yet. We're good. You get one on us, Ganondorf. You get one. That's
Everyone
fine.
gets one.
The most electric details about it is the fact that while it's the same scenario as the very beginning of the game, it's also markedly different. In the beginning, we didn't even have a sword and shield, and Link's expression is full of fear. Now here, Link's expression is courageous. He's still young, but his spirit is heroic. And I just always thought that it was so cool. The way that little 9-year-old Link drew his little tiny little sword. Oh, so cute. That unsheathing sound effect combined with Link's confident eyes is just chilling to me. His tiny little Kokiri sword, his Deku shield, it's just so cute, like I said. Like I understand Ganondorf's smug dismissal of Link, but at the same time, you see why Link is the one. Like he is him, as you say, Javi.
But you can clearly see the three parts of the Triforce at play here. Zelda's wisdom to run away because they weren't ready. Her wisdom to throw the Ocarina into the moat so Link can go look for it after Ganondorf has left. And of course, Link's unflinching courage when it comes to being completely outmatched.
Yeah.
Overmatched even.
Yeah, it's definitely all of it. Like just no chance.
And then we see, of course, because we don't see him very often in the game, Ganondorf's just sheer terrifying power.
Yeah.
It's
He's intimidating. He's 100% intimidating.
Exactly.
There's no way around it.
It's the holy trinity of the Triforce of this franchise, or it's the holy trinity that defines this franchise even. And it's just such a cool showcase of these dynamics.
Yeah, no, I agree. So after Ganondorf is gone, we jump into the moat in search of whatever Zelda toss our way, and we find that it's the Ocarina of Time, the last missing piece to open the door of time. I always wondered, Javi, what did he do with the fairy ocarina? Did he just leave that shit there? Because it's like, Saria. Oh,
yeah,
never mind.
Actually, you're right. Because that was like a personal gift, or it was her personal item.
We'll be friends forever, right?
Yeah, back into the lake you go.
Yeah, we don't need you anymore.
I don't know. I hope he keeps it. Like he just has it in his back pocket or something.
I wish there was a line of dialogue when you call Saria like later on, and she's like, "Hey, so how's that fairy ocarina doing that I gave you?" And then
Or
it's just
she
like,
calls you and you're like, new phone, who this?
yeah, don't you have my notes saved? Like, uh, all right, when Link touches the ocarina, we flash to a message Zelda left for us. Powers, as we said before, that's power right there. She
Mhm.
left a message to the ocarina. What a beast. Teaching us this.
Obi-Wan,
Yes.
save me.
You're my only hope. She teaches us the Song of Time. We make our way into the sacred temple, place the three spiritual stones on a pedestal, and play the magical song that has been passed down for generations.
The door of time opens, and inside we see a single blaze of sunlight shining through a skylight. At the base, a glimmering sword in the stone, the blade of destiny. It's majestic, it's radiant, it's amazing.
Hmm.
We walk slowly up the marble steps, our eyes never relenting from that bewitching, beautiful blade.
Hmm.
Link grabs the hilt with his small hands barely able to grip all the way around, and he pulls out the sword from the stone with an ethereal force. The skylight beams with a celestial shower of light. It envelops Link until everything vanishes into a bright white light.
God, I love this game too much. It's just like I get emotional just hearing this shit. But suddenly, we hear Ganondorf's laugh echoing behind us. He thanks us for opening the door of time and letting him into the sacred realm. He disappears into the light, and we are lost in nothingness. Basically, Javi, we done fucked up. Something went wrong here. Miscommunication. I blame Navi. It's her fault. She didn't. She didn't. All the hey
Yeah.
listens, and she couldn't tell me this shit. Fuck.
Yeah, no more hey listens, more tell me what's going on.
Yeah, like, now it's gonna be a link saying, "Hey, listen, what the fuck is going on
What is
here?"
going on?
Yeah.
We awake. A mysterious man tells us we are in the Temple of Light, the last remaining safe haven in the sacred realm against Ganondorf's evil forces. The Master Sword was the last key to the sacred realm, and by pulling it, we let Ganon into the sacred realm.
Oh god.
He tells us to remain
Navi,
calm.
fuck.
He tells us to remain calm, Mike, and to look at ourselves. Look at yourself, because we haven't seen ourselves yet. We're in first person up until this point.
Yeah.
But then we pull back to a third person view and we see that Link has grown up. We spent the past 7 years in a deep slumber. Yes, that's 7 years that we
Yeah.
didn't know. If you like, you're just like, what the hell's going on?
Yeah.
I mean, it makes sense, Temple of Time, that there's going to be maybe some time travel shenanigans.
It's pretty shocking, I'll tell you.
Yeah.
Because I was like, oh shit, it's a long ass time.
Yeah. I
What
mean,
the hell's happened?
knowing so many people already know that, but at the time, I don't think people expected that.
I mean, like, well, we'll talk about it a little bit later, but yeah, definitely, it was just a surprise, even just to know the amount of years.
Yeah,
It's like, oh,
'cause-
maybe it was 3 years or something. It's like, oh, 7 whole years. A lot
Yeah.
has changed. You already
because
know.
they do advertise it as both, if I'm not mistaken, but we don't know how that's happening exactly.
Yeah, yeah.
When we pulled the Master Sword, the blade felt we were not ready to be the hero of time yet. We were too young for that responsibility. So Link's spirit was sealed away for 7 years, basically.
And luckily, the Kokiri clothes manufacturing is fucking top notch because Link's tunic stretched out perfectly for him in those 7 years. It's a little known fact, Javi. Little known fact. I'm here to tell people the Kokiri actually manufacture Bruce Banner's pants. I know that's how it's shocking. But then again, Link does have white tights, I guess, under his clothes.
Yeah,
now.
well, we
So
don't talk about that, Mike.
Does that mean that they undressed him or like?
No.
Like, I don't know. Just saying.
It's just very magic.
Yeah, that's true. Navi.
But we awake and we find that this mysterious old man, Rauru, the Sage of Light. That's who we wake to.
Yeah.
Also known as the boring old owl. If you forgot
why couldn't
about
we
him
just
already.
wake up to Zelda standing there? Like, that would have been nice.
That'll be for later, Mike. We'll see her
Yeah.
later. When Ganondorf entered the Sacred Realm, he was able to obtain the Triforce, and with its power, he transformed Hyrule into a land of monsters in the past 7 years. No place in the kingdom remained the same. Our mission is clear. We must go to the temples of Hyrule and find the sages, so we can add their power to our own. It's our only chance to defeat Ganon and seal the evil away from the kingdom.
I can't emphasize how awesome this moment was in 1998. Like, we just talked about it right now, but That first of all, the scene is perfection because like when you walk into the Temple of Time, that song, that theme, the Temple of Time theme is just fucking it has feels epic and it feels like it's full of grandeur. It has that kind of ethereal sound to it, like monks, like monks humming or something like that. It's so good. And the thing with Adult Link, look, most of us knew there would be an Adult Link, but to what extent we weren't sure because it's not like it is now where you have this constant flow of info leading into a new game. Like there wasn't any early access walkthroughs from influencers, articles from GameStop, IGN, and Kotaku constantly. Like, yeah, they were around, but the coverage wasn't like that. Like that just didn't exist back then. But the best like we could do back then is we would have articles on like EGM or Nintendo Power, and that's just once a month. And then whatever you saw from the trailer, you happen to catch if you were watching TV at that exact moment.
Yeah, the
And
age of watching trailers like on YouTube, it wasn't the time there.
no, we're still far away from that. And honestly, okay, watching the trailer now, you obvious you're gonna play as Adult Link. He's a prominent part of the trailer. But I don't know. I was really into it back then, but I wasn't analyzing trailers like that. I just kind of was enjoying it, and it's not like I could watch the trailer on demand, even if I wanted to. So it didn't really matter. So when this moment happened, I realized immediately that like, I wasn't even halfway done with the game because I did feel at some that whole thing you said earlier was like, oh, we're almost at
Yeah.
the end of the game.
Yeah.
Part of me kind of felt that way because it had taken me maybe like 8 hours or 10 hours to get to that point just because I was exploring so much. And then I'm like, oh, never mind. There's a lot more to go. And and personally too, as somebody who loved Link to the Past, I saw like the direct connection because and Link to the Past is almost the exact same thing. I mean, to the point where people kind of criticize it, which I agree with it in some extent because you have to get 3 pendants in Link to the Past, then you can get the Master Sword. After you get the Master Sword, then you go to it becomes the Dark World, and then you have to save the 7 sages
Mhm.
to fight Ganon. It's like, oh, it's the same summary pretty much, you
Right.
know?
Mhm.
So, but I
But
enjoyed that connection because to me, it was almost like seeing Link to the Past being transformed into 3D in that way. So I was like, oh, cool. Like we were just talking about before, I was like, you just want to see your
mm,
movies or games being put in a different like medium, like you want to
yeah.
see it in 3D.
Yeah, exactly. And speaking of like wanting to see it in 3D, let's dive into a little bit of the design aspect here and how and why they decided to have an adult Link.
Yeah, and really the question is why they decided to have a young Link because the
I
game
guess
was
that's more fair.
yeah, because the game was always going to be adult Link. Miyamoto was adamant that he wanted to have a young Link and he wanted to find a way to do it. He felt that even though they were making a more mature game, young Link is something that is essential to the story. The fact that it's a little boy who sets off on an adventure and saves the world, he didn't want to lose that innocence to the story.
In 2011, when asked why he was so persistent on including young Link, Miyamoto exclaimed, quote, "Until The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time, Link was a playful and childish character. I thought if we made him too cool, he wouldn't be Link anymore. On the other hand, I did want Link to be somewhat cool, so we decided to have both adult and young Link. When we did that, then all sorts of ideas bubbled up. Of course, this
I think
changed.
it's funny. Sorry, I just think it's funny that he thinks Adult Link is like the coolest thing in the world. like,
I mean, he is.
well,
He's not
obviously,
wrong.
yeah.
But
I rescind my statement. Then,
exactly. Shut up, Mike. I'm just kidding. And of course, this changed everything from story to gameplay elements. The crazy thing is that this decision to incorporate young Link happened 2 years into development.
two
So we were gonna just
years.
have an adult Link game,
Yeah,
and then they're
and
like,
then
you know what? Let's add everything that we just saw, that we just explained. Because yeah, this is now we're adult Link.
I wonder how it was gonna start. We've never gotten that answer, but I wonder
Yeah.
how the game would have started without Young Link and how
Yeah,
that would have
exactly.
gone. That's crazy.
Aonuma said it didn't exactly collapse the development, but it definitely caused a lot of heated arguments at EAD.
Yeah, fucking. I can't imagine. I think Miyamoto just walks in one day and just like, we're gonna do it, and that's it. And they're like, dude, but we're releasing like 2 weeks.
Do you know who I am?
Does it look like I fucking care when we really? No, but the good thing is they had all the support in the world because they had just so much faith in Zelda and Miyamoto. So I know they were just like, I remember the president before Iwata, I can't remember his name off the top of my head. Please forgive me, but he told Miyamoto at one point, he's just like, "You'll get all the time you need without question, and that's it." You know?
Mm,
Wow. I mean, can you imagine game developers getting that kind of confidence? Like, that's great. But then you'll have like Cyberpunk, it takes like 8 years.
mhm.
Like that maybe it's too much. But they didn't quite know how to incorporate both links until they decided on the Master Sword as a time travel mechanic. It was a eureka moment, and everything came together after that. Young Link in the forest, the fairies, meeting Ganondorf as young Link, quests and dungeons that would require you to do things from both versions of Link, and tons more.
Yeah, I'm like we wouldn't have gotten that epic opening
Hmm.
because there would have been no young Link. Yeah, damn, thinking about what they would have done as the beginning is kind of like I can't even imagine it right now because
Yeah,
it's
I
so
mean, like,
iconic.
because part of me is saying, like, oh, maybe it was just the same story, but he was an adult. But then why would he be in Kokiri Forest?
Yeah.
That would have been
Yeah.
a whole different. And unless maybe the Kokiri weren't kids, then they
Mhm.
weren't fairy children, and they were just regular. Maybe they could
Yeah.
have done that, but because
Yeah.
other than that, you just leave it the same. It's just like,
Yeah.
oh, you
But
go
it's
get the stones and then get the
yeah.
Master Sword.
It is just crazy to like think for the fact that they put in the young Link because I read that one of their biggest hurdles came from the fact that they were almost ran out of memory. So they
Yeah.
didn't know how they were gonna make the motions and animations for a whole nother Link.
Yeah, Miyamoto's like, "Just do it. That's it. Like, I
Yeah.
don't care. Make it happen."
Yeah. Koizumi said they solved this problem by having adult Link's animation scaled down for young Link.
Mhm.
They still had to make some new animations, but using the scale solution, it solved a lot of their memory issues. When asked how many basic motions Koizumi made for Link, he said, quote, about 500 patterns. Add to that the programming combinations, and there's even more. One of the reasons we were able to put so many patterns in was the Nintendo 64 system's ROM cartridges.
That's a big deal. So yeah, let's talk about the technology behind it. This is fucking fascinating to me. I had no idea about this honestly until we started doing this research. And now I wonder how much different the game would be if it wasn't on cartridge. So originally, they were planning on making it for the 64DD, which was a magnetic floppy disk expansion for the Nintendo 64. It would have provided Zelda with more overall memory, but the main issue was that with so many motions for Link, the game would freeze or lag because of the read time delay on the disc. Iwata had this to say about the ultimate decision to drop the 64DD. Quote, ROM cartridges don't have any moving mechanical parts, so they can read motion data in an instant no matter where it's stored. However, with a magnetic disc, it takes time for the mechanical parts to move around, meaning you have loading time while it's locating the data. As a result, we couldn't get Link's motions to work. End quote. Can you imagine that? Like you're just in the middle of a fight with Stalfos, and it's just like the
Of
spinning
one
thing.
second, yeah, one
Yeah,
second
because
delay.
for all the shit, like for PS1, the loading time on that motherfucker was like every room is like, oh, here's 2 minutes of game, like not even that, 30 seconds of gameplay, and then boom, another minute of loading to the next
Yeah.
room.
Yeah, the tech and consoles really do matter, especially at the time when the industry was going through massive changes.
Hmm.
For example, everyone else in the industry had moved to CD-ROMs, which the
Yeah.
load times, which had even worse read times than the 64DD. So you can see why, by necessity, the controls for 3D games needed to be slower and less fluid on the PlayStation 1 and the Sega Saturn.
Hmm.
On the flip side, CD-ROMs could hold 650 megabytes, where Nintendo 64 cartridges only 16 megabytes
Yeah, when they were
in
first
size
released.
when they first released. Yeah.
That's right. That's
And by the
fucking
time, Ocarina, they only doubled to 32.
yeah. This
So
is
a
still
CD-ROM could hold a lot more, which allowed for
20
the more,
times. Yeah,
20
20
times
times
more,
the size.
which allowed for the more realistic graphics because they could have more, detailed textures, full motion videos for cutscenes.
Yeah.
So there's pros and cons to both. But point being, it affected what type of games were developed for different platforms.
Yeah, it definitely did. I was so surprised when I read all this because I just hadn't thought about it. To me, it was because especially now where everything's kind of multi-plat. Um,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
there's
Cross
a lot of
platform.
multi-plat stuff then. I'm not saying there wasn't, but it's just one of those things where now it's just so cross-platform where it almost seems like what's the difference between the Series X and the PlayStation 5 other than that they just develop different exclusives.
Hmm.
But like technology wise, I don't feel too big of a difference between the two. But looking at these, you see a huge difference and you see how it affected it. Maybe it is that way now. I'm not really educated on that. I can't say. Maybe they are really different, the PlayStation 5 and Series X, you know. Obviously, we're not really in tune with that kind of tech heavy stuff, so but super fucking interesting to me. But back to Adult Link, I do want to also say I wanted to bring up this whole thing of how important his impact is to the series as well cuz he was a kid in part 1, a teenager in Zelda 2, Link to the Past, pretty much a kid again. So, this having Adult Link was a big deal, It was a big deal then, and I also think that he kinda casted a shadow over the series for years to come because now people wanted Adult Link,
Hmm.
and you saw that result in Wind Waker, especially even Majora's Mask. People loved Majora's Mask because it's a direct continuation of Ocarina, but at the same time, it's like it didn't sell anywhere near that anything Ocarina sold. Sequels typically do better, and it didn't. I think that's why they kind of just went a different way anyway. But then when Wind Waker came out, I was one of those people. I'm sad to admit it now because I played Wind Waker years later and I loved it. I couldn't believe I missed out on that game, but I was like, "Oh, this is like look at this cartoonish these cartoonish graphics and then look how he looks so childlike." Like, I don't know. I was just, "Oh, I guess this is more for kids."
Yeah, and I
And
and I think it definitely hurts the Nintendo because their whole thing is appeal to younger generally, which has been a
mhm.
detriment sometimes to them.
Yeah. Yeah.
This is definitely like what Wind Waker came out in 2002. I don't remember when because we've been in a while where we want things more gritty, more dark.
Mhm.
I think in general as consumers of media, we've been wanting things to be more dark.
Yeah.
Especially I guess because the people that at the time were watching, are growing up and they're the ones spending the money.
That's a great point. I think that's the main thing too, because gaming has been around since the early '80s. I think Nintendo is like the demarcation line of a real like generation.
Hmm.
And let's say everybody who was like 10, 11, 12 around that time, okay, you could make kid games for them. I guess even Sega, you could say the Genesis, they were trying to get a more quote unquote mature audience, more like teenage audience.
Hmm.
And that's the whole thing as that time was going on, all those people who were gamers as kids were growing up and they wanted more mature stuff. And then by the time this comes out in 98, like if you're a fan of the original Zelda, you're no longer a kid, like you're you're
Yeah.
you're now in your 20s and you're like, especially at that time, it's hard to I know it is sort of the same now, but especially back then, it was like there was a real stigma about keep playing games after you're a teenager. You're kind of expected to just fucking throw that Nintendo in the closet once you started going to college or get a job or whatever.
Yeah.
Nowadays, it's more common to just, oh, I'm a gamer, even at like 35. Like, oh, I'm a gamer. It's like, okay, that's your hobby, I guess.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
I I
because
I think I just wanted yeah, I just think Adult Link was important to that because I think it gave us like a more mature looking game. So it made a lot of us feel like, okay, this game's for me. Fuck yeah.
no, I agree with you. Like I said, the whole Nintendo for such a long time, and even still now, it's definitely still regarded as like the kids' consoles, which we were mentioning. And Wind Waker was my favorite Zelda, which is
hmm
the first one I beat like
hmm
fully. It was my first console, and it was kind of like most people were already moving on to like trying to play games on like the Xbox and everything and the
Yeah.
PlayStation. A lot of people were on PlayStation for sure.
And you're younger than me, so you were a kid when Wind Waker came out, you
Yeah,
know?
but
So
even so, even though I was a kid, I mean, there were some people excited for it, but it wasn't like as big as it should have been. I feel,
yeah, I agree with
like
that.
y-
I'm ashamed of it. Let me just say that for loving Zelda so much, and I had played Link to the Past, Ocarina, and Wind Waker, and I mean Majora up to that point. I'm just like, fuck, why didn't I play Wind Waker when it came out? It's so
yeah,
stupid. Like I should
exactly.
have
And
done
I
it.
did play it, and I was embarrassed, like in case, like just because I felt like it was a kiddie thing, and you were supposed to be growing up at that point already.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
so it was weird.
Yeah, it definitely was. All right, back in the Temple of Time. Let's get back to the story. Back in the Temple of Time, we are met with a mysterious figure named Sheik, a surviving member of the Sheikah. We might as well get it out the way here. Sheik is Zelda. That's it. Shocker. Dun dun dun. I don't want to continue just to be pretending like, okay, it's a guy, and then we find out it's Zelda. Actually, no. So she tells us, well, we'll talk about it later, obviously, when it
Mhm.
happens. She tells us that we must go to the 5 temples to awaken the sages. One in a deep forest, one on a high mountain, one under a vast lake, one within the house of the dead, and one inside a goddess of the sand. She tells us the first sage is a girl we already know in the forest, so very obviously having to be Saria. But before we can go to the forest, we're gonna need to find an item in Kakariko Village.
We step out of the Temple of Time and head into Hyrule Castle Town. And what we see is kind of shocking, like
Yes.
to say it like timid, like
Yeah,
it's
it's not kinda shocking, it was like, "What
it's
the fuck?"
extremely, yeah. The formerly lively and active marketplace is
Your
now
hometown, Javi, how do
my hometown. My
you
streets are now burnt and barren. It's a desolate wasteland with the only thing in sight being zombie-like creatures known as redeads. They're terrifying. They're extremely slow, but if you walk near them, they give Link this petrifying glance that
Mm.
freezes him in place, giving them time to slowly lurch over and wrap their bodies around you like an enormous leech.
Yeah,
I don't know about you, but for me, the first time I saw them, sent a chill up my spine.
yeah, I mean, you said that the petrifying glance for Link, that was a petrifying glance they sent me across the
Yeah.
fucking screen. It was like The Ring. It was like, "Oh, man," I was scared. This is such a powerful choice on their part to transform the Castle Town marketplace so completely. Every location in Hyrule is changed as Adult Link, but none so drastically as this. This looks like a war-torn city that's been bombarded by artillery, and honestly, I think they needed more of this in other areas. It would have driven home the darkness of Ganondorf's reign way more and way better. That's just for me, that's one of my bigger criticisms is just they needed to do more to transform the world
Yeah,
for the
especially
dark
once you
world.
leave the town, once you leave the castle town
Yeah.
marketplace, you go into Hyrule Field, which hasn't been touched, it looks like. There
Yeah.
is Pose and like other creatures now that pop up at night, but for the
It
whole and like for everything that happened in Hyrule Castle Town, it doesn't look like anything was touched here.
Exactly. Yeah, and even some of the other places, like ours, obviously, we'll see Zora's domain is frozen, which
Mhm.
sucks for them, but it still looks beautiful, you know. Like,
Beautiful in its frozen death.
yeah, and then it's just they could have done more. And I think, in particular, if you played Link to the Past, when you go into the Dark World in Link to the Past, like the grass is darker.
Mhm.
There is different enemies. The enemies themselves they're not like guards anymore. They're transformed to these different animals and stuff like that. So
Gotcha.
I just think that like playing that, you're like, oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah.
So it's whatever, but it's fine. But the Castle Town though stands out for
It
sure.
stands out, yeah. But yeah, so we head to Kakariko Village. We find many of the people that used to be in the Castletown marketplace are now here, almost certainly fleeing for refuge.
I love that little detail just because you wonder like what happened to all these people. You don't
Mhm.
see all of them there, so then you just I guess some of them might be redeads if
Yeah,
anything, you know.
maybe.
But so that's
Hopefully
it's
not, but
but
yeah.
that's one of those cool where they tell the story without telling us like telling you explicitly. It's just kind
Yeah.
of through the environment you add those pieces together, you know.
The lonely graveyard is now full of eerie pose, and the gravekeeper Dampe is dead, no longer tending to his flock. His diary invites someone to come into his grave. He has a keepsake that he wants to give away for some reason. I'm not we
I
don't know
don't
why he wants
know.
to like why he has it or why he wants to give it away, but you know, he probably finds stuff.
He's lonely. The
Yeah,
lonely grave.
exactly.
That's the thing. People don't know being a gravekeeper is a lonely job. Poor guy.
Yeah, a Link becomes a grave robber
Damn
basically, and
right,
we start
baby.
pulling every single tombstone to try to find Danpei's grave. Or maybe you got lucky on the first try.
No, I definitely everybody's stones has been flipped over on my playthrough. It's just like even if I found it the first time, which I
Just in
didn't.
case there's like a rupee or something under the
Yeah, I was
other
like, oh,
ones.
here's a heart piece. Oh, never mind. This is just skulls and bones. Sorry, my bad.
I'm sorry, former king of Hyrule.
Yeah. The worst part is they don't even allow you to put the grave back. Just be like,
No.
"Oh, my bad. I'm so sorry." Like, go back to sleep. Anyway, the gravekeeper wants to race. So we go down into his grave. He wants to race for some reasons that again make no fucking sense. This might be for me, Javi, one of the hardest parts of the game because the camera really works against your favor here. Danpei throws these balls of fire on the floor, and when you're turning tight corners, they're hard to see, and the camera just messes with you here. I've hit him multiple times. Start over the race, like it's like God, it's fucking frustrating. But anyway, after you finally beat him, he gives you his most prized possession, a hook shot. Which again, I don't like for a gravekeeper. Is like, well, why do you have this? And he gives it to you
hmm
for reasons, I guess. I don't
Yep.
know.
Yeah, honestly, it doesn't make much narrative sense at all.
No.
And how the hell did Sheik know about the hook shot? I mean, I
Sheik,
guess
just get the hook shot. Why didn't you race the goddamn Dompe if you
yeah, you could have
knew?
teleported to the end. I mean, I didn't
Yeah.
have trouble, but apparently Mike was having a time at
Yeah.
it.
All right, Hobby. You're the greatest, as you
And
know.
actually, yeah, before we move on, I want to point out another full, like wonderful secret of the graveyard.
Mhm.
There's a royal family tomb that you can only enter if you use Zelda's lullaby, and inside the grave you'll get the sun song.
Yeah. Okay. And then this is I like this section too for several reasons. Just because, for one, it's a staple song now in the series. But I just love the fact that this is optional. You don't need to do this. You can beat the whole game without ever getting it, ever.
hmm
So I just love that because the song itself has many functions. Like it's actually really useful. Firstly, primarily when you play it, it'll change day to night or night to day, depending on what time of day you're on. There's a lot of reasons why you'd want to do that. Like for one, Ghost Skulltulas in the overworld only come out at night, so you can switch on the fly if needed. There's other objectives and missions where you need time to pass, like if you want an egg to hatch, so it just makes it faster. It makes it easier. You can also use the song to freeze redeads, making them much easier to kill. And there's even certain spots where you can get special fairies that refill your magic meter when you play the song.
Yeah.
So it's just
From a design perspective, I read that many of the Ocarina songs were late additions.
crazy. The name of the game, like
Yeah, right?
yeah.
Miyamoto said initially they only had like 5 or 6 magic spells, but that they didn't leave much of an impression on him.
Mhm.
So they instead folded those into function into the Ocarina, making it much more valuable, which I guess good choice on their part, especially being the namesake of the game.
Is the right decision, especially because like the three spells that we actually do get are so forgettable, like Din's
hmm
fire, Nehru's, I forget what they're called, the other ones, but like one gives you a protective barrier type thing. Like I never use them. Like
hmm
you only need Din's fire to open the Shadow Temple, and
Yeah,
that's like really the only time you
that's
need
the
it.
only one I really used multiple times if I use them at all.
Yeah, and again, like they can be useful. Like obviously they're
No,
good, but I don't know. I just didn't enjoy using them that much
yeah,
personally.
yeah,
So
exactly. Miyamoto also wasn't crazy about the magic element in Zelda games. He
mhm.
prefers to keep them to a minimum.
For me, it just depends on the Zelda game. Usually, I don't mind magic elements, but it works well in this game to keep the magic minimal. This is a fantasy world, of course, but it's grounded in enough realism that it help makes it feel like it could have been almost real. Like like we said, this is kind of like a mythology, so that magical realism it borders tiptoes between those two. And you know what too with the ocarina of itself, I've always been fascinated with that instrument. I never heard of one until I played this game. Like, I just thought it was kind of a made up instrument. Although in Link to the Past, you get a flute and it looks like an ocarina, but they call it a flute. When I was doing the research for this, I found out that in Japan it's an ocarina, but they renamed it a flute in NA because they didn't think people would know what it is, you know?
Mm,
Like,
yeah,
okay. So
we're
now,
we're
like,
very ignorant.
yeah, I was like, okay, cool. One thing I came to find out is that this instrument was created by various cultures over 12,000 years ago, independently of each other.
Mm.
I love that. That's so cool.
Yeah,
I it's
it's like
just
how dragons are independent of like cultures too. Like they're in different cultures, but like
yes.
they have no connection between the cultures themselves.
I find that so fascinating. Like the pyramids too, you know,
Hmm.
like in Egypt and in Mayans, they had pyramids. Like how the fuck did that happen? But that's just makes it feel so right for the game and for like a mythology because it makes the ocarina itself feel almost primordial, like elemental to human civilization. So I don't know. I just enjoy that fact and I'm glad that it was used for more than just warping and teleporting to,
Right.
to the next temple. So it's cool.
Yeah.
It got like the Sun Song, Saria song, Epona song.
Yeah. Yeah.
All
Exactly.
the
Even the
yeah.
music sim element of it are kind of underappreciated in my opinion.
Oh yeah.
You can play whole songs on the ocarina, and I've seen people on YouTube do Beatles songs on the ocarina. I
Yeah.
mean, people make them, like in person and try to like play them, but
Yeah.
in
Well,
game,
you
I mean,
to be
huh?
fair, like I can't play songs on the ocarina.
Right? No, neither can I,
yeah,
but you
yeah, I have
can.
no
It's
talent. Yeah,
possible.
it's
Yeah,
possible.
yeah, cause
Yeah.
yeah, like even on the ocarina, like in the game itself, you
hmm
can change the pitch by using the C or R trigger,
hmm
and you can change the notes by moving the joystick, or you can change notes by using the joystick. So
Yeah.
it's not easy to do, but it's actually like a simulated instrument,
Yeah,
and
it's
it
like it's a
basically
mini
like a little mini
game.
game. Exactly.
Yeah, I agree. No, it's that's incredible. It's just cool to have that option there. I love when games do that. Um Last of Us 2 had that with the guitar, and I know that was hard too, but
I
I seen
didn't know
people
that.
yeah, but like people actually play songs on there too. It's just so cool. Like why not add that? It just adds
Hmm.
creativity. It doesn't seem like
Exactly.
it'd be that hard for them to implement. I don't know. Anyway, back on track. Hookshot in hand, we make our way back to the only home we've ever known. Entering the Kokiri forest, we find that where it was once peaceful, it's now full of enemies like Deku scrubs and Deku babas. It's a sad sight. A place that once felt so untouched by the outside world has now fallen to Ganondorf's evil. Link treks through the Lost Woods and battles through the sacred forest meadow where Sheik meets Link and teaches him the minuet of the forest. Now he can teleport back here whenever he wants or whenever he needs to.
Literally everything Sheik says is poetic. She tells Link, the flow of time is always cruel. Its speed seems different for each person, but no one can change it. A thing that doesn't change with time is a memory of younger days. It's no wonder Link doesn't say anything. Like, how the fuck do you follow that? Like, you just have to you're just like
No-
mesmerized. He does
yeah.
the whole putting his hands back and kicking his feet, and you just nod
Y-
your head.
Yeah.
But
You can't follow that up. That's why he's
no,
mute. Yeah, so he's just like, all
yeah.
right,
Like
cool.
all these people are like Shakespearean taught like I'm just like, what do I do?
yeah.
But I can't wait for him to talk and then be disappointed at the same time.
Oh, it's gonna be so disappointing. Whoever they get, we're so bad. We want it, and then we're gonna be
And then we're gonna
disappointed.
shit on
And
it. Yeah.
yeah, we'll do a whole podcast just talking shit. How could they?
how,
Like, wait a minute,
how
didn't you say
dare
you
they?
wanted it?
Shut
No.
up.
All right, so we're here at the Forest Temple. What do you think? This is our first temple as adult Link. First time we get keys, which is cool.
Ugh, I guess
Definitely,
no.
definitely a lot more difficult. I don't think anybody can dispute that. Like
No, definitely more difficult than the first three, tutorial
dungeons.
dungeons almost.
Yeah,
I think young you feels like a tutorial once you get to this point.
yeah.
The one thing I will say, and it's kind of like a recurring theme for me with these dungeons, is I hate the backtracking sometimes, especially
Mm.
because I wasn't able to play the just continuously.
Mhm.
you know.
Yeah.
So some things bothered me, especially just because of the quality of life stuff, like the saving in the game.
Mhm.
You would always have to restart the dungeon. But
Yeah.
more so was I guess I don't pay enough attention because there's some like I was like trying to find keys and going into the different rooms, and there was one part where I got stuck super bad in this dungeon. So it was actually
Okay.
somewhat difficult in that sense, but it was just me being stupid and not paying attention. Like the overall actual like combat, I did like a lot of I did like this dungeon. There
Mhm.
was a lot of like different kind of combats you had to do. There was the whole moving twisting rooms and stuff.
So good. So
Mhm.
good.
But it was
And the
just like I just
cinematic
got
they used
frustrated.
for it. Yeah, the
Oh, the
cinematic they used for
cinematic was
it
great, yeah,
is
and
so
obviously you
good.
get my favorite weapon in the whole game, probably the fairy bow.
I love this dungeon. I do think it's more difficult. It's probably one of the more difficult ones. And again, looking back on my first playthrough, I'm curious if you got stuck the same place I did because
That's why I didn't say, I wanted to
yeah, okay.
see.
So this first, I remember this so vividly, but I got stuck because I couldn't find one key, and that key ended up being the one in the first room at the
Yep,
top.
at the very beginning on top of the tree, exactly. Same exact thing for me.
And then, like, I don't know why I'll never forget that because I was stuck for I don't know an hour, 2 hours. I don't know how long it was back then, but it was just like it was for a while, and then finally I just got so frustrated. I was like, let me just go back to the beginning and fucking search every single inch of everything, and then I was like, what the fuck?
Where is it?
Yeah, and then it's funny looking at this when I replayed it for this playthrough. I kind of specifically looked for that and of
Uh-huh.
course, in the first as you walk into the temple, the first cutscene they show you the key.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
that's what I'm saying, where I just didn't pay attention because I vividly don't remember seeing the key up there. I was like, "Why are
Mhm.
they showing me this?"
Mhm.
But
Like,
that's my fault, yeah.
what is this tree? Like, who cares? Just let's
Yeah,
fucking
well,
get to the action. Uh,
exactly.
yeah, a couple of things I'll highlight that I really enjoyed about this temple. For one, the song is incredible. It's fucking like it's an all-timer for me. I just think it's sad, haunting, scary all at
Mm,
once. This is the first dungeon where we fight Stalfos. We fight two Stalfos, and
yeah,
and
very
they're
fun.
more yeah, and they're more difficult than like the Zolfos because they have shields. You know,
Mhm.
they have better tactics in that way. Um, the fact that part of the first thing is that we had to get the fort pose so that we can light the four
Yes, yeah, that was the whole
torches.
point. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
And they're the mini boss. That mini boss was cool, but the other thing I really like about it is that you to get the pose, you had to do different things. Two of them, you have to shoot the pictures, the paintings.
Mhm.
But one of them, you have to kind of solve that one puzzle where you move the blocks and create the picture or whatever. Um,
Yes.
and then that last one, you had to fight in the middle, and you get kind of the mini boss. So
Yeah, that one wasn't too bad. It was kind of fun, actually.
yeah, I thought it was fun because then you had to it's 4 of them circling you, you had to fight and find the fake one, so
Mhm.
I really enjoyed that, and we'll talk about later in the Gerudo section where you have to fight 4 guards and it's the same, and it's just
Mhm.
kinda like I like in this one, they do it different for each
Yeah,
thing, so it keeps it
exactly.
fresh.
And then, as well as, this was, I think, one of the dungeons where I actually really, really liked the final boss.
Yeah,
Because in some of the dungeons, the mini boss almost outshined them.
yeah, I agree,
But
this one's an all-timer,
yeah, this
like
one was amazing, and definitely one of my favorite boss fights of the game.
yeah, Phantom Ganondorf, I think is probably the most unique one. It's so
Dude, and
different.
did you not think he was gonna be like you were fighting like I when I first saw it, I was like, oh shit, am I gonna fight Ganon and he underestimates us and loses kind of shit?
Yeah, I remember because I definitely didn't catch it right away that it was not him. It said
Hmm.
like his name shows up there. It says Phantom Ganondorf and some sub name or whatever.
Yeah,
But I was so hyped that I didn't catch it the first time I played it in '98. I was like, "Oh, this is Ganon. What the fuck?" And then after you beat him, Ganon then talks to you and he's like, "Oh, you just beat like this
yeah.
fucking whatever." And I was like, "Oh, whatever." Fucking But no, I mean the mechanics of it, the whole painting thing. is cool, the aesthetic and everything. I think you were mentioning before we talked about it. I forget what did you say? It looked like some
Oh
movie.
yeah, one of the reasons like I enjoyed it so much too is like it reminded me a lot of like Sleepy Hollow.
Oh,
It
that's
gave me
right.
Sleepy Hollow vibes.
Yeah, yeah. Like even though it's not a headless horseman, but the fact that it
Exactly.
was a horseman and then also like the
The
paintings had that,
pictures,
yeah,
yeah, the paintings, exactly.
that very gothic look, a Sleepy Hollow look. But definitely all timer. I agree. I love the boss and the temple is just fucking it's top
Fire.
notch, top notch. So after we defeat Phantom Ganondorf, we speak to Saria and she gives us the Forest Medallion. You can feel how melancholy the world is for Saria here. She tells Link, "It is destiny that you and I can't live in the same world."
Mm,
They use this side angle where you can see grown-up Link on the left and still body of a child Saria on the right, and it just
yeah.
really drives home how much has changed and what both Link and Saria lost in the process. The time they lost and the friendship they had their whole life will never be the same. I'm also fond of the way of the after the temple cutscenes, the way they cut out because they fade to widescreen. Like it's almost as you're leaving the sacred realm, and then you just see text on the screen where Saria says, "You'll always be my friend." And I don't know if they intended it that way. I guess that they do, but the way they present it to me, I always just read it as if it's like a whisper as you're being torn
Yeah,
away. I don't know. It's
yeah.
just so beautiful. I love the way they do that.
Yeah, it also, kind of makes sense to the theory that they basically die as they become sages.
Yes, yes. Ooh, and
So,
that'll come up a lot too throughout when we talk about the other
yeah,
sages.
yeah.
But
But anyways,
yeah.
we awaken outside in front of our long dead dad great Deku tree. But Link notices a small branch growing from the ground. And it looks
Mhm.
fresh and new too.
Yeah.
Suddenly, a little sprout pops up. And
Yeah.
it's so funny. I love it. It presents itself as the tree sprout.
That's
Now that
right.
Zarya broke the curse of the forest temple, the Deku tree can regrow with new life. The young sapling reveals an incredible secret to us. The reason we've grown after these 7 years and the Kokiri have stayed children is because Link is not Kokiri by blood. Not a big shocker to us,
We knew.
but I think just the fact that it's explicitly said is what's crazy.
Yeah, yeah.
Especially because basically they say Link is a Hylian.
Mhm.
It's like, oh my god.
Yeah.
And he was brought to the Deku Tree years ago by a distressed and mortally wounded mother.
That's brutal,
Hmm.
honestly. This is all text too. It sucks that,
We can't
there's
have
no
it voiced, yeah.
yeah.
She was fleeing a devastating civil war being fought in Hyrule that
Mhm.
brought the world to its knees. And the Deku Tree can sense something special in that boy, Link, and decided to take him in and raise him as a Kokiri until
Mhm.
the time would be where the boy can fulfill his destiny. So
Yeah,
the great Deku Tree knew we were him as soon as he saw
yeah.
us.
Oh, this is him. He's here.
It's Neo. He's the one.
He's the one. I definitely wish we got even more of this. I know they like to keep Link's backstory as vague as possible. That's by design because he's supposed to be easy for anyone to relate to. But man, like a full cutscene would have been incredible here.
Hmm.
The text was cool though. It was cool seeing the story.
Yeah.
I think as a player, we feel such a deep sympathy for Link at the thought of his mother dying and sacrificing herself to get him to safety and him being raised as an orphan
Yeah.
outcast. It's
Yeah,
just
exactly. Only to be raised as an outcast, too. Like,
yeah,
goddamn.
fucking he who should not be named, and the rest of them. It's really dark and grim, and props to Nintendo for doing it. And
Hmm.
it was kind of funny getting this backstory, this specific backstory from the cute little Deku Sprout who
Yeah, that's
looks,
my favorite part about it. Yeah,
yeah, because he's
exactly.
so cartoonish too. It's not only that it's a
Yeah.
small Deku tree, but it's like he looks like a little. It looks almost Wind Waker ish,
Yeah, which
the
is funny
style.
enough. I think he is.
Yeah,
He is the Deku Tree from the Wind Waker.
yeah, true, true.
So he grows up, so he grows up and stays cartoony.
Damn right. Good for him. Be who you are.
Be who you are. Yeah.
Yeah.
But all right. So one domain saved. I know we finished the temples earlier and we said 1 down, 2 to go, but now it's
Yeah.
1 domain saved, 4 more to go.
Yeah.
And
This
we
time for
head
real though. This
yeah,
time
this time for real until,
yeah.
until Manjora's Mask. If you count that.
Yeah.
We head back to the Temple of Time to get further instruction from Sheik. She tells us we can put the Master Sword back in the stone and travel back in time 7 years.
Okay, that of course changes everything. I guess everybody probably knew this. Maybe I'm just dumb, but like I didn't know that you're gonna be able to go back. Like I didn't. I didn't. I think people probably just did it immediately too, because just out of curiosity. I tend to go like, oh, they told me I gotta go get the hook shot. All right, I'm on my way. It was awesome. It changes everything. Now you can do quests that changes stuff when you're young Link to adult Link, and it just completely changes how you play the game. I think Ocarina did a better job of integrating the time travel aspect in big set pieces as opposed to Link to the Past with the light and dark world.
Mm.
That was good, but I will say, just as a criticism, overall, Link to the Past utilized the dark world much better to do like little stuff like getting heart pieces and stuff like that. There's a lot of cool
Mm.
places in Link to the
Yeah, it
Past.
made
So
it made it like an actual like mechanic instead of just this like teleport that you have to like go out of your way almost.
yeah, yeah, and that's the main difference because you always got to come back to the Temple of Time to change. Whereas, like for example, in Link to the Past, to get into the last dungeon, Turtle Rock, like you have to teleport multiple times as you're maneuvering through Death Mountain. Because there's
Ah.
certain places you can only get in the Dark World, and then you teleport back, and then you gotta blah 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 like that. So it's cool. They integrated better in that sense. But yeah, I mean, it was awesome. This was awesome. I was like, oh, okay, cool. Now, and as we see, a lot of the quests involve that,
Yeah.
to do both things.
On the subject of like traveling, time travel,
Mm-hmm.
let's talk a little bit about one of my favorite side quests, and
Mm-hmm.
that is a side quest to get Epona.
Oh,
I think
traveling to the
through
okay,
time, not
yeah,
not traveling, but
traveling on the road.
I
Okay.
think most players probably try to get her as early as possible. It was kind of exciting seeing her, in promotional stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, she's optional. You can beat the entire game without ever even knowing that you can get her. Like
Which is
literally,
yeah, which is incredible. That's crazy.
like if you went in without even knowing about Epona, if you don't go to Lon Lon Ranch, you never see her.
Yeah, and even if
But
you go to Lon Lon Ranch, doesn't guarantee you're gonna get her. You don't
mhm,
even know.
yeah, I like this kind of like this structure, this side quest, and many others in this game do.
Mm-hmm.
And it's something I think some games do now, but I do wish it was used more often, where it's like these are not necessarily not important.
Mm-hmm.
They
Yeah.
can be important to this like the story and the lore almost of the game.
And I mean, the Epona changes the way you play the game
Yeah,
almost completely.
exactly.
So yeah,
Yeah.
it's
Yeah,
definitely
so
a lost art as far as like AAA games go.
mhm.
I know indie games do more of this, but like AAA games do seem
Yeah,
to be
something like
more.
Elden Rings is a good example, or just Souls in general. I think
Uh-huh.
they stay true to this
Yeah,
because there's so many things you can completely miss depending on how you play.
yeah, it's up to you to explore and figure it out. Yeah.
Exactly.
All right. Okay. So yeah, we're talking about Epona. Let's speed run this and walk through it. Let's speed run this getting Epona and bask in its intricacy. In order to get Epona, first you must meet Malin and her father Talon, the owner of Lon Lon Ranch. So this is part of the main quest. You can't miss this. You're gonna have to
Yeah.
do this to get through it,
Right.
regardless.
But again, there's no indication that this is a side quest,
Yeah.
other
Yeah.
than that they let you know where Lon Lon Ranch is.
Yeah. Exactly.
So after you meet them, you can find them in Lon Lon Ranch, which is basically the only other significant location. Actually, it is the only
Yeah. It
significant
is
location inside of
literally.
Hyrule, and it's almost impossible to miss because it's right in front of Hyrule Castle.
Yeah.
If you visit the ranch as a child, you'll find Malin singing a song along with an orange pony. You can talk to her a couple times and pull out the ocarina in front of her, and she'll teach you the song she's singing.
Yeah.
She teaches you Epona's song. And you'll notice that after you play, Epona will come near you and bump you kind of lovingly, like kind of like
Yeah,
nudging you
you're
almost.
friends now. She
Yeah.
likes you now. It's important
The
right there
power of
too.
music again, right?
Of course, and it's such a beautiful song. I love that song too. I
Hmm.
love that she sings it, and then you get the Ocarina version, which is
Yeah.
cool. Also, that part of his a little detail is cool too. Is like you don't automatically get that dialogue either. Like you need to pull out the ocarina. You know, you don't just talk to her and then she tells you like, "Oh, okay, let me teach you a song." Like you actually have to pull it out, and then she'll be like, "Oh, hey, let me teach you a song." You
Yeah.
know,
And then I'm not sure, do you have to talk to her a couple of times or can you just talk to her once and then pull out the ocarina?
that detail I don't remember specifically. I
Mhm.
just know for me, it's like I had to talk to her at least once, and
Okay.
then I probably just talked to her again, and then
Like to try to
finally,
understand, then you're like, "Oh,
yeah,
wait a second."
yeah. Let me pull it out. Okay, there you go. Okay, now when you come back to Lon Lon Ranch as an adult, the evil farmhand Ingo has stolen the ranch from Talon. He's bent on raising a horse that he can give to Ganondorf personally. For 10 rupees, Ingo will allow you to ride the horses in his care for a minute. Once you pay, you can ride on any horse in there inside the stables, except for one orange one who won't allow you to mount. There's only one orange one, so
Yeah, so of course, this is the same pony you met 7 years ago.
Mhm.
So when you play the song Malin taught you, Epona will come towards you and allow you to ride.
Mhm.
Once on Epona, you go through this little like challenge of like jumping over and you can get some rupees and stuff. You're
Yeah.
basically learning how to ride a horse.
Yeah.
And once you talk to Ingo, he'll challenge you to a race at a wager of 50 rupees. If you beat Ingo, he'll panic at his loss and
What a
offer a second
bitch.
race. Yeah. It's kind of like a double or nothing almost. Like, he's a gambler at heart.
He's so
And
cartoony here too. He's like,
yeah, like I can't
"Ah!"
believe I lost all
Yeah.
50 rupees. I don't know how much. I
Yeah.
mean, he should have more than that. I don't know. But he was devastated.
Broke ass.
But if you win, you get to keep the horse is what he offered.
Yeah, on
So
the
of
second
course,
race,
on the second race,
he'll offer a second race if you win, then you can
yeah,
keep the horse.
you beat him handedly, and he becomes inconsolable.
Yeah.
And then he realizes the pony or the horse. I'm sorry, it's not a pony anymore.
Eh,
The horse you were riding is Epona, and that's the horse he just basically gave away for free
yeah.
almost because you get your money back.
I gotta say, not too observant from our man Ingo, because it's like, bro, there's one
Yeah.
orange horse here. Like, you didn't know that was Epona while
Right.
you were racing?
And to make matters worse, this is the horse he had intended to give to Ganondorf,
Oh my
and he
god.
can't believe how badly he messed up. Granted, I think it would have been worse if he gave Ganon a horse that wouldn't accept him.
Right? Like, fucking Epona's like tossing Ganon out. That would have been
Yeah.
fucking
But
incredible.
much to my surprise, he keeps his word and lets us keep the horse. Yay. Okay. Now we can ride out, right? Nope. He tells us we will never leave the ranch and slams the gate on us. From there, that's it. If you
Yeah.
got stuck here, you're done. That's the
Game
whole
over.
game.
Turn it off. Can't get out. I was like, fuck this fucking game. It's a
And I
glitch.
actually, speaking of this part, I had trouble jumping over because what you're supposed to do is there's this fence in the back, keep like, the
Mhm.
rest of the fence.
Yeah.
And you're supposed to do what you were taught during basically the little mini game before the race
Mhm.
and jump over. But I had trouble kind of like lining it up correctly. So it took me a couple tries. But eventually we get this amazing cutscene, which is one of my favorites of the game.
No, it definitely is. I mean, it also, like, to be fair, I feel like that gate looks bigger than any gate you jump
Yes,
through.
it does
Yeah.
look bigger. So I'm like,
Yeah.
where the hell? Yeah.
Yeah. I remember getting a little kind of like, what the fuck? A little confused what to do. But yeah, that scene is so incredible once you get it. It's freaking what a side quest, you know? It's
Mhm.
just, but everything about this quest is incredible because it's just so satisfying because at no moment does the game give you a quest log or a mission titled
No.
"Get a Horse" or "Free
Right.
Epona." There's nothing like that. That's what we're saying about this game design, where it's like you have to figure these things out on your own. That you don't, they don't hold your hand. They give you a bunch of really heavy clues.
Yes,
You know,
like yeah, very heavy-handed, I guess, clues,
I
but
mean, literally the first things you hear in the title screen, you don't see anything. You just hear Epona galloping through Hyrule
yeah,
Field. So it's like, yeah, you should know that you can get a horse at some point.
yeah,
And then there's so many heavy clues, but again, they don't tell you, so it just makes it satisfying.
yeah. It's very Majora's Mask has a very similar style. They do give you a quest log, but even
Hmm.
with the quest log, it doesn't mean it's just guiding you.
Yeah, and Majora is more like kind of writing down what you've already seen,
Exactly.
you
Yeah,
know?
it's basically
Yeah.
like, "Oh, look, you talked to this guy.
Mhm.
Oh, I guess, maybe there's something here," kind of like, and just as a reminder. I think that
Yeah.
that's something that they learned as like a quality of life. They don't have to give you the side quest exactly, but they
Mhm.
can give you the reminder. So, especially with the case of games like, where the saving isn't great,
Mhm.
like once you save, your basic. I mean, technically, I guess in Ocarina you can save whenever you want,
Mhm.
right? But it still like would leave you at specific spots on the map. It wouldn't be wherever you left off.
Yeah.
And then in Manjora's, you save at the totems.
Yes. Yeah.
So it was nice, as it was almost like they're learning, which was really good. They're learning very quickly. Like, oh, okay, this was kind of annoying trying to remember this stuff, especially if you couldn't. Especially with the way they framed that game too.
Well, yeah, that's the thing. Majora is such a different style game. It's hard to compare.
Right, but the entirety of the game from both of
Mhm.
these is these organic hints they give you,
Exactly. It's the
and it just makes you feel accomplished and smart when you actually figure it
yeah.
out.
Yeah, well,
Uh,
you and you ought to think I'm so smart. That's
exactly, I'm so smart.
it.
I think a lot of people can naturally just feel I'm smart, I'm smart,
Yeah. Uh.
and it feels like a secret,
Mm.
but it's so masterfully designed that it's not a secret. Like this is obviously planned, but it feels like a secret.
Yeah, and
Which is, I guess, a lot of games have stuff like that,
well,
but
no, but
these
that's the
felt
thing
different.
is like they don't anymore. Oh, again, I'm specifically talking about like AAA games. So this is not me complaining about how games are nowadays when I know there's so many great
Mhm.
indie games this way, but I'm just saying like Assassin's Creed in particular I think about or like Horizon, even God of War. It's like
Yeah, you're specifically talking about like the
yeah,
waypoints that guide you.
exactly. They give you a marker on the map, and there's just almost no mystery to it. And
Mhm.
sometimes, okay, that's fine. I just want to get through it, especially when in a combat heavy game, you just care about the combat or whatever.
Yeah, well,
But if a
yeah.
game, if a big element of it is discovery and puzzle solving and all that, then it's annoying having they hold your hand that aggressively.
It almost forces you to actually like you actually have to pull out a diary and write down what you've
In
learned.
this, yeah. And then again, that's why
Yeah.
it's cool with Majora because it's just kinda jotting down to remember hints, that's fine, but
Yeah.
if it would've told you, like, "Okay, now go see the mailman so that you can get the letter," then you'd be like, "Come on," like, don't
Yeah.
Yes, but
Yeah.
yeah, it's just immensely satisfying. There's a like, the Goron quest here, like, we won't go in depth about
Mm.
that one, but it's the same thing. You start off with this small little thing, is they somebody gives you an egg to hatch, and by the end of the quest, it takes you 10 different directions. At the end of the thing, you get the most powerful weapon in the story. You would never know, like, there's nothing that you have no idea where this quest is even leading you. You're just
Yeah,
yeah,
100, yeah,
you're just doing
100%.
all these different tasks, like, okay, hatch the egg, take it to wake up this person. Now take the seesaw to this person, and then this gives you a mushroom, and this mushroom, in a way, is a bunch of fetch quests, but different things. But still, it just leads to this
Yeah.
great thing. So it's awesome.
Yeah, and not to say that that's not to say that every side quest is so good
No,
either.
definitely not.
There's a lot of them are not great. The mass side quest, for example, and of course the overarching one that I don't think you can get done unless you beat almost all the game, which is the gold Scoutilla
Yeah,
hunting,
that
and that doesn't does it just doesn't give you enough.
I like the gold Scotillas. I just don't like the rewards they give you for it, and that's the main issue. But before that though, the mask thing too is even funny because the mask thing is it's not that good in this game. But I feel like almost like they knew that. That's why they designed Majora all around because the masks are
Bro,
awesome in
yeah,
Majora. Like,
yeah, because I collected all the
yeah.
masks. So at the very end, you get the deity mask, and I had the fairy sword as
Mhm.
well, right? But I still took on the first couple forms of the boss with like just my regular
Mhm.
weapons, and then I was like, okay, let me put on the deity mask now that it's like changing forms again to its final form. Let me go to my final form, kind of thing,
Yeah.
right? Because I had never used it in battle because you don't get it till the end of the
Mhm.
game, and I literally killed the boss in like 2 seconds. It was just like I was just like the how a lot of the Master Sword powers is like when it's full strength, it throws like
The beam,
the
yeah.
beam. That's a lot what it was giving you, and I was like, oh my god, and it was doing probably as much damage as the most, even more damaging than the fairy sword, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, no,
So it was able to kill it just like
I
that.
know, yeah. So, but you in Majora for sure, like the mask is fucking like this awesome. I think they wanted to write that wrong here. And with the
Yeah,
Skulltulas again, it was more of the rewards because like with when you get like 40, okay, so there's 100 to collect. When you get 40, you get the bomb shoes.
that's a lot of.
Yeah,
If it was 10,
yeah.
maybe that would be
The
fine.
other ones are pretty cool when you get like bigger wallets because you kind of need it for some stuff. But then really
Yeah.
not really because then, for example, then with when you get 50 Skulltulas, you get a heart piece. By the time you get that's half of the Skulltulas and you get one heart piece, maybe a full heart. That would have been good. Then the worst one, the one that's so insulting is when you get all of them and then you get a big rupee, which is 200. Okay,
Hmm.
that's it? And then you can go out and in and they'll just you can get infinite money basically. Okay. Who
Yeah.
cares? Money sucks in this game. That's another thing. It's like the economy in this game sucks.
Yeah, the economy in this game is
Yeah.
lifeless. Anything worth
Mhm.
buying is like the tunics and shields. You already get them for free
Yeah.
anyways. The only shield you care about, or the only shield you probably will lose, is the Deku
Yeah.
shield. I mean, there's a chance you lose the Hylian shield, but you're more often than not gonna lose the Deku shield, and you're not really using that
Yeah.
anymore. The only other thing is what arrows and bombs, but you can get those just leave and enter an area and hit the leaves or
They're
the
littered, yeah,
grass.
they're littered all over the overworld and everywhere you go. So it's just kind of like that's one of those things where this game is weak is where
Yeah, the reward for the biggest side quest is just so
yeah, it's
anticlimactic.
worthless. But anyway, back to Epona. This was another aspect of the game that came later in development. So it definitely was something they always wanted, but they were unsure if they could accomplish it. The horse riding and the creation of Hyrule Field go hand in hand. The whole reason they really wanted the big Hyrule Field was just to give a place for the horse to be able to gallop. That's the whole purpose of it.
Yeah, Miyamoto joked that he purposely put themselves in a
Mhm.
corner. Quote, "We started by testing whether we could have two horses out at once. We thought if we could do that, then we could make other forms of play for that grassland. It went well, so we made a demo video with two horses. We showed that at Nintendo Space World, and I was like, now that we've shown this, there's no backing out." End
He's
quote.
so devious.
He seems like he's just like he asked like Ainuma or
Mhm.
Kazumi, like, "Hey, do you guys think you can do
They're
this?"
like
It was like, "I don't know." Well, I already put a video out, so
they're like, "No, that's impossible." He's like, "Okay, I put a cutscene
Like,
out that everybody thinks is
so
gameplay."
yeah,
Like
so make it
yeah.
happen. By the way, you have
Yeah.
2 weeks.
That's the best way to do it, man. And he made it happen. But yeah, Miyamoto said he had a deep love of westerns growing up as a boy. He used to grab two aluminum cups and make gallop sounds on the school playground. Horse riding was just something he'd wanted in Zelda for a long time. Similarly, I know that he wanted Mario to be able to ride a dinosaur since the first one. When he gets an idea in his head, he's gonna
Hmm.
make it happen. Whether
He runs with
yeah,
it.
it took him like 6 years to get Yoshi out, but he did it. But yeah,
Hmm.
luckily
Yeah, so luckily here they were able to do it
yeah,
as
they were
well.
able to pull it off. We talked a lot about how Miyamoto thought about the cinematic flair. Well, the Epona jumping over the Lon Lon Ranch cutscene is so iconic, and that was something that he asked for them to do very specifically. Like the exact camera angle and how even the sun reflected on the camera. He wanted that exactly. So when he wants something like that cinematic, like he's not afraid to ask for it. And it's just one cutscene, but it's fucking iconic. It's
Hmm.
I always remember that. I'll never forget it.
Yeah, and this really helps as far as for Hyrule Field because Hyrule Field is pretty barren.
To you think like to say the
Yeah,
least.
but with Epona, it makes it a little bit more
Yeah.
bearable. If you never got Epona in your playthrough, I can see someone completely despising the
Mhm.
overworld because you're just trudging through it, probably rolling over, trying to
Yeah,
speed things
yeah,
up.
yeah, yeah.
And I think I would have too,
Yeah.
but I think with her, it makes traveling just a little bit more fun because it's just, maybe not nowadays because I'm so used to kind of that kind of stuff, but I still enjoyed it. But I'm sure at the time it was very endearing to see Link on the
Oh, yeah.
horse.
It felt just like a new experience in a way, to have him ride
Hmm.
on in 3D on a horse is just cool, like,
Yeah.
I also think that while you don't do much while traveling, it does enough to add a sense of distance, time, and adventure without becoming too oppressive. So I know that for
Mhm.
me, I sought out Epona immediately as adult Link until I figured it out. Like that's the first thing I did, and I got it early in
Right.
my first playthrough. So I mean, Link is right here on the title screen, like I said, for fuck's sake. So like you knew there had to be
Yeah.
a way. So yeah, and they did that
Exactly.
intentionally so people wouldn't miss her.
And we got off the
Yeah.
track a little bit, but let's jump back into
All
the
right.
main quest. We're off to Death Mountain. We visit the Goron city to find it completely
Mm.
barren. We're tasked to find the fire
Yeah.
temple. So we're going
Yeah.
back. Everyone is gone except for a small Goron rolling around in a circle. When you stop him, you find out his name is Link.
Woo!
Woo! It's like, whoa, like, okay, I'm about to sue
Yeah.
you for
Copyright infringement, like trademark
yeah.
infringement.
But yeah, but of course you find out that this is Darunia's son, and he named his son after you.
Oh.
We knew him for a day, not even a full day,
Yeah.
and he named his son after us. That's
See,
that's that's
so yeah,
familia
some
right
people
there.
talk about it. Darunia is about it. He's about that fucking that's
Yeah,
true brotherhood right there. Well,
exactly.
anyway, baby Link tells you that Ganondorf took all the Gorons to the fire temple and revived the ancient dragon Volvagia. Ganondorf plans to feed the Goron to the fearsome monster as a grim warning to the rest of the Hylian world. Disobey, and you will suffer his merciless wrath. Darunia left in hot pursuit and went to the fire temple to save his people. Ganondorf is not fucking around, guys. It's funny when you play the game because it just never feels that dark. And then you see Baby Link, he's all cute and all that.
Especially because he's rolling around, just like,
Yeah,
"Ah, I'm just gonna chill, play around
yeah,
here."
it seems very like okay, but then this is some apocalyptic type shit here. Like
Yeah,
Ganondorf is not fucking around. He's gonna kill
yeah.
everybody.
And now, so we head to Darunia's chamber, which is the only place we
Hmm.
know, and we find a secret passage, and it leads us to the inner core of Death
Hmm.
Mountain. Sheik is there waiting for
Of
us.
course, just thank you.
Oh,
Yeah,
perfect timing as
why didn't you
always.
just take us there? And like, she, come on, the fuck.
She also must have the best, what is it, fashion designer or whatever you would
Yeah,
call it, because she does not need any fireproof
I
tunic
know.
here
We're
at all.
sweating. We're dying.
Like,
Yeah,
we're
we're.
sweating, yeah, and like she's over here like, I mean, she teaches us the bolero of fire and spits some poetry just like she always
Mhm.
does and leaves. This was one of my favorite scenes, but the fire temple for me, I had a little bit more trouble than I'd like to admit. How was it for you?
Yeah, I like this temple a lot too. When I first played it, that big center room is the one that I kind of got a little stuck on because I think it has like 5 or 6 doors. I can't remember,
Yeah, and then
but
some of them are in different levels too,
yeah, well,
right?
that's another part of it because then you got to go to the second floor. But on the bottom side, there's some bombable walls too, and that's the
Yeah.
thing I had trouble with because I couldn't find that wall. It was one of those things you mentioned it before. How like sometimes you forget mechanics, and that's something that I forgot. Like that if you hit the
Oh,
door, if you hit a wall and it sounds more hollow, then it's
that's right.
bombable. And it's something that wasn't clicking in my head right away.
Yeah, that was a big deal in the maze
Hmm.
room, like the little maze room.
Yeah.
Yeah. This one definitely was one of my struggles. This was definitely like I felt like, oh damn, like they it definitely felt like a jump in difficulty for
Mm.
me, and I got not necessarily. Oh no, I got lost. I was backtracking like crazy. I think out of all the temples, this was the one I spent the most time on.
I'm surprised by that. Cause like I think it is difficult, but I actually think the Forest Temple is more difficult than this one.
Mm,
But like you said, different people with different experiences.
hmm.
Um, as far as the mini bosses, they were cool. That's the ones where you have to pull them with the hook shot, and then you hit
Yep.
them with the hammer, I believe. Or no, you can just slice them up too. But the hammer was a cool.
The
Yeah, the
dancer. Yeah, it was a
dancer.
dancer.
Yeah, but the hammer is a really cool item too. I think it's
Yep.
just a disappointment because I think they could have used it better overall. I really like the weapon.
Hmm.
I think it would have been cool if you could have used it as like a melee weapon that had different moves, but he just does the same.
It just the one,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah. This also was one of the ones where, similar to the Forest Temple, there's that thing in the very beginning that I just completely
Hmm.
forgot and was stuck like for 30 minutes
Yeah.
trying to figure out where to
Yeah.
go.
Oh, yeah. I remember that too. Where you have to. This it's like a statue that you have to hit with the hammer, and it reveals the door.
Yeah, you knock the two pieces of it away, and then the door
Yeah.
reveals.
Very. Yeah. I agree with you. I remember being a little stuck on that too. Yeah. No. But it's a great temple overall. What'd you think of the boss, Volvagia?
I really enjoyed the
Me
boss.
too.
It was definitely one of the harder ones, I would say as well. Like this, just like this temple was not my jam. In terms of how much trouble I
Mhm.
had, but I did like the boss. It was just it did a lot of damage if you missed up any
Yeah,
time.
and I think the falling rocks was a good addition because
Oh,
it makes it
mhm.
harder. I didn't have too much trouble with this boss. I don't remember how much trouble I had with it when I first played it. I definitely had no trouble with it on the 3DS version,
Okay,
but
okay,
I
okay.
don't. I also like it was really easy to dodge the rocks in the 3DS version. I don't remember if on the 64 one it's kind of harder to see them coming down with the shadows, but is one of those. It's probably an improvement on the 3DS version. Like the graphics helps you dodge them really easily. It's no issue.
I
But
see.
I just love this boss in general too, just because it feels the most mythological to me. Because it's a dragon, and it looks fucking sick inside the
Hmm.
volcano, and it's just the aesthetic of it. Oh
For me, this was one of the bosses from the ones we've gotten that really felt like the sorcery and
yeah,
sword
yeah,
tale
for sure.
because it's a
Yeah,
dragon.
flying out. You mentioned to me too at one point. You're like, it is crazy though, because it's not like a traditional dragon.
Yeah, it's not your traditional sword and sorcery and
Hmm.
sword dragon. It feels kind of like the Chinese dragon with the long body and the arms, and it didn't have any
Yeah, it
wings.
was funny. I had never thought of that till you told me, and I was like, "Damn, you're right. It isn't like it's kind of out of place in that way. Like this is supposed to be more of a
Hmm.
medieval style, and then it's like Chinese dragon. But for some
Yeah,
reason it worked.
it worked. It worked
It didn't take me
amazingly.
out of it. I loved it. All right,
Exactly.
so after we defeat the dragon boss, it comes to no one's surprise that Darunia ends up being the fire sage. He thanks us, pledges his everlasting brotherhood, and gives us the fire medallion. Two fucking down, baby. Also, really quick with him, you know how you mentioned before, we think the sages might have died. He's the one who seems to me the most that is like a death because he goes in to fight the dragon
Right. Without his hammer,
without the hammer. So then it's just kind of one of those things like what happened to him? Well,
he was just holding him off until someone came. Like he was like they like, no, don't go. You don't have your hammer. He's like, someone will come, but they
yeah.
need time.
And that part, we didn't discuss that, but I just want to say that real quick. The fact that the thing that made the temple really cool is having the Gorons inside the cells.
Oh, the
There's
prison. They were
prisoners.
prisoners. Yeah, because we were
Yeah, because
breaking them out.
they're
Yeah.
being ready to be eaten basically, and they're like shaking. It's really dark, and I love that. It was such a good addition to it because it really adds to the urgency of it. So it was a great choice on their part.
Mhm.
While we're here, let's check in with our good friend Vogler. We're back, baby, and his guide to the hero's journey. Step 5, we talked about earlier about crossing the threshold. Well, now step 6 in the hero's journey is about the hero encountering tests and helpers. Vogler writes, quote, the hero is forced to make allies and enemies in the special world and to pass certain tests and challenges that are part of his or her training. This just obviously fits like a glove. It's pretty much the structure of 70-80% of the game. It's all about tests and helpers. Like that's it. We spend the majority of our
Mhm.
time in the dungeons and temples encountering these tests, and we spend our time making allies with the sages and the people of Hyrule, as well as making mortal enemies with the big fucking Goron who sold us a faulty fucking Goron sword. But that's just me. I'm just saying, like, fuck that bitch. Like,
And I didn't. I did get the Bigoron,
the
the
fake
broken one
sword,
or the
yeah, you
faulty one.
fucking
Yeah,
swindled us for
yeah,
200 rupees,
yeah.
motherfucker. Like,
God damn it! But we have to now leave the fire temple. We're done. We
mhm,
saved them. We lost our big brother
mhm,
basically, and now we must find the temple under the
mhm,
vast lake. And so obviously we head to the Zora domain to get some much
yeah,
needed items. We find that the land of the Zoras is completely frozen
mhm,
over, with no Zora in sight other than the king who sits on his lonely throne encased in a mysterious
mm,
red ice. In Zora's fountain, Lord Jabu Jabu is
mm,
gone. There's a small dungeon here where we acquire the iron boots and blue fire. the iron boots allow us to sink to the bottom and walk
Yeah.
on water beds. We use the blue fire, and this is the kind that you have. It's not like an item you get. You have to
You have
use
to
your
bottle it up. Yeah, you have to bottle it
bottle
up
it.
and then just drop it.
So
Okay.
yeah, which unfortunately, like, why can't we just use
Yeah,
dim fire or
yeah.
something, you know? But whatever. It's
Special ice, special
because we have to
fire.
use. Yeah, because we, like we said, like the king is in a
Yeah.
mysterious red ice, so we take the blue fire and unfreeze him, and he gives us the blue tunic, which this way you didn't have to pay for it. If you had to buy it already,
Yeah.
then tough
And
luck.
you just to say, like, you can buy it in the store inside Zora's Fountain, which you have to open with the fire. So they give you the option, but again, it's like you don't technically have to unfreeze the king, but I think everybody did. Yeah, like
Who
I
wouldn't?
think you wanted
Yeah,
to see what he would
I don't
say,
think.
you know.
Yeah, he's not. I don't think he's a hated
No,
character
no,
at
of
all.
course not. I mean, we're just joking about him, but it's like he's definitely not a hated character.
Yeah, but speaking of maybe a little bit like maybe he's not the best, is it's kind of funny how he doesn't mention Rudo. Well, after we unfreeze him, he doesn't mention Rudo or the frozen domain at all. He's just
Yeah,
happy to
what
be
a
unfrozen.
wonderful
He's like,
dad.
"Hey, me,
Oh, the
king, not even just dad. Like he's a king to all
yeah.
these
Oh,
people."
yeah.
He's
He's like,
just
where are all my
"Oh
people
no,
at?
they're
Yeah.
frozen."
All he says
Yeah.
is like, thank you for unfreezing me. Okay. All right. King Zora. Well, with the iron boots and blue tunic, Link rushes over to Lake Hylia to confront the infamous, and I mean infamous, and
Infamous.
unforgiving Water Temple. How did this go for you, Javi? Does it deserve its infamy, or is it overhyped?
I think it might. I think it definitely. I can't take it away from it, right? I would never be able to take that. Oh, it's the water temple of the game. It's the water temple. You know, I can never take that away from this thing, this temple, this dungeon, because I didn't play it when it came out. But for me, it's all this bad and like, oh, it's gonna be so bad. Oh, it's gonna be so bad. I didn't feel that.
Yeah.
You know, it was almost like, you know, the opposite of like when you hype something up. This is like they over exaggerated. It felt like how bad it really was, and that just kind of lowered my overall perception.
Yeah, I can definitely see that. I can tell you that it was overhyped for years. Like it just became mythological almost how like hard it was. But I can tell you as somebody who played it in 1998, it was hard. Like it was. I got lost. This is the one that I did take the most time on for sure, and the same complaints. Yeah, it's cool because this is kind of pre-internet as far as like as a cultural thing. Like, yeah, people had internet in '98, but it wasn't. You know, I wasn't all up on forums. And just to see years later, like everybody was like, "Yeah, this shit was hard." I was like, "Yeah, it was right." Yeah, they validated me, and then also I remember being annoyed by the same thing everybody else was annoyed by, which is the iron boots you can't equip as an item. So in order to put them on, you have to every time you want to do it, you have to press start to put them on, and then back and forth. And the thing is, in this temple, because you're changing the water levels all the time, you're gonna have to use those boots often, you know. So it's just
that was definitely an oversight.
it was because I know for a fact that they could have put it in there. They just didn't think of it. And I know, and I read in the interviews like even like it's a sore subject for El Numa because he designed the dungeons. They brought it up. So like, oh, let's talk about the water temple. And he's like, really? He's like,
let's not.
Really,
Let's
motherfucker?
not.
Like I'm sitting right here. Like what the fuck?
Do you not know who I am?
And to his credit, like, and he really wanted to fix that, and he did for the 3DS version, which
you played the 3DS and it was much better. But I guess maybe because I already felt the game was slower than modern games now, so I've kind of went in with that in mind. The whole like it wasn't nearly as annoying as I thought it was.
Fair enough. Also, like if you're lucky enough not to get super lost, or you just happen to remember the right room, then it wouldn't have been that frustrating. But like a lot of people did get lost, you know. So
I will say what was frustrating. It wasn't even the final boss. The final boss was easy. The I guess it would be the mid boss, which was me, which was yourself, which was that was a little.
Oh man, this is Dark Link is fucking insane. Yeah. He's actually really hard if you don't have the Goron sword or if you don't use the hammer.
Yeah, I did use the hammer. I found the hammer. Like I was trying different things. I tried arrows. He would dodge them. Bombs. He would just roll away from them. I definitely found that the It was the for me it was the hammer because I didn't have the big
Yeah,
Goron sword.
yeah. I had the big Goron sword, but while it was sick and I loved it, I've always had this thing with the aesthetics where it's like when you have the big Goron sword, you can't use your shield, so it just doesn't look as cool. So there was times where I would switch to the Master Sword just so I can have that look to it. And at that time, I had the Master Sword when I first played it, so like fucking Darkling kicked my ass. I'm not even gonna lie, like he fucked
Yeah,
me up several times.
yeah. I don't think I died to him because I ended up just like running around like, what do I
Yeah,
do?
yeah.
You know. But it was really annoying because like you would go into fight with the sword. I think I hit him a couple times with Din's
Mhm.
fire, but I was like nearly out of magic by that point. And then I tried the hammer and I was able to get a couple hits, and then I was able to like play and like use the Chanbara style
Yeah.
fighting, and to my advantage, and then like eventually found openings and stuff.
Such a good sub boss. Just the fact that like he jumps on your sword is awesome, honestly.
Yeah, but after we finish the tempo or after we get to the end and beat
Mhm.
the ridiculously easy, especially compared to Dark Link, the
Mhm.
boss, we meet with Rudo, the water sage, obviously.
Yep.
She offers her eternal love. I
Oh.
mean, she is our bride to be from when we were 9, right?
Yeah, yeah.
But unfortunately, duty calls for both of us, and she knows we can no longer marry. To
Link.
Link's relief,
He's like,
though.
"Fuck yeah." He's like, "Oh,
He's like,
that's
oh
too
no, he's
bad."
definitely like,
Yeah.
yes. Oh, I mean, oh no.
Oh.
But she does mention that she can sense Princess Zelda is still alive, which is the first direct moment I can think of, at least as when we're adult,
Mhm.
that we know that Zelda is alive as an adult.
Yeah, yeah. That's the first reference we get to her as adult Link for sure. Like
Yeah,
from a main character,
yeah,
just like, "Oh, she's alive." Like, "Oh
yeah.
shit, okay."
Rudo is being very just thoughtful and just encourages us to continue. She knows we can do it.
Mhm.
She also tells us that if we see Sheik, to thank him. Specifically, she says him.
He is him.
We talked about the reveal earlier because it's not a big secret now,
Mhm.
20 some years later. And we'll get to that when it happens. But at this point, they're still trying to sell us on Sheik not being Zelda and being a man, basically.
Yeah, yeah. Like I've said, I knew at this point, like, but I didn't know, but I knew. It did kind of throw a wrench at me, like, oh, maybe I'm wrong, but I wasn't. Lake Hylia slowly starts refilling and healing as we break the curse on the water temple. Sheik is there and tells us how great of a job we did. Javi, I thought this cutscene was kind of weird on rewatch. I think I'm placing my own thoughts on the characters, but I almost sense a tinge of jealousy in Sheik slash Zelda princess. She says, Ruda wanted to thank me. I see. We have to return peace to Hyrule for her sake too, don't we? And then what? Like the tone
Yeah.
just okay, it just felt off. It's
The,
that was like kind of whatever. But then at the end of the cutscene, Sheik does this wistful stare at Link. So he's gazing out onto the lake. She's standing behind him and she's just kind of staring at him.
Mhm.
And then she does the whole ninja vanish, disappears. So he does the dramatic as like, where did she go? I can't.
Yeah,
Uh,
I mean, maybe other people, like some other people would agree with you, but I didn't even think, I didn't have a second thought at that scene. I didn't, and without it being voice acted,
mhm.
it's really hard to see what they actually were trying to say, right?
That's exactly it. It's like, why was it there? What are they trying to
Right,
show us here? Like,
right. But
what is
I
the
didn't
point?
even like, this wasn't even like, I didn't even have a second thought, so I definitely did not hear it
Mhm.
in that way.
That's just me because I want Zelda to be in love with Link. That's
Yeah.
it's I want her to be jealous about it, but probably ultimately it's just her trying to catch the right moment to disappear. But I just thought it was fun. Like, why do they actually show that? It's like the other time she's just gone. Like okay,
Hmm.
cool. Anyway, now we're off and search for the Shadow Temple. Link journeys back to Kakariko Village, only to find it engulfed in flames. Link runs in and finds Sheik standing alone in front of the dry well. She stares hauntingly down at the abyss when an invisible entity grabs and tosses her violently across the grass. The dark shadow circles around and knocks Link unconscious. Sheik explains that long ago, Impa had locked away an evil spirit at the bottom of the well, and the evil broke the seal and escaped into the world. Impa has headed off to the Shadow Temple to try and defeat the spirit once again.
I really love this section of the game.
Mm-hmm.
For one, in order to get into the Shadow Temple, we first have to figure out how to get into the bottom of the well.
Mm-hmm.
And this is where the infamous Song of Storms paradox comes in.
Mm.
In order to get in, we have to talk to the musician inside the windmill as an adult who freaks out when we take out the ocarina because he remembers a traumatic experience from 7 years ago when
Mm-hmm.
another boy who caused damage by playing his ocarina. He
Okay.
teaches us the song the boy played, so now we can go back in time, actually play the song, which ultimately drains the well. Well, it begs the question, if we were the boy who came into the well to play the Song of Storms, how come we didn't already know it in the first place? It's an unanswerable paradox on Back to the Future level logic.
Yeah. It's the chicken or the egg. What came first? I don't know. But my only answer to that is Link just needs to be like, I am him. That's
Mhm.
it. That's always his answer. He
No,
is
he
the guy.
would. The guy would go crazy after if
Yeah.
he would have revealed that. He's like, "No, I
He's
can't believe
already
it."
this dude looks like he's on like Adderall at all times. He's just
Right, the way he's playing, yeah.
yeah, he is. He is. All right, so we can talk about the bottom of the well section and the Shadow Temple in conjunction because I kind of see them in my eyes kind of as one. We'll talk
Mhm.
about how we felt about the dungeons in a bit, but I think we should go over the master class Nintendo did here and really telling a story through the environment and atmosphere as opposed to just explicitly telling you or showing us in long cutscenes. The walls are dirty and dingy, and what seems like a sewer system at the bottom of the well. There's blood on the walls, skeletons lying around the dungeons, wood posts with chains on them, and what seems to be a torture chamber. We know very little solid facts about these two places, other than that the Sheikah used them in some way. Many theorize that during the previous wars, the Sheikah used it as a place to torture and punish the king's enemies.
In the Shadow Temple, there's a location where a text pops up that says, "Shadow Temple. Here is gathered Hyrule's bloody history of greed and hatred."
Mm,
Even the enemies are of a horror slant.
yeah, definitely.
The Gibdos are basically mummified re-deads,
Mm,
bats, poison water.
yep,
What I enjoy most about this is, of course, we always think of the Hylians and the kingdom as like the good guys,
yeah.
but we see these locations and see how dark you can get even if you are a good guy. If they are the good guy, you know?
Supposed good
You're
guys.
right.
From whose perspective are we
Yeah,
seeing the
the winner
story?
writes the story, right?
Yeah,
The
yeah.
winner writes
The
history.
the victor, yeah, the victor writes history, writes the
Yeah.
history.
Sheikah have always worked in the shadows as the right hand of the monarchy, and under the command of the king, they seem to have enacted a brutal campaign of unadulterated torment.
To say the least, like fucking chains on wood posts. Like, what the hell were they doing there? Even the mini boss of the Shadow Temple, and also on the bottom of the well, Dead Hand is terrifying. You go into an enclosed room, no windows, no other exits. All you see are these grotesque white hands bulging out of the ground, desperately trying to clench you like starving children. And then one of those spindly hands manages to grab you. This deformed monster erupts from the bloody dirt and slowly approaches you with a sinister death march. Imagine the Sheikah trying to get info out of a prisoner who is refusing to talk, and then they just throw you in this room. All right, let's see.
Yeah,
All right, don't say anything, motherfucker. Just throw them in there. No, they're snitching. That's
yeah,
it. Who do you need to
yeah,
know? Here's my credit card info. Here's my social security. Like,
yeah,
it's
and
terrifying.
yeah. Even the final boss, the Bongo Bongo, is a huge evil spirit whose hands are severed from his arms. There's a Kakariko villager who says, "A long time ago, there's a man in this very village who had an eye they said can see the truth. Now, usually, you have to train your mind's eye most strenuously to actually see the truth. But this fella, no. They said he had a different way of doing it. But this fella, no. They say he had a different way of doing things. His house stood where the well is now." It seems to be very clearly referring to the Bongo Bongo and reminds me of a lot like Golem and the Lord of the Rings.
Mm.
Again, there's no concrete evidence here, but the way, I interpret it is the person was a normal person who was obsessed with the lens of truth, and he was twisted and transformed by it like the ring transformed Gollum.
Yeah, no, I can see that. I mean, that's the thing. It's like we don't know. That's just a theory, but that's the point. That's a cool theory. You know, you don't know what it is. Like if
Hmm.
Bongo Bongo got the lens of truth and he saw all the horror that was being perpetrated by the Sheikah.
Imagine
Maybe,
no one believed them,
yeah, and they're like,
because why
dude,
would they? Or
exactly.
or maybe they did know, but they had to kind of like pretend they didn't.
Yeah, or they were just kind of even trying to suspend their own disbelief and just be like, whatever, or they see it in plain sight, but even just
Yeah,
refuse to believe
exactly.
it. But yeah, and he's like telling everybody like they're torturing people back here, like that
Like, this
graveyard, like
isn't
the
right.
yeah, what the hell's and then everybody's like, dude, you're crazy, shut up. And yeah, maybe it just drove him mad. Yeah, maybe he just became like a crazy conspiracy theorist who sees the insides of society and can't unsee it. Like we know those people now. Like
Hmm.
whether things are real or not, they just go crazy over this shit. It twisted him, destroyed his mind, and then he became the evil spirit. Anyway, how'd you feel about these two temples though? Did you like them? I thought the Shadow Temple was probably the easiest as the adult Link.
Overall, it wasn't a hard dungeon at all. Definitely, like, I was like, damn, they definitely dropped the not dropped the ball, but they like lowered the curve almost after the last two or something.
Yeah, they did. They
Because
did.
the under the well was cool, but and once you got the lens of truth, I don't see how you would have too much trouble with the Shadow Temple.
Hmm. It makes it
So
easier for sure.
yeah, and I mean, as long as you remember to use it, again, it comes down to remembering mechanics. And for this one, that was a lot of the difficulty for me, right? Remembering mechanics. And
Yeah.
honestly, for this one, it felt like I didn't have that big of an issue.
Yeah, because
I
it's pretty much a straight shot. Because for the most part, like there's not too many diverging paths.
mhm.
There's like in the main big room where they have like those guillotines.
Yeah,
There's like three paths, but really it's just it's pretty simple, honestly. And
yeah, I
even the
think
boots, you get them right away. Like that's the
yeah.
first thing you do is you get the boots. In
Yeah,
this one.
exactly. I think my one of my favorite just kind of like parts is just because I'm a big fan of like the river Styx was
Hmm.
the boat room.
Oh yeah, that was awesome. That was just a
Yeah,
cool aesthetic to it. Like, who knows
yeah, that
what's
was just
going on?
aesthetically. I mean, because aesthetically, this dungeon did a better job at being creepy without being gross. Inside Jabu Jabu was just creepy and gross, but just because you're inside
Hmm.
and like the walls were made of like flesh.
Yeah, well, if you're against the fleshy walls, then
Yeah.
okay. No, but I get you. And then I mean, that's what we just talked about this whole thing too, which is this is what they did masterfully was storytelling through the environment. And I think when people talk about how it inspired stuff like the Souls like games, this is the one you can really point at where it's like they're telling you this whole story without telling you anything. It's just through the environment.
Hmm.
And I mean, it could get more detailed and still be good, but they just did a great job. I mean, the aesthetics of this temple is perfect to me.
Yeah. Yeah,
Um,
and the boss also somewhat memorable just because of the design, and it was one of the bigger bosses we've seen so far.
yeah, yeah,
But overall, not too hard. I think the other, actually no, I'm sorry. The water temple was much easier.
yeah.
But definitely like not as memorable to me as Volvagia, for example.
I would agree. I think what kind of has ruined this for me a little bit over the years is after the fact that the hands. Yeah, a big part of this boss is like he has those big hands, and it just makes me think of Smash like more cartoony than it should when this is
Mm,
and it has nothing to do with the game.
right.
I don't know, and also Andros, because that's a big
Mm,
part of
yeah,
like
yeah,
when you fight
yeah.
Andros in Star Fox 64. So it just gives me this cartoony vibe that I don't want in this temple. But I mean,
Hmm.
he looks sick. He looks
No,
cool.
I like
Yeah.
him, but it just wasn't as memorable, the fight and everything to me.
Yeah, and then like I also storytelling wise, him playing the drums and that's bongo bongo, but it's kind
Yeah,
of
that's
like
funny. That's more funny than anything to me.
yeah, it is because I'm just like, well, we don't even really get any context of what's that all about, unless they did something where he's like the musician. Maybe he was like the musician's friend, and they used to play together. Like maybe the musician would have said, "I used to have a good friend who who we used to play together," and now he's like some deformed, evil, huge ass spirit who plays bongo bongo and torture people and shit. I don't know. Memorable, looks cool, but easy, and ultimately not one of the better bosses in my opinion.
Right. Exactly.
Okay, so after we defeat Bongo Bongo, we meet with Impa, who confirms that Hyrule Castle fell soon after Ganondorf attacked. Hyrule's defenses must have been as effective as a Maginot Line, the easiest takeover ever. Impa adds her power to ours and gives us the Shadow Medallion. One more temple to go, baby.
Yep. Let's go. Now let's go to the last temple, the Spirit Temple.
Mm.
First, we must head off to Ganondorf's hometown, the fiery sands of the Gerudo Desert. But as soon as we get into their territory, Link is immediately captured and thrown in jails.
Mm.
For reasons unknown, the Gerudos somehow decide to let Link keep all his equipment in jail, in the high security jail.
Yeah, the bold should leave the window open too, just in case. Also, make sure the window their fucking is made out of wood so we can use our grappling hook, our hook shot to get up there.
That only works on wood.
Yeah. So we
And
use our
chain link
hook
fence for some reason.
for some reason. So we use our hook shot to get out and free the carpenter's workers. Javi, did you hate this section as much as I did?
Okay, so I didn't hate it. It was more just it was disappointing.
Hmm.
I would have loved to see just some more backstory to the Gerudo, because we don't get much of Ganon for one. We know he's this horrible, terrible thief king, and these are his people.
Yes.
We know they're only women, but we don't get any indication of like what society is like here.
I agree. And then
Like,
this whole section about getting the workers out is like it feels they're attempting it to be like a stealth section, but there's no stealth mechanics. And it's just kind of ridiculous. And also, it's especially telling after you play Wind Waker because they do a similar section that works way better.
yeah, exactly.
Like because in that one you can do the
It's
whole
literally
thing
bar for bar, ripped from here, but better.
Yeah, but way better. Because here it's just kind of like you want to turn a corner, but you can't see where the guards are at. You basically can just shoot them or hit them with anything, and they'll get knocked out. You don't kill them; they just get knocked out.
Yeah, again,
And
because they let you keep all the weapons.
yeah, exactly. It just makes no narrative sense. It's just it's not a great section. And then when you fight the guards, it's the same. All four of them. It's just you just got to find out where they're holding the carpenter workers.
Yeah.
But then when you fight them, it's just the same fight 4 times in a row. It's just kind of like, okay, I see what you did there. Maybe just put them in one jail and fight one mini boss, and then there get on your way.
Yeah, it just like it almost makes like in my head I almost made up the story that they don't really want to work for Ganon. Maybe they're like they're just doing it because they have to make it look like they tried to grab you, kind of shit.
That's okay. I like that.
But there's no indication of that's the case. We don't know how they feel about Ganondorf.
Yeah,
I mean, I can infer maybe just from my observations that this is supposed to be where he's king, right?
Yeah.
There
should be like pictures of him everywhere.
Exactly.
But again, we talked to Nabru in a little bit, which we'll talk about. But
we'll get more into this.
Yeah, but she's the only one we talked to referring to that. And then there is I guess it's actually called the Gerudo Training Ground, which is kind of a mini temple, and that's completely optional. I actually really enjoy that. I don't even know if you did that, because it is there. There is like a mini temple there, and you get the ice arrows there, and that one's fun and cool. But then the ice arrows are pretty worthless as well. Like you don't need them for anything. You can use them in combat and have some fun with them.
Then yeah, because I didn't get that then.
So yeah, because there is a mini temple there. After you get released, then you can go inside. Like that place is locked off, but then after you release, they're like, oh, if you want to come in here, and it's pretty much a mini temple. There's keys and everything. And you need a bunch of them.
I guess it is kind of cool that since you beat them, it's kind of like that whole like you're a warrior, so they acknowledge you and kind of let you just roam now.
Roam around. Yeah, they respect you. They respect
exactly.
you. Yeah, so that is cool, like, and especially the training ground section is cool as an optional thing. I'm just saying, as the mandatory story part, it's lackluster. It's one of the more lackluster parts of this fucking amazing game.
For sure.
All right, so Link proves himself, and the Gerudo women allow him passage through the haunted wasteland, an unforgiving desert engulfed in perpetual sandstorm. With the lens of truth, we find safe passage and reach the desert colossus, home of the spirit temple. We've heard the Gerudo Valley theme before this, but man,
good.
Yeah, it's so good. But does it feel great? How great does it feel when you first get into the desert colossus? Because this space is a much wider space than the rest of the valley. So having the song here just makes it feel more adventurous, and it just fits here perfectly.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's definitely that song is one of my probably top two of the entire like Zelda franchise.
Yeah. Top
So
two, and it's not two.
well, in this case, it is two.
Yeah, okay.
In my case, it is two.
Yeah.
But I know we both love the song regardless. But I know
Yeah.
it holds another special place in my heart because of how it was used in the Smash Brothers doc.
Yeah, I love
Which
that doc too.
We were big fans of it once
Mhm.
we started getting into the competitive scene.
Mhm.
And that's what it was about.
Yeah.
And I think we haven't talked about how like the music enough yet.
Yeah.
And how incredible it really is.
Yeah.
The composer for Ocarina is Koji Kondo, who composed the original Zelda, as
Mhm.
well as most of the Zelda games for that matter. He's been involved in all the mainline Super Mario games. The man is just a legend, plain and simple.
Without a shadow of a doubt, he is just one of the most important composers in video game history. All right, so let's
Yeah,
take
like
this
for
opportunity.
Nintendo, and then of course for video game as a whole.
Yeah, like if the only thing he would have ever done was make the Mario jingle, then he's already a legend. But this dude went way beyond that. But yeah, let's take this opportunity. Let's talk about the music a little bit. So in 1999, in an interview, Kondo said, "Quote: When Ocarina became the title for this Zelda game, I decided I would try and build the music around one central Ocarina melody. Given the fact that an ocarina can only play 5 notes, I tried to write the various stage background music in different genres, bolero, serenade, etc. But each one would evoke a catchy, memorable 3-note melody." End quote. So in other words, he constructed a basic motif and built all the songs off that. I don't know, like just I can't imagine how hard that
Yeah,
was.
and they became part of the gameplay. The three
Yeah.
notes.
It's just it's so effective, and is no matter and the thing is no matter how different the music sounds, it always sounds like it belongs in this world, in this game. And that's the most important part.
Yeah, in this like fantasy world, yeah. Though
Mhm.
also the way the music is constantly shifting, it's so seamless that you can hardly tell unless you're like music and are really looking for it.
Yeah.
If you're standing still, the theme gets more relaxed. When an
Mhm.
enemy approaches, the song changes to like a battle theme, but it's fluid, right?
Mm.
It's not like a turn-based RPG like Pokemon, like where you hear the change, like the drastic, dun,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
dun, but
Yeah.
it's able to adjust mid-fight.
Well, and that's the thing, because in those style games, you have an encounter, and then it's like now you switch scenes basically. And this is you don't switch scenes, you just have to continue.
Yeah, yeah. And what I mean by
Yeah.
adjusted, like it
Mm.
transitions nicely.
It does. You don't notice it. And crazy enough, during that console generation, this was another triumph of the Nintendo 64 architecture, which would have been impossible or at least very difficult on other consoles. Iwata talked about this technology in 2011 when he said, quote, "Back then, when there were still strict restrictions on the amount of memory that you could allocate to sound, it was common to stream pre-created music tracks. But by taking advantage of the ROM cartridges on the Nintendo 64 system, it was possible for the music tracks to be combined and generated depending on the situation." So Ocarina wasn't the first to do it, but
Mm-mm.
they were leagues ahead of other games attempting to do the same thing. So it just really makes me think of how that aspect is another thing that's influenced things over the years. And I think a Devil May Cry, where like
Yeah, Devil May Cry, something like where the
part
music
five, sorry,
part five, yeah,
in
part five,
particular.
but yeah, like the music we played for our other channel, we played it without music,
Hmm.
and it was
It,
just horrible.
yeah, mistakenly too.
Yeah, mistakenly. The game
Yeah.
was great still, don't get me wrong, but you can feel the difference. Once I played it again with music, oh my god, night and day difference.
Yeah, and but just to be specific too, we're saying that that's part of what the how the game works, where it's like as your combo is going up, the music is building, and it's just a fucking technology that they
Yeah,
perfected, you
exactly.
know.
Yeah, and if you lose your combo in the middle of that same fight, the
Mhm.
music dwindles down again until you can pick it back up.
Yeah, it's incredible, and
Yeah.
it's so dumb because we played it without music because we thought it might be copyrighted. It ended up not being copyrighted, so it was a
Yeah,
waste of time. So,
yeah.
but
But
still, it's
learn and
cool.
learn and learn and live, right?
Yeah.
When asked what he thought was the most important aspect of music in Legend of Zelda, Kondo responded, quote, "The most important to me when making music for Zelda is generating an ambiance, expressing the situation and scene. Link is your other self. In a Super Mario Brothers game, you control Mario, a character on the screen. Link is you, end quote. And you can see that throughout the entire production of the game, from top to
Yeah.
bottom. And that's even without being in first person, which is crazy.
It's cool how they had that unified vision because we've mentioned it now many times, but it's like, yeah, they're really adamant that Link is you. You are Link. You gotta become in tune with Link. And of course, just a quick note to the iconic sound effects in the game. Lots of them are evolutions of classic sound effects. Like when you open a chest, the or the secret found jingle. So many things are just so memorable here, but I'll say most notably is Link's grunts and sounds. We hadn't heard Link at all before, and this is the closest we've gotten so far to hearing a voice from him. It makes him so expressive, even though he's otherwise mute.
Yep. But back to the story. We're in the Desert Colossus, and Sheik is here waiting for us
What a
at the entrance of the
surprise.
spirit at the entrance of the spirit temple.
How
You
did
know,
she
if
get
she
through the desert without the
yeah,
fucking
did she and did she watch us get thrown
Fuck.
in jail?
Yeah, right? She's like, oh, he'll get out of this.
Or was she just waiting like taking my time? Where is he? You know?
He
I mean, it
said
would have
he'd
made a
be
lot of
here.
things easier, but whatever.
Mm.
Well, she gives us the Requiem of Spirit, the warp song to get back here, like she has at the other temples for their
Yeah.
songs.
Yeah.
We have to come back first as a child. Just the temple doesn't lead anywhere unless you're able to go through a small hole.
Yeah,
Which is why we have
this
to
one is
travel.
different in that way because you actually have to come back to
Yes,
this temple as
exactly.
a child. None of the other ones had to do that.
Yeah, and luckily we have the song, so it's easy to get back.
Mm-hmm.
So we travel back in time, play our song, head back, and we find Naburu, a Gerudo woman inside the temple.
Mm-hmm.
She's unable to enter the small hole I just mentioned
Mm-hmm.
and ask our help to get a treasure inside the temple.
I feel like Naburu is a very important character to really flesh out the Gerudo. And like we talked about, there just wasn't enough, but she kind of fills in some of those gaps. She gives us a better perspective on their society and culture. She wants to know how we feel about Ganondorf. That's her first question because she strongly dislikes him. She says, quote, though we're both thieves, I'm completely different from Ganondorf. With his followers, he stole from women and children, and he even killed people. A kid like you may not know this, but the Gerudo race consists only of women. Only one man is born every 100 years. Even though our laws say that lone male Gerudo must become king of the Gerudo, I'll never bow to such an evil man. End
Yeah.
quote.
This is really essential, and as it helps us understand that the Gerudo are not these inherently evil people who blindly follow Ganondorf,
Definitely.
even though that's what the law says they have to do.
Yeah.
Naburu is considered basically second in command,
Mhm.
so if she thinks this way, how many others think like her? It also
Would've
gives us some
been would have been nice to know.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Which was like I was talking about earlier.
Yeah.
It just gives this context of like I want to know more context of like Ganondorf besides just being this primordial evil almost
Yeah.
feeling character, you know?
Mhm.
Because that's not necessarily what he is.
Yeah.
At least not at this point.
Yeah.
But so it gives us a little bit of insight on him and what makes him the way he is.
Mhm.
Is he inherently evil? This is
Mhm.
all basically subtext.
Mhm.
And when you have an entire race built around the fact that only one man is born every 100 years, and that man is destined to be king, basically just be by rule, by decree.
No matter what.
What does that? Yeah, what does that
Mm.
do to the person's ego and their psyche growing up? In Ganon, actually in everyone's case in here, but
Yeah.
specifically in Ganon's case.
That's a cool question, and that's I mean, it's in some ways it's cool that they leave that unanswered because then it makes you question those things or fill in the gaps of headcanon. But I imagine that Ganondorf is just like any other kind of god king in the ancient world or emperors and kings in medieval time or pharaohs or whatever. Like anybody who was born into royalty, they just have to have this blistering entitlement. And then that's what I fill in the gap with. And to take it further, how does a person who is raised to be a king to a tribe of all women and then is defeated by the Hylians, so much so that they are forced to pledge fealty to the king of Hyrule? He's literally kneeling to the king. Is that like
Yeah, how has he ever felt anything like that before either? Like,
yeah, that to me, that has to be an unbearable embarrassment for him. But I don't know. One could argue that he only pledged loyalty as a ruse to get to the Triforce. But even then, the fact that he even needs a ruse and he can't just overpower the king, it has to grate on his ego. But I like those questions. Those are all cool, interesting questions to me. I would say that now, 20 years later, story wise, this is a weakness in Ocarina because I wanted more. And they didn't do enough to flesh out Ganondorf's intentions. To be clear, part of me thinks it's probably by design because I think they did just want to represent him as pure evil at that time, you know? But
yeah.
then you have all these other little subtext here pointing to something deeper. So I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah,
Maybe.
it's one of the reasons I love Wind Waker so much.
Mhm.
The characters are much more nuanced or layered,
Yeah.
basically.
Yeah.
We know now that Wind Waker Ganondorf is the exact same Ganondorf from this game, at least from the timeline where the hero goes back, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
It's one of the timelines, but it stems off this game. So we get a lot more insight into his emotions in that game.
Mhm.
He seems simultaneously wistful about Hyrule and resentful though of the Gerudo's place in their Hyrulean society.
Mhm.
Right before the final fight with Link and Zelda in Wind Waker, Ganondorf says, "My country lay within a vast desert. When the sun rose into the sky, a burning wind punished my lands, searing the world. And when the moon climbed into the dark of night, a frigid gale pierced our homes. No matter when it came, the wind carried the same thing, death. But the winds that blew across the green fields of Hyrule brought something other than suffering and ruin. I coveted that wind, I suppose." He seems so unabashedly envious of what his people didn't have. It's almost as he almost seems noble.
He definitely does in Wind Waker,
I mean,
especially
it helps with
not
his
only
design.
yeah, and like not only his speech, I was gonna say, but also like just the way he's dressed, you know.
But I think it's interesting that while they didn't outright show any of these emotions here in Ocarina, when you hear them in Wind Waker, you can see how it makes sense and how it's true.
Yeah,
You can read all that between the lines in Ocarina if you're paying attention.
yeah. If you wanted to, more
If you
than
wanted to,
anything,
exactly,
yeah.
yeah.
Okay, by the way, the Ganon quote is probably the best in the entire series. Like talk about poetry, like him and Sheik, that's bars right there. Um, it just gives me like that Blade Runner. I don't know if people have seen Blade Runner, but it gives you that vibes when he does that speech. Like I've seen things you people wouldn't believe. Attack ships on fire off the shoulders of Orion. I just love that. I don't know. It just reminds me of that. Anyway, I think noble is a great word to use there, as you said, because throughout the series, the Gerudo are referred to as noble thieves.
Right.
And it feels like a contradiction to say a noble thief, like that those two things don't go together. But
Mm.
when you look at our classical stories and myths, you see that theme often in stories and stuff like Robin Hood, or if you wanted to go to like Greek mythology, even somebody like Prometheus who stole the primordial fire, but he did it to push mankind forward. Those things relate. I'm not equating the two, but I'm just saying if you look at this world, you can see a scenario where the Gerudo steal to survive because they have been forced and subjugated into staying in their barren desert lands. Perhaps they are noble thieves because they have no other way to survive. Like from the Gerudo perspective, they're doing what needs to be done to stay alive against a tyrannical Hyrule kingdom.
Yeah, especially if their people have been being like taken by the Sheikah, you know?
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Like, what if they were being tortured
Hmm.
in the Shadow Temple? You
Right.
know, they saw the
Because
dead
it's
hand a couple times.
interesting we mentioned noble thieves,
Mm,
right? When Breath of the Wild came out, we got a rival clan to them basically, the
yeah,
Yiga,
the Yiga. That's
which
right.
are just plain typical
Yeah,
thieves as far as we know. I mean, later on something might come out, but as far as we know right now, they're just thieves.
there's zero nobility to them. They are
Hmm.
just thieves. They're
There's
criminals.
someone
You know.
who would follow Ganon,
Hmm.
you know.
Yeah,
So,
exactly.
but anyway, we enter the temple and get through and find the silver gauntlets. They are too big for young Link's little tiny hands.
Oh, his little
But
cute
either way, it
hands.
doesn't matter because we promised them to someone.
Yeah, and we
We
keep
had
our promise. That's what the fuck we
exactly.
do. We're noble too.
We we
Yeah.
head out and try to take them to Naburu.
Hmm.
But when we get out, we find her captured and she is taken by twin witches, Kume and Kotake. We don't know much of them other than they secretly lead the Gerudo from the shadows and are surrogate mothers, so to say, to
Ew.
Ganondorf. What a
Okay.
great boy they have raised, you know?
Oh, he's such a good boy. Just
Yep.
taking over the world.
I yeah, and then so how was this temple for you?
I like this temple a lot aesthetically. I wouldn't say one of the more difficult. I think like mid in
Yeah, I
terms of difficulty.
yeah, I definitely like the idea of, coming back and forth, like having
Mhm.
two parts because it's basically they're both basically spirit temple.
Yeah, well, yeah, and that's the thing. It is one unified temple, so I do like that you have to do literally half as a child and the other half
Mhm.
as an adult. So that part of it is really cool.
Yeah,
Um,
I think fighting the Iron Knuckle is kind of rough as a child at least.
hmm
It's not too
difficult.
bad, but
hmm
it's pretty it's a little bit like he's pretty hefty, you know.
Yeah, and then like he's one of my favorite of the mini bosses, the Iron Knuckle, because it's one of the few ones that actually does transform as you're fighting
Yeah.
them.
Oh, this isn't even my final form. Yeah.
Yeah, because it was one of those things like as you're knocking plates off, he gets a little more wild with his movements.
A
Or
little
I should
faster
say,
too.
I would say she because there has to be a woman in there, right? They're the Gerudo women.
As far
But
as well, we learned that later, but yes,
yeah,
or at least
but
we get an idea of that being the possibility later.
yeah,
Because yeah, you're right. They get faster as the plates are coming off.
yeah,
And overall, the temple wasn't very hard. I like the idea behind the mirror shield. I
hmm
wish it maybe had more to it than just. It felt a little bit like lackluster compared to how you use the other items in the game to me.
yeah. I agree on that. I think it's underused. It looks great. It looks cool.
Yeah, it looks
like,
great.
but it's
Uh,
definitely just I wish it could do more. Maybe like reflect
yeah,
fireballs or something like that.
because it's
Like,
it's funny. Like in this temple, you're definitely using a lot of items
hmm
that you collected, because as it should, right?
it's the
As
last
it should.
temple,
Yeah.
before the final dungeon, I
But
guess. But still,
when we fight the Iron Knuckle in adult form,
hmm
we're winning, and we find it out to be Naburu, who I thought
Naburu.
was dead at the time.
Yeah, because she's that cutscene where she gets as a kid and she gets sucked
Yeah,
in.
she got sucked into the quicksand. So
Mhm.
I thought she was dead, and it was kind of horrifying to see that she was still alive and basically being brainwashed by
Yeah. dark.
by the
Like,
the twin sisters.
no, yeah,
So
I agree. It's pretty dark. You know, the other thing too with this temple, which it had a little bit to me of the Shadow Temple environmental thing, because I'm curious about the sand goddess, because the whole temple is like
oh, that's right.
it's a statue of the sand goddess, and I'm just kind of like, what does that mean to them? Is the sand goddess have powers on par with
Yeah,
like the
'cause that's what
with
I was going to say.
Hylia?
Yeah, because she wouldn't have been part of unless she was maybe kind of like how a lot of religions have the same gods but different names.
Oh, so like maybe she's Hylia, but
Or
yeah,
what was the one that did the fire? Din, was that in
Mhm.
the creation myth?
yeah, yeah.
The fire that made the desert, basically. Maybe that was their god.
Okay. Oh, I
But
can
we
see
don't know.
that.
I don't think they've explicitly mentioned that.
See, yeah, I like that too. I was thinking more maybe she's Hylia, but the Gerudo version of it. You
Mhm.
know, I get what you're saying. Yeah, but yeah, that's an interesting kind of backstory there. But there's not much there, to be honest. Like, but the temple overall is good. The puzzles are fun. It's not that hard to get through. I don't remember
Yeah,
getting
you just have
stuck
to.
anywhere.
You just have to remember all your items. I think that
Yeah,
might be the part where people get stuck on. It's like you might forget. Oh, I can hookshot this, or oh, I can play the song. Oh, I can use. You just have to remember you can use every single item.
yeah, agreed. And then to the final boss.
I enjoyed it. It was fine.
That's
It was a
I
fine boss.
I think I like that it had two forms. I enjoyed
Mhm.
that part of it.
That
I
made
just
it a
thought,
little bit more memorable than it would have been.
yes, I just thought it was a little bit tedious. Like the actual fighting of it is just kind of waiting a lot because you just
Yes.
gotta wait for her to shoot
Yeah,
the
especially
right thing.
exactly. Yeah, it was a lot of like, and they wanted you to use the shield. So
Yeah, which makes sense, and it's not terrible, but to me, it wasn't one of my favorites just because of that. But aesthetically, it looks cool, and I like the transformation, more than anything.
Yes, yeah, it was actually like, yeah, it was like, it was actually kind of surprising that they combined.
Yeah, so cool. After defeating Twin Rova, they have a legitimately comedic back and forth. I love their little, even though they're like the devil's mother, but
Yeah, 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 yeah.
But yeah, whatever. Then they ascend to the afterlife. Good for them. Noburu is the sage of the spirit temple and adds her powers to ours. She also hits on Link as most women do in Hyrule. And what a handsome man he's become. Our boy. Us. We are him.
We're handsome, Mike.
Yeah, we are.
Yeah. With the 5 temples restored and all the curses broken, Rauru instructs us to return to the Temple of Time.
Mm.
When we arrive, we find Sheik waiting at the entrance. She thinks that it is time that we learn the rest of the story. When Ganondorf touched the Triforce, it was split into 3 parts because whoever masters all 3, power, courage, and wisdom, can use it to its full force. Since Ganondorf only mastered power, the Triforce scattered and the other 2 parts found their champions.
Link is courage, and Sheik is wisdom. How? Well, Sheik then suddenly reveals that she's in fact Zelda. Oh, I think of the Smash Brothers sound effect.
Yeah, shock to absolutely no one. Actually, it was
Yeah.
probably to a lot of people, but
Yeah,
nowadays not.
this was supposed to be a big surprise to players, and indeed it was at the time. I must say though, and I said it before, I think about a third way through the game, I figured it out. But regardless, it's an iconic moment in gaming for sure. Anyway, Sheikah Zelda, oh my god. So she's ready to face Ganondorf side by side with Link. But all of a sudden, Ganondorf comes through the airwaves and captures Zelda in a diamond prison. He gloats about biding his time, allowing Link to lead him to Zelda.
So many questions here. So does Ganondorf have like a camera like psychic surveillance?
I think so.
Is it visual technology only? Like couldn't he sense that Sheik was Zelda?
You would think he could, but I guess he couldn't.
Yeah, it's if it's camera like surveillance, like was he just watching Link and Zelda every time, like the whole time?
Yeah, he probably has like a weird fetish of like fucking voyeur. Like he's just watching people and shit. I don't know. I guess I kind of think of it like as the eye and Lord of the Rings. Maybe that's what they're going for. He's
Mhm.
just the ever watchful eye.
Right.
You would think that he would psychically follow Sheik for a while because he would have seen her slash him with Link, and then it was like, oh, who's this person? Let me follow this person with my technology. Maybe he saw her go pee at one point. I don't know. Boom, truth revealed. No lens of truth required. Something that really caught my attention in this exchange was Ganondorf saying, quote, my only mistake was to slightly underestimate the power of this kid. But then in the very next sentence, he says, no, it was not the kid's power I misjudged. It was the power of the Triforce of Courage. And that, my friends, that's a hole in his armor there. You can feel him trying to convince himself to reassure himself that it's not Link that is special. It's just a Triforce of Courage. That's what it is, Javi. That's all it is. It's not Link.
Yeah,
Well,
he has to keep his ego.
yeah. And for all that outward confidence he tries to exude, perhaps he's just a scared boy on the inside struggling with an inferiority complex.
So now Ganondorf teleports Zelda into his castle and challenges to rescue her. He can't teleport Link, for whatever reason. His ego's
Yeah,
too hurt.
I don't know. He can't do it because I guess he had a copy of the script. So and the script said you don't teleport Link because we need him for the final dungeon. Like, oh, okay, my bad.
Yeah.
Bring Zelda
And,
though.
and here we can return back to Vogler's steps of the hero's journey.
Hmm.
Would be step 7.
Hmm.
Vogler says this is the part where the hero reaches the innermost cave.
Hmm.
He says, quote, in many myths, the hero has descended into hell to retrieve the loved one, or into a cave to fight a dragon and gain a treasure. It's Theseus going into the labyrinth to face the Minotaur. This is the moment at which the hero touches bottom. He/she faces the possibility of death, brought to the brink in a fight with a mythical beast, end quote. At the moment when everything felt like it was coming together, or like everyone,
Hmm.
Zelda was taken and there was nothing. We had no power to stop it.
Nothing.
Now Link has to
Powerless.
we were powerless. Now Link has to face the ultimate test, fight through Ganon's castle, save Princess Zelda, and ultimately save the world.
Mm,
This is especially poignant years later, as we know that there is a timeline where he actually fails and dies.
crazy. I
There's something
mean,
that wasn't even considered a possibility until years later. Like, we don't think about, unless it's kind of played out in the game, we don't think about things like that.
no, no.
And this makes his lunge into the innermost cave with this hindsight all that more harrowing.
Definitely. I think that was such a curveball that they threw at us with like the Hyrule Historia. It was like, oh, by the way, it's not only two timelines, there's a third one. And you're right. I never considered that. I because you just think that you're always gonna win. And almost like the Legend of Zelda itself, this whole myth that's it's almost told in that way where it's just destined. There's a destiny that the hero will come and save Hyrule. So it's almost like a foregone conclusion that it's
Yeah.
going to happen. That definitely makes me think of this idea of destiny and fate and what does that mean for this series and for these characters? Is Link destined? Is Ganon and Ganondorf destined? So I look at them different because I feel like Zelda is fate. She's fated because she has the literal bloodline of
Yeah, I think
Hylia.
it's always she can't escape her fate kind of thing.
Yeah, and that wears on her. I think that shapes her personality,
Mhm.
especially in Skyward Sword, because that's when she first finds out that she is
Right.
Hylia. It's not that she's like, oh, a new person. It's like, no, like you're the same person reborn.
Yeah, I
Whereas
think uh-huh, sorry,
go
go ahead.
ahead. No,
No, I
go
was just gonna
ahead.
say, there's a lot of scenes in Breath of the Wild
Mhm.
where she feels like she can't live up to the fate, but she can't escape it
Yes.
either. And it's
Yes.
just weighing on her. And that's one of the things that we mentioned earlier why I just need Link to talk to her because she's expressing all these feelings to him and he literally says nothing.
I think
And
sometimes she's even like, "What do you think?" And
yeah, it's like, ah,
he just looks at her.
yeah, but because Link is the like quintessential make your destiny, shape your destiny,
Mhm. Mhm.
his actions basically determine if he failed, we have one timeline.
Mhm.
If he lived, we have one timeline. If he goes fail or he made it but isn't a kid, it all
Yeah.
revolves around him, like the choices he
It's
makes.
choices,
Exactly.
exactly.
Whereas
Yeah.
Zelda is just what it's almost unfortunately for her doesn't matter.
It doesn't. She's just fated to do that. And of course, like fate and destiny are kind of people say
Intertwined.
them interchangeably, but I think there is a distance. I've always felt as destiny is something that like you can be born to do it, but you also have to make the choices to
Yeah.
make it happen,
I
you
think
know?
it's very interesting that it's called the Master Sword as well, because one of the little sayings that is always for destiny is be a master of your own destiny. And
Yes.
and Link taking up the Master Sword is literally that.
And they even call it like they call it the sword of destiny
The
too.
Sword of
Like
Destiny,
and they
exactly.
do.
Only adding on to the whole be the master of your own destiny kind of thing.
Yes. And then with Ganondorf, it's a little different too. He's almost a blend because he's making things happen too. Like
Oh
he's
yeah.
he's making a bunch of choices here to make things happen, but at the same time, he's also somebody who's was born, he's fated to be the king of the Gerudo. Like he was just
Right.
that's his bloodline. He was just born into that.
Yeah. It's just unfortunate that he's not the main character.
Yeah,
Like
too bad for you. It's not the
yeah.
legend of Naburu or whatever.
Yeah.
Like, and then you have, or I guess the legend again, and we
In
could
the
say too.
Legend of Ganondorf. Yeah.
Y-
Imagine we got that game. That'd be nuts.
That'd be so sick. But yeah, it's just an interesting dynamic there. But and now Javi, well, we're here. We're in the final dungeon. We use the power of the sages, fucking worthless bastards, and they create a.
Whoa.
They're like, "Oh, we're adding our powers to yours." Like, well, what did you do the whole game? I wasn't stronger. Like, my what the hell? Well, whatever. But here's their purpose. They help us create a bridge into this haunting fortress. What did you think of this final castle? This is it. We're here at the doorstep. Did you like
I
Ganon's castle?
I liked it. It gave me a lot of that, even though it wasn't necessarily a boss rush.
Mm-hmm.
It gave me that feel of like Mega Man games, where like you're on your way to the final boss, but you have to first relive everything you did, kind of.
Yes, yes. I agree with you. I loved it too. You and I like what you said just a little bit ago, which is like kind of you got to master your destiny. Well, I feel like
Yeah.
right here you got to master everything you've learned
Exactly.
to
Yes,
prove,
yes,
you know.
exactly. Yeah, and it's cool this idea like of once you finish it, like the now they're finally releasing their power to break the rest of the barriers that are around.
Yeah, to finally get there. So
It,
yeah, no, I this was a great, all the little sections are small. There's nothing too special about them, but it was just fun. I think I would say that more than anything. This last section is so fun because it's at this point almost I know everything, so it is kind of easy to do every puzzle here, and there wasn't any struggle with it, but it was just a lot of fun reliving all those little sections. But then we this is it. We get past this section, we break the barriers, now we go up these long stairs, aesthetically look amazing. Then we finally reach Ganondorf at the top of his labyrinth. We find Zelda floating in the air, a helpless prisoner. And Ganondorf, he's playing the organ.
what a fucking
What?
G.
What a flex. What the fuck? Honestly, this was the fucking hardest and coldest scene in the entire 90s. I can't be told otherwise. Like everything
Damn. I'm trying to
you
think there has to be something
no, like
fucking
Neo
not
stopping the
not
bullets? No.
no,
No,
the Green
no.
Ranger beating the shit out of everyone
Yeah.
in the Megazord and then kicking them out. No,
Not
okay.
even close. Not even
Damn, not
close.
even Tommy can top it. All right,
No.
R.I.P.
Yeah, this is just deliciously sinister. Plus, it's nice to see that Twin Rova had invested in their boy's in his creativity. He got the education in the arts. I don't know. Maybe he's the one who taught the musician about the Song of Storms. Maybe this is
Yeah.
the boy we've been looking for. I don't know.
No, my favorite like thing about this whole scene is just the fact that I'm sure he can feel Link coming in, and
Yeah.
he just continues playing. Like even though we kind of fucked up his plans,
Hmm.
he's still trying to have his like ego. Like he's trying not to show any weakness and just show that he has no fear.
He heard. He knows we're here. He heard the door open.
Exactly. Yeah.
Like
So and then finally the organ stops. Ganondorf still doesn't turn around. He is just like, I am power
yeah.
incarnate. There's nothing you can do. That's what he's trying to make you feel.
Yeah, he definitely made me feel that, and then he made me feel that when we started fighting, because he fucked me up the first time I played him. So part of this boss battle is that he releases this kind of dark energy, and then Navi says this thing. It was like, "Oh, I can't help you in this fight," and for all the bullshit aside, Navi does help you in these boss battles. So she gives you little tips on how to defeat them, and while we fought Phantom Ganon and we did this whole thing where you hit back the energy ball, I for some reason when I first did it, I didn't remember at first. So I kept
Mm,
trying to figure it out. I'm like, what the
yeah, okay. So for me, yeah, it wasn't too bad. I think the overall fight was very well done. And
mm-hmm.
it wasn't super difficult, but it was, difficult enough. And obviously damage has been building since, we left childhood.
Mm-hmm.
So any little mistake did feel very bad, especially like I didn't collect as many hearts as you probably did.
Yeah.
So I was definitely getting low a lot. But I did like it that you're supposed to kind of remember these things
Yes, yes. And
because the whole game has been teaching you
it's been teaching you this whole time.
up until
So,
because that's what makes it. This is what makes it feel like you are actually Link because you're the one learning this stuff,
and
and
you have to
especially
remember.
you have to remember
Yeah.
exactly.
Yeah, I know for me in this one too, like the first thing I did was I tried to use the light arrows because Zelda gave it to you
Right for
before
this, yeah.
for this encounter. So I was using the light arrows, but they don't do anything because you got to hit him with the energy ball first and
Hmm.
then hit him with the light arrow. And then you can go up to him and then start fucking stabbing the shit out of him.
Yeah.
The other thing too is like I had the big Goron sword and I did use it here, so he dies a lot faster. If you don't have it,
Yeah.
it might take a little bit
Yeah, it
longer.
makes it a little bit. Yeah, I'm assuming it makes it harder just for the fact that you can't beat him as quickly, so you have to be more careful.
Yeah, and also the reach on the sword allows you to hit the balls easier too.
Yeah, and I will say I
So,
think that's one thing that even hearing about it here, it kind of bugs me when like I wish they would have made like give me another sword besides the Master Sword then,
mhm.
but make the Master Sword feel important.
Yes, yes.
Because yeah, we went through time and everything, and in Breath of the Wild, it's nice because it doesn't break and stuff. But sometimes they just make it like, even in I guess you don't get the Master Sword actually in
Mhm.
Majora, but you can upgrade your sword, but then you get the fairy sword, which is basically similar to like the Bogoron sword in the sense that it's the bigger sword that you can't use with a shield, and it
Yeah.
does more damage. And then when you get the deity shield, I guess maybe that's the master sword. Maybe I don't
Yeah.
remember. I don't remember, but in that case, I like that. Then I just don't like it when they make the like there's a lot of like what is it Final Fantasy where it's like the ultimate weapon. You
Yeah, no,
know,
I agree with you there. I actually had a problem with this too in Link to the Past, because Link to the Past you get the Master Sword, but you can upgrade it twice. Which is cool, but then it's technically not the Master Sword anymore,
well,
you
see,
know?
and I wouldn't even mind that if they would make it like, oh, it's the broken master sword right now.
Yeah,
You have to,
yeah.
not only do you have to fix it, but it doesn't believe in you yet, almost.
Okay.
And then at the
Yeah.
final fight, it's finally activated. That would have been
Now,
something cool.
yeah, now you're like in tune with the Master Sword because
Exact. Yes, you have to
yeah.
tune with it, basically. Exactly.
Yes. That would have fit perfectly here too, in the sense that the Master Sword actually sensed that you weren't ready to be the hero of time. Story wise, that also makes a lot of sense, because then if like, okay, I woke up 7 years later, now you're ready. It's like, are you? Like you
Yeah.
haven't done
Let's
anything, you
let's
know?
figure it out as we try to fix everything first,
Yeah.
and then I'll decide.
I agree. That could have been a good improvement. While I love the Begoron sword, sometimes it makes this stuff too easy because it was clearly designed for the Master Sword. And I don't know, but it was either way. The boss fight is great. I love it. Aesthetically, it looks great. It's fun. Obviously, he got tennis lessons too from his twin, like from twin Robas,
Honestly, yeah.
but not enough, I guess. He didn't get enough tennis lessons because he got his ass kicked by Link. And then, oh, one part of it I wanted to point out too. I love this, the fact that so he reaches up with one hand to gather the energy, but if after like 5 or 6 hits or something, he reaches up with two hands, and then the whole room goes even more dark. I just knew it was one of those things where it felt so good because I got it on the first try. Because as soon as he did that, I intuitively knew that I had to charge up
You have to
too.
light up the darkness.
Yeah, so I started doing my spin attack charge, and it has that cool sound effect, the and then the
Mhm.
room is going dark. I don't know, it's just one of those moments for me in the game, unforgettable.
That's cool because I didn't even. I think I just got hit. I didn't
Yeah.
even do that. I didn't even think about that.
Yeah, oh man, it's so memorable. It's so and he shoots like 5 fireballs, and then you shoot all of them back to him, and he gets his ass kicked, so
Right.
wonderful. Well, okay, that was a boss battle. What does Vogler have to say? Well,
Back to our boy.
yeah, our boy Vogler. Well, step 8 is the hero surviving the supreme ordeal. He says, "This is the moment at which the hero touches bottom. He or she faces the possibility of death, brought to the brink in a fight with a mythical beast. And step 9 is seizing the sword or reward. Vogler says, having survived death, beaten the dragon, slain the Minotaur, our hero now takes possession of the treasure he's come seeking. The hero may also be reconciled with a woman. Often she is the treasure he's come to win or rescue." End quote. Well, Link has certainly faced a supreme ordeal here. At least, that's what we thought. And it is a difficult boss battle at first if you don't know what you're doing. It can kick your ass. I've seen a lot of people struggle with it. So
Mhm.
I'll definitely say it fits with the supreme ordeal. And you did beat this theoretical dragon who's Ganon,
Yeah.
Ganondorf.
Mhm.
He's the mythical beast to us. And we reconciled, we seized the sword of reward, and the reward is to save Zelda and
Exactly.
get this done and finish
Yep.
this.
Yeah. Step 10 is called the road back. Fogler describes it as the hero's not out of the woods yet, and some of the best chase scenes come at this point, as the hero is pursued by the vengeful forces from whom he has stolen the elixir or the treasure. This is the chase as Luke and friends are escaping from the Death Star, with Princess Leia and the plans that will bring down Darth Vader. Actually, funny how literal this step sounds since we have the final
Yeah.
descent down, running down the castle from Ganon's vengeful forces.
Yeah, yeah.
Uh, I don't know. How'd you feel? Was this good to you? Was it maybe a little bit too drawn out?
Yeah, I mean, the section aesthetically is awesome. You like seeing the castle falling apart and everything. I think the actual like final descent down is like whatever. A bunch of load screens. You gotta like go in rooms. You fight Stalfos. You fight maybe some Iron
Yeah,
Knuckles or something, and then
I think it would have been better. Like, you honestly, you don't even have to put any fights here.
mhm.
You just can have him, like, run down, because it feels almost like padding the hours, padding the stats, kind of like in the in the sense of timing, like making the game feel longer.
See, yeah, this is a place where having like actual jump would have been cool because if you could have made a nice, cool jumping section down,
Hmm.
But I mean, whatever. They could even done it with the auto jump, having a cool section down.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I mean, ultimately, it's fine. It's cool. It's nothing special to me. Aesthetically great, mechanically whatever. Especially if you have the Goron sword, it's like you just slice all these dudes down like nothing. It's like there's
Well,
no
lucky you.
yeah, there's no difficulty to it. But anyways, then there's the final boss. We get all the way to the bottom, and you think it's over because you think Ganondorf's dead, but there's a pile of rubble there, and it starts moving. Zelda like is kind of scared. You go up to it, and boom, you see the full final transformation. It's epic. It's just
It's very
I
haunting.
I love this game too much. I'm sorry. It's just like
Mhm.
I love this. It's just so fucking good and the song is incredible here. It fits perfectly with this. And I will say too, it does look better. There's the one place where I will agree with people that it does look better on the Nintendo 64 because it's darker on the 64 and it's really kind of hard to see Ganon's full form. You just see a big ass shadowy figure whereas on the 3DS, it's kinda lit very well. So it's
Yeah.
almost
Oh,
like
right, right, right. Yeah, because you play. I forgot you played it. Yeah,
yeah,
I didn't even think about how that would look different,
yeah.
right?
So, like, I've seen a lot of people complain about that, and I actually do agree with them. I think it actually does look better on the 64. That's one of the only spots
Mm.
where I'm like, "Okay, it would've been nice if it was just darker, because that part of it is so memorable in the 64 version, because it's, like, this huge ass thing is swinging a big ass sword to me." Like,
Yeah.
did
They
you
almost look
struggle
like
with him or
giant.
no?
Yes, I think it's just because of how long the boss was gonna last. Because
Mhm.
I was using the light arrows and then the megaton hammer to hit him.
That's right, because you didn't have the big Goron sword. So
Exactly.
he knocks the master sword out of your hands, so you don't have a sword.
Yeah. I don't think you can use, like, I mean, maybe you can use other things too, but I didn't. That's what I ended up
No,
using.
that's smart. I actually have never done that final boss without the big Goron sword. I always
Mm.
kind of wondered, like, what are you supposed to do here without a sword? I guess I would eventually use the hammer, which makes sense. Like you
Yeah.
stun him with the arrows and then hit him with the hammer. Um, but yeah, overall classic. It's just this is the final boss in my eyes. Like it's iconic in all of gaming. But we get to the end, and we got him down. He's ready for it. Zelda desperately holds Ganon in place. She uses her magic powers. Link delivers the fatal finishing blow, an epic fury of slashes until he impales Ganon right in the head. The sages unite their powers to help Link and Zelda send Ganon into the void, sealing him away. Ganon cries out in maniacal pain, cursing them all. He vows that someday, when the seal is broken, he will exterminate their descendants.
And oh boy, does he.
Stay tuned for other
The
Zelda
other,
games.
yeah, other Zelda games, yeah. But in this case, Hyrule is now saved. Zelda laments her role for allowing Ganon to take power and blames herself for not understanding the full scope of her consequences in youth, which
Mhm.
I think she's too hard on herself, but she wants to make things.
Mm.
I mean,
No, she was a kid. I
yeah, she was a
agree. Yeah.
child.
Yeah.
Yes, yeah, okay, yes, it's fate and stuff, but like,
It's the king's fault. Let's just be
yeah.
real. In the
I
whole
guess
monarchy.
he exactly, but I guess she's fate. This is just fate, so she always has to live through this, which is unfortunate.
Mhm.
She wants to make things right though, and asks Link for the Ocarina. She wants to send Link back to his original age. She tells Link it is time for us to say goodbye. That now Link can go home to regain his lost time,
Mm.
go back to being an outcast.
Mhm. Yeah, let's go back to
but
that.
but she softly plays the song of time, and the screen fades to black. Credits roll.
uh Lovely, But I must say, I've always been torn about this ending. Don't get me wrong, I love it, but I didn't like the fact that Zelda was sending us back in time and we had no say in it. It's too bad that Nintendo didn't have the foresight at that time for the broken timelines, because if they did, it would have been an amazing choice to have here. And there's a couple aspects to this too. For one, when I first played it in my teenage years, I was still of the mindset that, well, of course, Link and Zelda would end up together. I mean, even we were saying in the trailers, it's like they kind of even foreshadow that in some of the trailers, like, are you gonna get the girl or not? And I'm like, 25 years later, and still they still haven't come together.
Mhm.
Like, or if you're talking about since the beginning of the series, they still haven't been together. The only time they really have been together is in the cartoon show that everybody
Oh,
cast
the funny
aside.
one,
Yeah,
the one everyone makes fun of.
yeah. And what does he say? Well, excuse me,
Me, Prince.
princess.
Yeah,
Yeah,
excuse. Yeah,
yeah.
exactly.
So, except for Skyward Sword, there is heavy flirtations and heavy connotations, but it's not like they ever like get together really officially. But looking at it now, they they don't set up any romance here, so there's no reason why I should have looked at that. But I don't know. I've always been a romantic. Like if I see two characters like lock eyes for like 5 seconds or long or like or less, I'm just like, okay,
Yeah, I get you. Yeah.
OTP, one true pairing.
Hmm.
But I was surprised and a little upset, not enough to ruin my experience, but it just felt wrong to me that Zelda made the choice for us. And it just that's not what I wanted. And
Right.
I don't know. I imagine a lot of people didn't want that. They're like, no, I would rather stay here and like let's
Hmm.
rebuild Hyrule or something. I don't want
Yeah.
to go back.
Yeah, and of course, I mean the other part of it I mentioned it earlier, the great irony of Zelda lamenting the fact that she didn't understand what she was when she was younger,
Mm-hmm.
and that is still she still doesn't understand, right?
Yeah.
Because as we know, life doesn't really work that way. Link can't just get his childhood back. Like she thinks, yeah, she's doing all this poetry and stuff as Sheik, but she still just doesn't get things. Even growing up, he's seen and done so much. He's been through so much. We've been through it with him.
Mm-hmm.
We are him.
Yeah.
Our childhood friend Saria is a sage now. She's gone to us.
Mm-hmm.
Navi leaves us.
Mm-hmm.
Our guardian for our entire life, the Deku tree, is dead.
Yes.
And now we return to a time where no one will remember us or what we've done.
Yeah.
Like baby Link is no longer a thing. Guess I don't know. Yeah,
That's true too, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like when is she sending us back exactly?
Yeah, that's true too. Like based on the end, like after the credits, you get that ending where they see each other. It seems to be that's the moment after
Leave the forest,
after you leave the forest. So it's
but
just kind of
before all the spiritual stone stuff.
yeah. Well, you had got the spirit stone from the
Oh, I'm
forest,
sorry. Yeah, from the
but
forest one, but not the rest.
yeah, not the rest. So yeah, so
Oh yeah,
technically,
so for sure,
baby,
Deku Tree is dead.
yeah, yeah, but Baby Link wouldn't be around because then unless
Yeah.
you go to Darunia and be like, "Hey, what's up, bro?" Like,
By the way, you need to name your son after me.
yeah, it's like,
Like,
What
what
did
the
you
fuck?
do?" He's like, "I didn't do anything."
Yeah. So no one remembers us or what we've done, and perhaps it's selfish, but it's true. It's an inescapable human emotion to want that validation.
Hmm.
And at this moment, we have no agency. We're simply sent back to the world we prevented from falling into ruin by sacrificing our own life in the process. It's very bittersweet.
Yeah, no, I definitely feel that, and that's what I felt. I felt it was bittersweet, and I was like, "Let me make the choice." Behind all the Nintendo flair and sweet melodies, Ocarina is a game filled with dark themes. Link has lost his innocence. He's lost everything, really. And so that bittersweet, that's an understatement to me. Well, now that we're here at the end, let's finish examining Ocarina through the lens of the hero's journey. So, Vogler, baby, step 11, he calls resurrection. He says, quote, the hero emerges from the special world transformed by his or her experience. He is transformed into a new being by his experience. And the last step he calls return with the elixir. He describes this last step as the hero comes back to the ordinary world, but the adventure would be meaningless unless he or she came back with the elixir, treasure, or some lesson from the special world. Sometimes it's just knowledge or experience, end quote. I think without a doubt, Link is forever transformed by his experience. So these last two steps get a little muddy because I'm gonna go a little meta here. As stated many times by the devs, they want us to be Link. As the game progresses, we should become more in tune with Link by the second. And by the end, we feel like we went on this adventure. We saved these peoples, these tribes, this kingdom, and so we are forever changed by it. And I know that sounds like hyperbole, but if you play this game at a certain time in your life, I would say sometime between the age of 7 or 15, it can have a lasting effect on you. It's imprinted on your psyche. And I know that for me, it played a part in shaping me as a person. This game has that transformative power. So, yes, we as players do return with the elixir, spreading the gospel of this fucking masterpiece, of this relentless journey, of this unforgettable adventure. So, yeah, that wraps this story deep dive up. Don't worry, we're not gonna line up the hero's journey with every game we do, but it was just a great exercise for us with Ocarina because I feel there's something very formulaic in the way the story is told, but I mean that in a good way. It's simple and effective. Part of that is because people have followed this formula to a fault, but as humans, we're funny like that. We find comfort in pattern recognition. We have an incessant need to seek it out. And while formulas can be extremely bad in creative endeavors, it was as effective as it can possibly be in Ocarina of Time. It helped make it feel like we were living a real myth that has been passed down for thousands of years of humanity.
And with that, let's take a short break and we'll return with some quick lore, then fun categories and some awards.
Woo! So, as we've seen, Ocarina of Time gave us a backstory on the creation myth in the Legend of Zelda universe. But what happened after the three goddesses departed the world and left the Triforce? Back in 1998, when Ocarina of Time was released, it was supposed to be the origin of all Zelda stories, and it was, but many things have changed since then, and much more has been added to that lore. Luckily, we have our resident lore master Javi to fill in some of the gaps and tell us about the goddess Hylia, the Triforce, and the origin of the hero of time.
So most of this info we get spread out across all the Zelda games. But in particular, we get a lot of this info from Skyward Sword.
Mm-hmm.
Following the departure of the three goddesses Din, Farore, and Nehru, the goddess Hylia was bestowed with the responsibility of safeguarding the Triforce and the entirety of the world. That profound responsibility was soon put to the test when malevolent creatures emerged from beneath the earth in pursuit of the Triforce.
Mm.
These monsters, who were known as demons, were subservient to the immense evil being known as Demise.
Oof.
Devoid of the power to fight the demons, Hylians could only rely on their goddess for salvation. Hylia responded by extracting a section of the land and, along with the Triforce, transported her people to a secure haven high in the skies. She then joined forces with the rest of the surface-dwelling tribes and fought a ferocious battle against Demise and his legion of demons. Countless lives were lost, and the land was torn apart from the epic battle. But Hylia and the tribes were able to defeat Demise and seal him away. But it became evident that that seal would not endure for long in the face of the immense power of Demise. Hylia was aware that she could not defeat Demise with her power alone, and recognized that unlocking the power of the Triforce was her only chance. However, as a goddess, she could not wield the power of the Triforce. She made the difficult decision to sacrifice her divinity so her soul could be reincarnated into a mortal body to protect the world. So when Hyrule and the world needs it most, the goddess will be born again as who? None other than Princess Zelda.
Yeah, this is definitely much more in depth than what we see in the creation myth in Ocarina. So you do see this a lot in Skyward Sword, but it's even there. It's not complete. Even there, it's just kind of like more of a story told, you know. So I can't wait for the day where we actually see this, you know, in a full cutscene, or
Yeah,
or if we could even play it. Oh man, that'd be
that'd be
crazy.
great.
Okay, but you mentioned Demise too. Tell me about Demise. I know there's always a big question, like, is he Ganon? Are they one and the same? Are they different?
Well, we don't know much about Demise outside what is shown in Skyward Sword. As what we know now, him and Ganondorf are separate people.
Mhm.
So Ocarina is Ganondorf's first appearance in the series.
Okay.
What we do know about Demise is that he was drawn to the surface because of the power of the Triforce. He wanted it so he can dominate, similar to Ganondorf. There does seem to be the connection to Ganondorf. At the end of Skyward, after Link defeats him, Demise
Mhm.
says, "You fight like no man or demon I have ever known. Though this is not the end, my hatred never perishes. It is born anew in a cycle with no end. I will rise again. Those like you, those who share the blood of the goddess and the spirit of the hero, they are eternally bound to this curse. An incarnation of my hatred shall ever follow your kind, dooming them to wander a blood-soaked sea of darkness for all time."
Mm.
I think the key word here is incarnation. Nintendo honestly might not have put much thought into it, especially like when they, how they usually do at the
Mm.
beginning. They don't put the time into it.
It sounds good. Just put it in there, you
Exactly.
know?
But it is extremely different from saying he's going to be reincarnated. Like
Yeah.
we said, Zelda is the goddess Hylia reincarnated. They share the blood of the goddess. That's
Yeah.
what we know.
Yeah.
Every new Link is a new hero who embodies the spirit, as was said by Demise, I'm sorry,
Mhm.
the spirit of the hero.
Mhm.
I think Ganondorf is closer to that. It seems like Demise's evil and hatred is possibly reincarnated in someone else, but not his soul or blood.
Yeah. Okay,
And they're
that's a major distinction too, because again, like it's more like Link in that way. It's
yeah,
like his
it's yeah, this the spirit of courage almost.
yeah,
Let's call it this, all the courage of the hero
yeah,
is brought in, right? Which is the spirit.
yeah.
And then for Ganondorf's case, or Demise's case, I'm sorry, it's definitely the hatred and evil.
The evil, the lust for power, like
Hmm.
that's that level of lust and evil is
Right.
reincarnated into someone,
Yeah,
but
exactly. And there have
yeah,
been a lot of enemies throughout the series who have that sort of lust for power and domination, but Ganondorf has been the most prominent.
by far.
And that speech is no different from what Ganon tells Link at the end of Ocarina.
Mhm.
But as we talked about it earlier, Ganon didn't say he'll be reincarnated. He said he will be back in the future. I
Yeah.
like to think this is kind of like Demise is this primordial evil, right? That's what he
Yeah.
is. And I mentioned something about Ganon feeling like a primordial evil before, but
Mhm.
I do think it's that whole idea that yes, Demise kind of like found his way into Ganondorf,
Mhm.
but Ganondorf's own lust kind of took over, and
So
he is his own kind of like entity now.
nah, so do you see him as more powerful than Demise? Like
I
is
mean,
he
because in my head, like if I were to think of it, let's say Demise comes out as he's thinking he's the big bad in a Zelda game, and it's this Ganondorf, like he comes out of this Ganondorf,
Mhm.
or imagine he would have come out the Wind Waker Ganondorf, and
Mhm.
he would have been like, "Oh, I'm the true power and ever." I don't think the Ganondorf would let
Yeah.
Demise like take him over. You know what I'm saying?
He's like puts his arm on his shoulder. It's
He's
just
like,
like he does the whole
yeah, the
Batman or
Bane,
the
yeah.
Bane. He's like, "Do you think you're in power? Like you think you're in control?"
Exactly. I feel like Ganondorf would do that, but until I'm proven different, I won't see it any other way. So I guess if I were to say yes, I do feel that Ganon is more powerful than Demise,
Yeah, I also
or
now
at
that
least his lust is.
what comes to mind right now too is the mythology angle, and it's such a like okay, Demise isn't Ganondorf's father, but that I see it as that sort of like the father and the son type thing.
Hmm.
Like he's the father of his evil basically.
Yeah.
And in mythology, that's such a common story where the son always kills the father. Like
Hmm.
Kronos killed his father, Zeus killed Kronos, and so forth.
Yep.
And then of course that's why even God of War, that's why Kratos kills Zeus because
Hmm.
like type thing. So I could definitely see to follow in that tradition, Ganon is just like, bitch,
Hmm.
like who the fuck do you think you are? Like, yeah, but what about the Hylians in Hyrule? What about them? We didn't get much info on them in
Right.
Ocarina.
All right. So here's some lore we've learned across the games.
Mm-hmm.
The ancient civilization of Hyrule was founded by none other than the Hylians, who were
Mm-hmm.
favored by the goddess Hylia and known for their long ears.
Okay.
Legend says their ears were long so they can hear her voice. While the
Mm.
Hylians were once skilled in magic, this ability seems to have waned over the years,
Hmm.
except for the royal family, who still possess strong magical abilities due to the connection to the goddess bloodline. Zelda is very known for her magic.
Now, yeah, that explains it. Obviously,
Hmm.
she can hold down Ganon with some energy force or
Exactly.
all these different
Yeah.
things.
And she gives us the light arrows almost every time.
Yeah, yeah, true.
The Kingdom of Hyrule, sometimes known as Country of the Gods, is tasked with maintaining peace and protecting the Triforce from those who would seek its power. Wars and conflicts with demons have created a cycle of prosperity and decline in Hyrule's history,
Hmm.
with legends and tradition emerging from these struggles. However, those within the bloodline of Hylia are called to the kingdom in times of crisis to restore order and prevent chaos from engulfing the land. And ultimately, this is what The Legend of Zelda is all about.
Thank you, Lore Master. That was wonderful. All right, let's jump into some fun categories and awards. First, what has stood the test of time? All right, here's my list. Javi, feel free to jump in where you feel
Hmm.
fit. Number one, art design. Zelda's first foray into 3D, the art design just fucking works, and that's all there's to it. It's timeless, it's carried on, and I think most of
Yeah.
the games after this, right? Like,
Yeah, I mean, honestly, Link's art design has been, even his 2D design influenced this, right? And
mhm.
it's just so iconic that I think it will work for years to come.
Yes, I completely agree. Um, Number two, I would say combat. I think, well, part of it I can say has aged terribly. It hasn't to the
Hmm.
test of time, but the part of it that I think has is just the influence of the combat has stood the test of time because it's just been spread out. That Chambara style one on one like sword fights is
Yeah.
just the influence is you see it all across gaming.
Yeah. And I think it's definitely it's a little bit simple here, which is what hurts it. But other than that, yes, I agree.
Okay. The simple storytelling is deep enough to feel epic, but also simple enough where it doesn't bog you down with stories all the time. And
Hmm.
I think that works. Um the questing, or at least mostly the side questing, as we mentioned that in real big detail before, but just how a lot of those big side quests are very multi-layered, and the fact that they don't hold your hand, I think is what
Hmm.
stood the test of time. It's really refreshing, in my opinion.
Yes, yes.
Playing it now, 25 years later. The 3D open world, it's not the first open world or quasi open world ever, but it is just the idea of having an open world in 3D space is just that's what gaming is now. Honestly, like I think
Hmm.
like half the story games released are
Yeah, we've been
all
getting a
open
lot of
world.
people like complaining, like, can we get not open world games anymore?
It's true to the point where it's like now when it's like, oh, it's only an 8 hour linear game.
It's
Fuck
like, oh, thank
yeah.
God. Yeah, no, I love long games, but especially for what we do, sometimes we're like, oh God.
Yeah. Well, the thing is too, a lot of them are padded for no reason. You
Yes,
know,
the ones that are padded do hurt.
yeah, that's the thing. It's like, okay, if
They
it's an
hurt
open
that
world,
experience.
yeah, if you could do things in there, then it wouldn't matter. The next one, the lack of HUD elements, again, is another thing just comparatively. It's like it's just refreshing now. And I always use Assassin's Creed as an example of this. It's just so bogged down with
It's like screen barf almost. Like there's just too
yeah,
much going on.
yeah, exactly. There's waypoints, there's health bars, there's quest objectives, there's stamina
Names,
meters, yeah.
name of characters. Yeah. Not that I
And
don't like it either. It's just it is refreshing to see. Like, less the lower just lack of.
yes, and this whole thing with the quest markers too, and like the quest log and part of the HUD elements, like Elden Ring is super popular, and it just doesn't have those things, and people appreciate that now. I think because of how much of the HUD elements overtook maybe in like the 2010s, you know.
Hmm.
So I think that's a big thing. Although I will be fair and say, like in a lot of these games, you can just turn those things off, so it's not
Yeah.
that huge of a deal, you know.
Yeah. True, true,
Um,
true.
Fishing, we didn't even talk about fishing, but I think it's a perfect side
Yeah,
activity.
I think I mentioned it a little bit, but yeah, we
Uh,
didn't like it's honestly, I've always loved like fishing in games
mhm.
in general. It's just a nice little game to play.
I agree, and it can fit into any kind of open world game, so that's nice. I think dungeon crawling as a primary part of like structure of a game, it's
Yeah,
eternal. It's
yeah.
like that just doesn't age. It's just fun. Let's just give me a bunch of dungeons and let me get through these motherfuckers. It's
Or
good.
too many dungeons. I mean, not necessarily dungeons, but
No,
even Breath of the Wild. Okay, maybe we did too many.
there's not enough,
Yeah,
Molly.
yeah. It kind of takes away from like the primary dungeons.
Okay, I could agree with that. Uh, the music. That's it.
Oh,
That's the
no, that's
category.
okay. Move on. Yep, that's all.
Okay. Mute Link. The only reason I say this, even though I
Okay.
have said that I want Link to have a voice,
Hmm.
but I think it's aged the best because they still haven't done Link talking, so it still holds up
I
now.
I think I will just go ahead and just quickly just. I think Mute Link works for this game
Hmm.
because we have also like Navi that will talk for us, as an example. And in other games, it's something similar, right?
Yeah.
But in Breath of the Wild, it's starting to no longer work for me
No,
because
yeah.
you have no buffer, like you have no middleman now in Breath of the Wild.
No, yeah, I completely agree. And like we talked about that earlier. Like I agree. I'm just saying as far as the idea that he still doesn't talk, so it aged the best in that sense,
Mm,
like just because of that. But I do want him to talk if everybody else is talking, like
yeah.
otherwise it doesn't work. Um, I would say the ending has stood the test of time from the perspective of it created all the branches for the rest of the series.
Mm,
So it's just a really centered point in the Zelda universe. So it's super important and it's necessary to the rest of the story. So um the next one for me, this is a personal one, Javi. The Bombchu Gallery operator girl, who we didn't even talk about, but she's the best. As she's just a girl who's like a bored Gen X worker. And for somebody who grew up in my era, is just kind of like, oh, I know this girl. Like you should see them working at like 7-Eleven at midnight, and you're just like,
gotcha.
please, like I
And
want
you
to go
fall in love
home.
every time.
I did. They're just this the perfect girl, and like I had a thing for her. I was 13. I'll admit it, but she also reminds me of the same type of worker you'll see now from Gen Z. So she's eternal,
Gotcha.
like
Okay. All right.
yeah, bored workforce that doesn't age.
Mm-hmm.
The character designs,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I
I,
guess this is also like where I said the art design, like of like Link's just design, Zelda's design. I think this is
yeah,
kind of like what you mean too. Yeah, I agree.
yeah, definitely. Because I just think that obviously while they may change over time, I think the center point is here. Like the
Mm,
Gorons look the
yeah,
same.
Goron's like exactly the same.
Yeah,
Even the
even
Zora, even though they're like different
different.
fish,
Yeah,
at least they made them different fish to differentiate them now.
yeah, but you just instantly recognize them as Zora, and I think
Hmm.
that's all based back to this design. Obviously, Link, Zelda, and Ganon, like yeah, they have different variations. They evolve differently, but they always feel that like that. They're like these characters from this game right
100%.
here. I think this one's great right here. Strong women in games.
Hmm.
I think this is aged beautifully, and we got to remember 1998. And if you think about the women in this game, they're all very different, have different personalities. They have their own desires, their own
Hmm.
intentions, their own strength. And I just give it up to Nintendo. I mean, very forward thinking, and that's always been the company anyway. I mean, Samus is Nintendo,
Right. Yeah.
So
Yeah, yeah, and you like you said, like Impa and even Zelda kind of like give that very like independent kind of they're down to do stuff, right?
yeah.
Rudo kind of gave me a little bit at the very beginning, almost damsel distressed, but then you
Mhm.
see that she really can do stuff. Is it's just more that she's in over her head.
But and that's the beauty of it too is that they don't need to make them strong for strong's sake. Like
Exactly.
they do make them damsels in distress at times, and that's
Hmm.
okay. And
Well,
then
yeah, Zelda being
yeah,
an actual child,
mm,
Rudo being literally in over her head inside of the
the,
Lord Jabu Jabu. Impa
yeah,
is literally the only one that's like, I'm a beast. Mess with me and you'll literally die where you stand, you know?
yeah. And you just think about that in it of itself. Like Zelda's number one bodyguard is a
Exactly.
woman,
Yeah.
So it's
I mean,
just
because we saw the guards.
yeah, exactly. Those worthless guards. So the funny thing is, I think if it came out now, people might complain about it, so maybe it didn't age well. I think people might be like, "Oh, wow, like, of course they're all the women are strong. It's fucking bullshit."
No, I
Like,
don't think that's necessarily aging well. I think that's just people being stupid.
people haven't aged well.
Yeah, people haven't, or yeah, people are still stuck in their old ways.
Yeah. But that
Because
and
obviously we've had strong women in Nintendo games for a long time.
yeah, of course. It's just as long as it's a good written character, then that's all that matters, you know.
Exactly.
Um, the last thing I would say for me is the Magic Bean Salesman, who we also didn't talk about the story. He's just a side character, but right now, in the time of modern inflation, the Magic Bean Salesman is the father of modern inflation. He's just fucking ridiculous. You end up paying at the end 900% over what you originally paid for the first bean. And I can tell you this, there's not fucking people marching in and out buying beans. So I don't
Yeah.
it's not supply and demand. It's literally I'm your only demand, bro. So what the fuck? So I gave it to him because he predicted 2023 before any of
Yeah.
us. Good for him.
Yeah.
Did you have any other ones you think that stood the
One I
test of
think
time?
is really good to stand the test of time is the idea of, you know, learning as you play, right? And
Mm,
getting these weapons and item upgrades as you're playing. I think a lot of games do that. And I
yeah,
mean, it's quintessential to Zelda.
yeah,
I mean,
very
you
much
literally
so.
get the item in the dungeon and use it in that dungeon. I love that.
Yeah, I agree. I
Yeah.
agree. Okay.
It's yeah.
Now, what hasn't stood the test of time? What has aged terribly? Well, I would say number one is the frame rate. It's 20 frames per second on the Nintendo 64.
Mm.
It doesn't feel that way. I would say I'll give it that. It doesn't feel that way. But I think if it came out now in 2023, I mean, we're seeing it right now. Like Redfall is announced as 30 frames as opposed to 60 frames, and the whole
Yeah.
internet caught fire.
Yeah, Destiny
So
for the longest time was 30 frames.
yeah, but then that was like 2013.
Yeah,
At
exactly.
least
Yeah, 10 years. Oh my god,
yeah,
oh my god, it's been 10 years.
yeah, it's been 10 years or 2014. Sorry, but yeah,
Whatever, but it's oh my god.
almost 10
The
years.
10-year
But
plan is coming to an end. No. But anyways.
yeah, even then it was still kind of acceptable. People were still kind of like, ah. And now it's like immediately it's a point of contention. People are doing Reddit posts, they're on Discord servers,
Mhm.
they're doing Twitter tweets. It's just 20 frames per second. No, but I don't know. It doesn't feel that way when you play it. I would say it probably feels more like 30 frames.
Yeah, 24 if anything.
Yeah,
You know,
so
the supposed or it is the limit for what our eyes can like see, but it's not what I guess the limit what our eyes can notice because we can tell the difference.
yeah, we can. Yeah, because people say that, but I was like, yes, I can tell and feel the difference. So
Yeah,
stop.
exactly.
Um, this one's easy, but it was fixed. But it's the iron boots not being equipment, which they fixed on the 3DS version.
Yeah,
So
so I was actually going to ask about I forgot to mention for the frame rate. How is the frame rate on the 3DS?
it's 30 frames.
It's 30. Okay, so a little bit better. Okay.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
that at least
It's
I mean obviously they're not going to it must probably going to be hard to make it 30 60 frames on the
on the
3DS, but
3DS, and
okay.
also it also came out in 2011 too. So again,
Gotcha.
it's not like So it was
It's still decently like
yeah,
it was
it
decent
was
for
some
its age.
yeah, it's still some time ago. I mean, Halo 3 was 30
Yeah.
frames per second.
But yeah, I guess in general, just so people know, we are talking for the most part, we will be when we talk about the age and both good and bad, it is more the 64 original version.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, yeah, that's what we're talking about. Yeah. The thing that hasn't stood the test of time is the Hyrule Field, and as
Oh,
far as
yeah.
like, for one, its majesty to people, it just doesn't have that impact anymore, which we
Yeah,
talked
not
about.
anymore.
Yeah, and then the other thing is how desolate it is. It's empty. There's nothing there. And that's like a
Mhm.
couple grottos that maybe if you bomb a couple rocks, you can jump in the grotto. There's Lon Lon Ranch, but then that's it. There's nothing else there. No NPCs. The Running Man, you can run into him. That's the only NPC you can see there. That's it. So that has aged terribly because nowadays,
Oh my god,
uh,
yeah, so much.
yeah. So well, some games I'm not gonna say because some games are like
That you're true,
forspoken.
you're true. You're
Yeah.
true, true, true.
The next one I would say is puzzle design hasn't aged the best, just as far
Mm,
as how easy it is. In some ways, I could say it aged great because it's the basis for the rest of the Zelda
Yeah, but I guess
series.
the actual puzzles themselves and the dungeons and the temples and they just yeah, going into it, even me playing it for the first time, they just felt very like very simple.
Yeah, and I mean, you played Majora recently, so I'm pretty sure, and I remember feeling that that one was a difficulty spike over
That was a step
Ocarina.
up, yeah.
Yeah, so you could see it
Yeah, the 3 granted
evolving.
the 3-day cycle helped that a lot.
Yeah, yeah,
Helped that
it's
a
a whole
lot.
different experience, but still, it's designed for that. I we mentioned earlier the combat age. Well, this is the part where I'll say it aged terribly, just because you see it getting better every Zelda game. You see it improving, especially like Wind Waker, when you can do like the move where you roll around and do the slash, finishing moves, and Twilight Princess as well. You learn all these different combat skills. So it's so basic here when you compare it to what you see now, especially Breath of the Wild. You can't even
Mhm.
it's so much better. Graphics has aged pretty bad in my opinion. Like the polygons really show themselves, especially if you play it on the
Mm.
64. Because on the 3DS, it still looks pretty good.
Yeah, I guess I'm kind of enamored with that kind of like our graphics. I don't think they're horrible because I've seen
Hmm.
other like polygon game, like where they show their polygons and show their age. I feel this
Yeah.
one actually does a much better job than a lot of games,
Okay.
even of the same like year.
Yeah. I mean, there is definitely games that were worse at the time, but I guess we'll disagree on that one because I just looking at it now, compare it now. I guess if we were to say it was an indie game, then I could be like, okay,
Hmm.
but it's not. So the next one to me, its place in the culture. I think that's aged terribly because within like the first 5 to 10 years, maybe even 15 years after it was released, it was pretty universally thought to be top five. A lot of people thought it was the best game ever made,
Hmm.
like without question. And when I started doing research for the pod, I was just looking up some of the lists, and every list doesn't even have it in the top 20 or 30 anymore. I seen it up to like top 40
I think in the top 10 you were mentioning to me when we were doing this that like top 10 like Super Metroid and Super Mario World are like in the top 10 and they've kept their
still.
position.
Yeah.
I think it's just the fact that, we've moved basically away from 2D
Yeah.
ingenuity, innovation. Like there's still a lot of good
No,
new
that's not true. That's not true though. But I know what you're saying, but obviously we went back to it in the indie games with
yeah,
like
we've gone back to it in indie games, but like their place is almost cemented just because like the prime day of 2D games are kind of like yes, there's new ones innovating and doing great stuff now.
yeah,
But
Hollow
as a
Knight,
whole,
Ori.
yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. Hollow Knight, Ori, all these games are amazing,
Mm.
but their place isn't as high as it used to be. And these games were like the prime when those games were the top,
Yeah.
when those games were the only, so they were, that's what kind of like I think helped cement their place. Whereas we're still moving and continuing and advancing 3D games, and we're still in the 3D, like, and until we can move into like 4 dimension, which I don't think we can. I think
Mhm.
that hurts Ocarina of Time's place in all
Yeah.
time.
I do agree with that part of it. I think that's the reason. Um, but yeah, I mean, that's just more of like it did that his place in the culture aged terribly. And the whole thing with like Super Metroid and Super Mario World, where I think the word I would say that I think you're kind of searching for is that it was made in the golden era of 2D games.
Yeah, and we're
Yeah.
like, I don't think we're like, I don't even know where we are in 3D games for era.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what
Are we in
people
the
would
Silver
call it.
Age right now?
Yeah, who knows? I don't know.
Because I think this game would have been the before Silver Age,
This is like the
right?
prehistoric age,
Yeah,
you
like the
know, like
bronze, like this is when they were coming out, and now
exactly.
have we hit? I don't think we can hit the prime or the golden age of 3D until we move on to the next, right?
Yeah, no, I agree with that unless some new innovation comes out that blows our mind the
Yeah, because
same
I think
way.
the closest thing I can think of is like Oculus
Yeah, the VR, but it's
VR. Thank
like,
you.
but even that, I don't see that because it's just so much more
Yeah, but we don't. Who
cumbersome.
knows? Yeah, it's cumbersome, but who knows how far it will go in even the next year or so.
The thing I can see is something like even this, it would take a long time in augmented reality, not VR, but augmented reality. Like if you could do games like really intricate games in that way,
Hmm.
that'd be sick. Like imagine you doing like having whatever Google glasses where you can see stuff, but then they designed the game around like a hiking trail. And so instead of just going to catch Pokemon in these preordained spaces or whatever, it's like an actual quest you do as you're walking around the
So a
real
more
world.
advanced Pokemon Go.
Yeah, like super more advanced. But anyway,
Hmm.
I think that's so far away, it's not even worth mentioning. But yeah, it's place in the culture has aged terribly. I was surprised when I first saw it because to me in my heart it's the best game ever made. But
Hmm.
yeah, after considering, I was like, okay, that makes sense. Like what you said with the golden age of Super Metroid, it's like, yeah, like games from now 2D games from now, I would say are probably just as good, if not better, than Super Metroid or Super Mario World. But they're not such a leap ahead that it's not like playing Breath of the Wild versus Ocarina of Time, because
Right.
when those two are just oceans, worlds apart. So yeah, the next thing that aged terribly is bullying, like as fucking he who shall not be named. That would not be accepted nowadays, friends. I'm just saying. Next one, block moving is slow and cumbersome. Uh, it's just they could have made it better. Like even just like 4 or 5 years later, or I forgot when God of War came out, but it's like when you get kick boxes to make it fast. It's just I don't know. It's just
Instead of the Goron gloves, Goron boots.
yeah, that would have been fucking perfect. They should have done that. This one I think everybody would agree with. Camera controls,
Mm.
rough, rough. They show their age. You don't agree with that one?
No, I definitely, yeah. That one, like, I don't,
Yeah.
if I speak, like, but yeah, no, it's definitely one of those we take for granted what we have now. Because when I
Mm-hmm.
went back and played, I was like, oh God, this is like I died so many times just because of my movement, because of my camera controls.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. Um, the next one I would say bosses. They're too easy. They're way too easy. That's part of Zelda though, so it's not really a complaint. But I just think that bosses now are done way more intricately in a 3D space.
Yeah, I
Uh,
think because
yeah,
honestly, bosses have a lot of it still find their weakness and rinse and repeat.
yeah,
But it's just harder to the timing and just the timing, the memorizing the right pattern, memorizing the right, like, oh, he raised his hand this way, he's gonna do this. It's gotten
yes,
more intricate. It's still the same
yes.
idea, it's just more intricate.
Yes, and a lot of that has to do, I suppose, with the evolution of the combat. Like, you get more options now, so you can input more patterns into the bosses than you could before. So that makes sense. And the last one is the love struck couple still being in love, like deeply in love 7 years later. That's
Like, just
no.
because love doesn't work out for us doesn't mean it doesn't work out
No,
for
his
others.
Zelda, if Link and Zelda we don't fall in love, then nobody else does. But they're 7 years apart and they're still just fucking circling around each other dancing. Okay.
All right,
Whatever.
Mike. All
Like
right, Mike.
all right, next category. What would you rather have, Javi, for this game? You give you three choices, either a remake, a remaster, or a reboot.
Me, I would love the idea of them redoing this game, and not just like they did a great remaster on the 3DS,
Hmm.
but I would love just a give it a really nice Final Fantasy 7 or Resident Evil 2, 3, and even 4 now
Hmm.
style reboot, and or I'm sorry, remake.
Remake,
And
yeah.
even maybe, change some things, maybe I don't know. I don't know. That might be too much. That might be asking for too much, and a lot of people might not agree with that. But I think a remake similar, maybe more in the sense of Resident Evil 2, 3 and
Hmm.
4, make a remake with that kind of like care.
Yeah, I completely agree. If I had a choice between these three, because for one, okay, to be fair, Nintendo considers a 3DS version a remake. They say that themselves.
Mhm.
I personally don't, in the sense of I consider it a high end remaster. I know they remade it from the ground up, fair enough, but it's like the same thing with The Last of Us Part 1. Like, it's the same game, you
Yeah,
know?
I need things in Hyrule Field. I need quests. I need it. I need their quest system. I need them to revamp it and make it similar to Majora's at least.
Okay. I don't know if I would go that far, but I would want them to keep the bones of the world and
Yeah.
just expand on it. Make the Kokiri forest bigger, add a couple
Oh,
more
one bone I would
NPCs.
need them to completely remake though is the Gerudo prison stuff.
Yeah.
That would have to be
Don't
completely remade,
please do it like Wind Waker or something. Please give us some stealth mechanics or
or
something,
yeah,
you
just
know.
something.
But yeah, I would definitely want like kind of the same characters, but now they're expanded. They have actual dialogue. They have maybe some mini quests, whatever,
Hmm.
that we didn't have. Make Hyrule Field bigger, put some NPCs in it. But I want the same kind of aesthetic, bones and structure, just really cool new 3D like the not 3D, but like the new graphics. And, and of course, like reboot. Every Zelda game is kind of a reboot, so it just
They definitely are.
yeah. So that I think that one for me it makes complete sense.
Hmm.
All right, next category, Javi. Describe a prequel or sequel that you'd like to see for Ocarina of Time. You have any? You could do anything. What would
Yeah.
you want to do? It could be a different style game if you want. It doesn't need to be a Zelda game.
I think this is kind of what brought about like the podcast in general. We were
Mm-hmm.
talking about uh I want, and this is completely different from any kind of Zelda game. So it
Mm-hmm.
wouldn't, I don't even know if it would be called The Legend of Zelda,
Mm-hmm.
but I want it to be about the time during the Civil War that we hear
Mm-hmm.
about, because we keep
Yeah.
hearing about the Civil War, especially in this game.
Yeah.
And I want to know how the mother got to the Deku or the Kokiri forest.
Yeah. And then got to the Deku tree
Yeah, into
basically.
the
Yeah.
Deku tree. And obviously I'm assuming she's passed away. Uh I think it's implied she, goes into the forest, right? And
Yeah, I think
passes.
well into the Lost Woods, I would
The Lost
say.
Wood, sorry, thank you.
Yeah, and then as we know in the lore of the game, anybody who's Highlanding goes in there and becomes a Stalfos. So that'd be
Hmm.
that'd be crazy if she becomes a Stalfos.
Yeah, I mean they don't necessarily need to do that, but at least give us like some kind of story. And like I said, I don't want it in the style of Legend of Zelda. It would have to be a different style.
Yeah, it couldn't be. And for me, so I like this one, and then I give it a lot of thought. I'd want to make it kind of like a Plague Tale style game.
That actually might be cool. Yeah. So
Yeah,
not like actual like a lot of combat,
mostly
right?
stealth.
It's more like a lore, like, or not a lore. How would you say, an exploratory?
Yeah, well, there's a lot of like puzzle solving to that.
Yeah, puzzle solving is fine, but like no
Mm,
actual like, oh, I'm gonna fight a boss kind of thing.
No, no, because it's mostly stealth. So I think that'd just be cool, and you play as the mother basically, and then Link as your little companion,
Hmm.
and the whole
Baby Link.
baby Link. Well, yeah, that's the other thing though, because I think we would have to age him up a little bit,
Oh,
because
you're right.
because then she can't be carrying, and there's not Death
Well, yeah,
Stranding,
and then
like
oh, she can't be carrying them, and also, the children never age, kind of thing. But I guess that
well,
would depend on like how does Link age in the forest, or is it been 9 years? I guess because we don't know that for sure either.
yeah, we don't know that. Well, that's an inexplicable mystery,
Yeah,
which we'll talk about too.
yeah,
I think that we age him up just for the story's sake. We age him up maybe
enough
to
to be
like
able to walk.
yeah, like just to be coherent, like 7 years old or something.
Okay.
And you have to trek. You have to make your way through all of the Hyrule Kingdom to the different tribes, and like every time you reach a different one they help you. Like, okay, you go to
Mm,
Kakariko Village first and you really need help. You're running away from the fight or whatever, and then somebody helps you. They give you a horse or something. You do
yeah,
some side
and you keep
missions.
moving on to everyone, and maybe we
Yeah.
can learn a little bit of each of the, even the Gerudo. Maybe I don't know. Maybe
Yeah.
that's. I mean, they're technically. I don't know who's fighting actually, but at this
Yeah.
time,
Well, it's
but that
all
would
the
be
tribes are
interesting. Yeah,
fighting. Yeah. The
yeah,
all
and
from what we
and
know, all the tribes are fighting.
yeah, so it's
So
just searching for refuge. And I
yeah.
think it would be kind of interesting because, not no offense to the mother or anything, but it could be something like maybe she doesn't have like any kind of like powers or anything,
Hmm.
but maybe like Link's destiny, he, not that he has powers, but there's some kind of like force that is helping him kind of, and helping
Yeah.
them. and
Yeah.
it could be kind of the conduit will be Link.
And that would also help because let's say in Plague Tale, for example, the kid helps you a lot
Yes.
with solving puzzles with his powers. So it's just one of those things. It's like if Link is that kid,
Hmm.
it makes sense narrative wise, and then also it's just like, oh, this is why he's so good at solving puzzles. Like it's
Yeah, it would.
like
That's true. That's true.
yeah, so it's just like he got the training here, you know. But yeah, it would be awesome. I would probably end it too somewhere like there's a big battle and she's desperately trying to get through and then she gets hit and that kind of Last of Us scene where like you're limping, but
And
you're
this would
playing the
be why
show.
she goes into the Lost Woods, because she would never have gone there in the first place.
Yeah, and they need narrative wise too. They should hype that up throughout the
Hmm.
game, where it's
That.
like, so somebody in Zora's domain is just like, don't ever go into the Lost
Hmm.
Woods. Like
Yeah, like
nobody
someone's
ever
like
comes out of there.
some like crazy person's like, the Lost Wood is probably not touched, and then someone's like,
Yeah,
don't ever go into the Lost Woods, kind of
don't
thing.
go there. The horrors in there,
Hmm.
And then it could be a beautiful scene when she goes in and she just sees fairies and children,
Yeah,
and she's like, oh
and they
my
all
god,
scutter, like run, and maybe
yeah.
Saria leads her to the Deku tree. Like all the other ones
Oh,
are scared, and
adorbs,
yeah, and
yeah.
she sees the little boy Link and leads them to the Deku tree. That'd be
It's
sick.
it's like, "This is my new best friend. Oh my god." I would love that. Yeah, that's a good one. Okay, I came up with one too. I think this is also a cool idea for a second game. Again, I wanna go not action RPG Zelda style. I really love that Final Fantasy did this with Dirge of Cerberus, where
Mm,
they expanded the universe and they made that one was like a third
it
person
was a third
shooter.
person shooter, yeah.
Yeah, so I was like, I wish more franchises would do that. Not that Dirge of Cerberus is that great, but I just like the idea that they did that. So again, Plague Tale, this one I would want to make kind of a mid-quel, I call it, in between those 7 years. So I think that'd be a cool story to find out like what happened during that time. The story that I kind of
Mm,
came up with that like, I would make it more of an action adventure, like Uncharted style type thing, and really narrative focus heavy where you play as a knight. Maybe it starts when Ganon invades the castle with his forces and
okay.
there's a big battle and you're one of the knights and you guys are defeated so you have to go into hiding. You end up going I don't know, like you go to Kakariko Village and just pretend to be one of the villagers as
Mhm.
like Ganondorf is going around just like murdering it's like Order 66 style, like
Ye
he's just
oh,
fucking like any
y
knight dead. That's it. You're all dead.
yeah, and instead
And
of, like, trying to, like, fight, he keeps hidden, right? I guess it
yeah.
would be to save himself almost.
Yeah, he just fades and
It's almost
he's
like he's, what's the word? It's almost like he's, selfish in that
mhm.
way, like, only
Yes.
cares about himself.
And I like that part of it because then that'll be part of his own that will attach you to him as a story as he redeems himself.
Mhm.
So then something happens, I don't know, so one of the Sheikah tribe come to Kakariko Village and they know him or somehow they know that he's a knight and
Or
they put oh
mhm.
go ahead.
No, I was gonna say it could be something like they come in like basically giving a clue, but kind of in secret because it's Chica are secret, right? But the
Mhm.
guards probably know that
Mhm.
Zelda's alive because maybe that's part of the thing. All the people think maybe Zelda's dead,
Yes,
and
yes.
then the knight finally like finds his courage because he knows that symbol or that thing that it means. Not only that this person's probably just seemingly going there just to see who can come help, who
Yes.
can be against Ganon, but they somehow like it's almost like indicated to him and anyone who would be a guard that Zelda's alive to give him that courage to like, put his demons behind him.
And go on the mission, which the mission I thought of would be was okay, this is how we could do it. I think that would make it fun and it'd be a cool story. So he sees the symbol, he knows, he gets his courage. They know now about Link. Zelda knows because she didn't know right away, right? She didn't
Hmm.
know what happened, but then she finds out Link is alive, but he needs to rest. He needs to grow for 7 years before he can awake. So the thing is, Twin Rova, the twin witches, are trying to find a way to get into the sacred realm, like black magic style. Because the only way you can get in is the way they got in, but maybe they're finding like some secret,
It's
like
like a
black magic.
this is like a reverse Death Star like
Yeah,
plans
yeah,
thing, right?
yeah. Like we need to
Where
get in
the
there. We need to
yeah,
get in there and kill him. That's what we
yeah.
need to do, and we need to stop these people from finding out how to do this.
Yeah, they're looking for the plan or whatever.
Yeah, they're like going in through some ancient temples and ruins.
Dark
They're
magic.
like, yeah, they're trying to find like this old magic to get them in, and like your quest is to stop them, you know. And then I don't know, like he at the end he dies too, but he stops
Mhm.
them maybe like fucking a week before Link is supposed to awake or
Yeah.
something. So he
You know,
sacrifices himself to save the
this
hope,
could
you know.
be the guard that is ridiculing us at Goron at the Death Mountain.
Yeah, well, yeah, because we never see him as an adult. That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. He redeemed himself for making fun of us. The bastard. He's the best, though. He's the best.
Yeah.
All right. Next category. Let's talk about some inexplicable mysteries. The first one is the most obvious one, so let's just get it out the way. The Song of Storms paradox. We talked about that. The chicken or the egg? What came first? How is Link the one who teaches himself the song 7 years before he knew it? I don't know. It doesn't make
Yeah.
any sense.
I
Never explained.
Yeah, it's definitely. I mean, we've had this time thing happen in many things, and granted, we don't know the actual rules, right? Because we don't know the actual time travel. But
No.
according to the context that is laid before us, it doesn't make sense.
No, it doesn't at all.
All right, next, in order to get past King Zora, we have to find a letter from Princess Rudo in Lake Hylia. Once we get past King Zora and find Rudo in Lord Jabu Jabu's belly, Rudo denies ever writing a letter. So where did the
Mm,
letter come from?
it magically appeared.
Magically appeared. I did like that. I saw like just a theory that she was just too proud to admit it, especially to Link, who's a child like herself.
I could see that too with her personality. That I think that's what makes the most sense. You can go like super high level and just be like Ganondorf planted it there because he wants you to do this so that he can get into the sacred realm. That's
True.
another like,
That's
but
another.
that's
Yeah.
like super conspiracy Illuminati
Yeah.
shit. Like that, and then he just randomly puts it in like Hylia too. Like what the
Mhm.
fuck? What are you doing? Okay, the next inexplicable mystery. How the fuck did Link grow and become stronger during 7 years in stasis without any nutrition, without any exercise or anything? I
he
just
got powered by the light of the sacred realm.
Oh, okay, that explains
Yeah.
it. Never mind.
That's it. Explain. No, it,
Uh,
it is one of those just like it's just main character,
yeah,
powers,
yeah.
MC, yeah.
It's in the script, bro. Just shut up.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Next, let's just how can we explain the Gerudo genetics? Only one male is born every 100 years. How does that work?
Yeah.
We know
It
the Gerudo
makes
women go looking for Hylian men to procreate with, but only females are born?
mm,
How does a
yeah.
male gene get through?
That makes no sense. I guess it has to be predetermined somehow.
Mm,
But it's like, how does the gene know
yeah.
when to activate? And like, it's because, or is it a thing where they just decide and they're like, all right, like this is gonna be the mother, and we're gonna make sure it's a boy
I
now.
wonder, is it like an avatar thing,
Yeah.
like the last airbender? Is it do the males, are they infertile maybe as well? So that's why it's so hard for the male gene to be passed on.
Okay. That could.
I mean, not that I don't think that's exactly how genes work. I don't think a male gene is necessarily passed through like hair or anything,
Mm.
but maybe it's something along those lines.
Well, I mean, we're thinking about that too human like, because this
True,
is
that is
just
true as
right.
well. That is true.
There's just like a
So it's
whole
just
different race of.
yeah, because I
Uh,
mean, it's just so weird, especially like every 100 years. What if the guy? I mean, I don't know how long Gerudos live, but what if he's
yeah.
over 100? Does that mean there isn't one until the next 100 years, or does the new one get born and then the one current die? You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, does the new one kill the old one because there can only be one, or like
yeah, yeah,
I don't
it's
know
as if like.
yeah, none of it makes sense, but it's just okay, inexplicable. Good. Why did Navi leave Link at the end of the game? That it just happens. It happens like the Navi leaves, Link doesn't know, and then in Majora, you're basically looking for Navi.
Yeah, and then we don't find her.
Don't find her. My only explanation is that Navi rhymes with Javi, and Javi is fucking just a bitch, and that's it.
Oh, okay, okay.
So
Okay, I don't know where that fucking came from, but all right.
yeah. No, but yeah, I don't know. I don't know why. I don't even have theories for it. It's just
Yeah.
like the mission's over. It's like, all right, fuck it.
Someone else who leaves. Where's Jabu Jabu when you're an adult?
Yeah.
He's nowhere to be found. I mean, I'm assuming it's maybe some kind of migration, but as far as I know, he's their lord, so he should be always there. He's not at the bottom of a lake unless there's a section that we can't see, just because of for games. But he's just
Yeah.
inexplicably gone.
Yeah. And for game purposes, you can't even leave that Zora's fountain. There's no opening there.
Yeah,
I guess unless he
exactly.
does some like super jump,
Like Free
maybe.
Willy.
Yeah, Free Willy style. But
Princess Ruto knew that like stuff was going down, so she did the whole Free Willy scene.
Go, Lord Jabu Jabu.
Yeah.
You go to the lake, not even the seas. Like, get to the lake, get out of here. How old is Link? We don't know. Now, here's the thing. Here's the reason I asked is because he's Hylian, but he lives in Kokiri. But does that mean he wasn't aging in Kokiri, and they're just withholding his aging until he leaves, or was he just the perfect age when we met him right now? Like, was he actually just 9, and that's just how old he was?
We don't know. We don't know how long the Great War was, right?
No, or how long ago it was either.
Yeah, or how long ago it ended.
Yeah,
because Link's mother found refuge in the middle of the war.
Yeah.
So we don't know how long that lasted. We don't know how long after that lasted we've been in the forest for. So let's say he was a newborn, which would throw our prequel idea out the window. If he's a newborn, that means the war would have had ended and lasted only up to whatever age he is, which in this he's supposed to be around 9.
9, yeah.
So
but theoretically he could be 50. He could be like Grogu style 50.
Yeah,
he was there for Order 66. He saw it, he
because it's one of those weird things. Like, yes, we know the children don't age, but the Deku tree definitely ages, right? Because we saw the baby. But and that doesn't mean Link doesn't age, or does it?
Yeah, we don't know.
We don't know. Also, this is just like this applies to like just I guess horror genre in general. How do the Stallfoes laugh if they don't have lungs? How does any skeleton make noise?
The funny thing is like a deep laugh too. It's like
yeah, I love it. But why and how?
Inexplicable. That's the only thing we can say. Because of magic, baby, magic. Where did Ganon learn to play the organ?
Yeah, we joked about it earlier.
Yeah. So is he just a natural? I wonder if he's jealous of Link, because Link just picked up the ocarina you just need to teach Link him one time and he knows the song.
Bro, it would have been badass if it was like a instrument, like a battle of the bands in the organ room.
You just we should have done that. We should have busted out the ocarina and been like, let's go, baby. Let's see who could do this better.
Yeah, play Song of the Storms and it's over.
Yeah, fucking he can't
Song of Storms. Sorry, I always say the
Song of Storms. Yeah.
When Twin Rova dies, why do they get a halo and ascend to heaven? Like what? I mean, then again, it's me adding, human rules to Hylian afterlife protocol.
Yeah.
So who knows? One comment I saw was they're so evil that heaven is probably hell for them, which I like because
that's the best answer.
Yeah, it reminds me of Frieza in hell. I mean, he went to hell in Dragon Ball Z, but it was a hell that's like cute.
Yeah, because he hates that. It's hell for him.
Exactly.
I like that answer. That's the best answer. But yeah, they never did anything good. So by human beliefs, they would never go to heaven, ever. Alrighty, let's jump into some awards. Give out some awards. We've been through the whole grinder here, and now it's time to hand out some of the best stuff in this game. We're gonna limit it to 5 nominees each. We'll probably share a lot of the same. So if we have the same, then you don't have to add on anything to it.
Yeah.
Obviously. All right, for the first award, The Remember No Russian Award for most memorable moment. My first nominee here is the intro. Classic, timeless.
Great intro. Yep.
Yeah, nothing more to say. It's just it lives forever. My second nominee, I think a little bit of cheating, but I do consider it the same scene for me is both when Link leaves the forest and he talks to Saria, that beautiful scene where it's so sad, and then
Hmm.
seeing Hyrule Field for the first time. Those two scenes together for me. But my third nominee, Zelda and Link meet for the first time in the castle, and then Ganon does that little glance to the right. That whole scene is great
Mm.
too. Seeing them together as kids is really sweet, and then also, but having Ganon there in that same vicinity is just something very powerful about it. It doesn't happen that often,
No, I was
and
gonna say all of the scenes where the three of them are together is a very powerful scene.
it is, and if you look throughout the series, it's a rare occurrence. You know, it only happens for like a scene or one boss fight or something, and that's it.
Hmm.
So powerful. My fourth nominee, Link enters the Temple of Time. You hear the fucking music. It's ethereal. It's amazing, and then he pulls the Master Sword, which is probably if you're just to pick like one scene from this game, I would even say that people think of might be that one.
Yeah, especially first time in 3D, first time seeing the Master Sword in all its like majesty. I think
Mm,
I would agree.
yeah. And my last nominee is for me, this one was big. It is seeing Hyrule Castle Town after the 7 years. Like just to see
Mhm.
that one's like imprinted on my mind because you don't know what you're gonna see when you come out the 7 years later. You're interested to see how things are different, and then you're like, holy shit, like
Yeah,
everything's
honestly, I didn't even think about it. Honestly, I didn't think about the passage of time until I got out. For me,
so it just hit
S-
you in the face.
yeah,
Like
exactly.
yeah. So yeah, those are the ones that stick out to me. Did you have any other nominees you wanted
Yes,
to add on?
one I would like to add is the final boss or the very end when Ganon appears in his other form, in
Mhm.
his boar form, I guess,
Okay.
or hog. I forget what it's
It's
referred
the
to
hog,
as.
yeah, I would say they call it
Uh,
the hog form, yeah.
yeah, and like we talked about it earlier, but that silhouette, especially on the 64, is just so intimidating, and
Yeah.
it's coming out of nowhere. You think you're kind of out of the woods, and no, you're not.
Yes, exactly, especially, like, if you never saw the ending for a final boss before, you're like you didn't know there was a second form or
Right.
how it would be, so it's
Yeah.
surprising.
And then the other one, there's a lot of these, but my favorite of them is the Bolero of Fire teaching, or I guess
Mm,
when Sheik teaches you the Bolero of Fire, something
okay.
about being in the volcano and then both of you just kind of playing and the like the wind kind of picking up. Not wind, I'm
Yeah,
saying, but
it's
the heat.
the heat
Yeah, the
waves.
heat. Yeah, the heat waves, and then it was just such a memorable scene to me.
That one sticks out to me too, and I also have a soft spot in my heart for the Bolero Fire.
Yes,
It's
yeah,
really
it's
good.
definitely I think my favorite of the temple songs.
Okay.
Of, like,
Uh,
the
the
sage
teleportation
temples.
songs? Yeah,
Yeah,
the
yeah,
teleportation songs? Okay.
exactly.
Alright. So those are the nominees. For me, my winner, I would say it has to be when Link leaves the forest, talks to
Mm,
Saria, and sees Hyrule Field. It just has to be. I think it's unquestionable, but it's just too, especially them being back to back. You get everything you need from the game right here.
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, for me, I think I'm gonna go with the Bolero Fire because it just hit me very, very good. And I just love the song, like I said earlier, and just it just looked so much cooler than any of the other ones that were shown.
Okay. The most memorable moment, ladies and gentlemen. All right, our second award, the Cade 6 Award for Best Supporting Character. So there's a distinction here because we'll have Best Supporting Character and Best Side Character. So it can blur a little bit, but I would say the Best Supporting Characters are pretty much main characters not named Link, you know? So here are my five nominees. Number one, obviously, Ganon. The he's and he doesn't even show up that much, but obviously he's omnipresent. Like his
Yeah,
presence is
his
always
presence
felt.
is always felt
Yeah,
exactly.
throughout the whole game. So he's super important and he's great in this game. He's menacing. He's everything he needs to be. Second nominee is Zelda. namesake of the game.
Mm-hmm.
She's great,
I
especially
mean, she should be the first one you mentioned.
I know it should have been, but you know what? As an actual character, I actually think the young Zelda is cooler. I think she's like as a character.
Okay.
I think she's more important to me
Fair enough.
than the
Fair
older
enough.
Zelda. But I actually separated these two, so this might be surprising. But my third nominee is Sheik.
No, I
So
agree. I agree with you separating them.
okay, so you do see them as kind of separate entities then
Yes,
too.
exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, I think Sheik is I almost see it as the Superman Clark Kent complex where it's just Sheik is actually who Zelda really is, but can't show. And then Zelda is like her personality is trying to be the princess type thing.
Hmm.
And as Sheik, she's so poetic, so much like why does she say any of those poetic things as Zelda? Like,
Right.
like
She
all of a
loses her
sudden,
ability. Yeah.
yeah, she's like, oh, I can't do it anymore. But I think Sheik is awesome. Um, number 4, for all the shit people talk, Navi is my 4th best supporting character just because I feel like she goes a long way to not make me feel alone throughout the journey.
Mm,
Even though it's not like we have full on conversations with her, it's not like any like then how in new games you'll have your side character talking to you often and all the time.
yeah.
But games just weren't that way. But it just goes a long way to feel like I do have a companion
Yeah.
on
And
this
as you know,
journey.
as much hate as she gets, it's iconic,
Yeah.
regardless.
Yeah, and helpful too.
Yeah. Yeah. Definitely.
All BS aside. Okay, my last nominee is Saria. I think to me, she's one of the biggest emotional cores to the game. She ties the innocence of Link to me. So every time I think of her, I do think of young Link,
Hmm.
and I think young Link is the heart of the game.
Okay.
Even though you spend way more time as adult Link, but young Link is what Miyamoto wanted. And
Yeah.
I feel that.
Yeah. I
So
think these are definitely like the quintessential ones. I think the only one I would like to add is
mm,
Darunia,
okay,
because we help him, or he helps us. I guess we help him
mhm.
in Death Mountain. But just that instant, like, like, I don't want to talk to you, which I understand. It wasn't even like Princess Rudo's
Stubbornness
kind of like
and yeah.
stubbornness. This was like, he's literally like, there's shit going on in his kingdom.
He's
In his,
stressed out.
yeah, he's
Yeah.
stressed out. So I understand, but then that instant love. Whereas for like Rudo, for example, it was, I'm already inside Jabu Jabu trying to save you. There's no
Mhm,
reason
mhm.
for you to be
Mhm.
mad at me here.
I know. I get you. I love Darunia too, and I just love the Gorons.
Yeah, the
There's
Gorons are amazing.
one of my favorite guys. So that's a good addition. My winner for this one, I would say Sheik. I just think Sheik outshines everybody. The
Yeah.
poetry, she has bars, and the
Yeah, I'm gonna
bars.
agree with you. I think the other one that I think could have maybe possibly taken it for me would have been Ganon if they were shown more. But I
Yeah,
think Sheik is just the best of the supporting characters we have.
I think I agree, and I what you said about Ganon too. I think that maybe 10 years ago, or even more, like maybe 15 years ago, I would have probably picked Ganon. But if we would have got like that speech that he did in Wind Waker here,
Mhm.
I probably would have picked
Oh
Ganon.
my god!
He-
If he had even a percentage of what that Ganon had in
yeah.
in in that in that sense, I
Yes.
think he would have been
Exactly.
amazing. Yeah.
Yeah. Agree. Okay. Next award, the Claptrap Award for Best Side Character. Uh, Okay, I think these were pretty easy for me because these stand out to me.
Hmm.
Number
And I think there's
one,
like there's gonna be a lot of overlap.
yeah, no, of course, because they're just the best anyway. Like, so number one, Icon, Skull Kid.
Hmm.
He got his own damn game. So, and he makes an imprint here. Like they're memorable in the Lost Woods. The Skull
Hmm.
Kid.
Yeah.
There's not much here, but I could see where the charm came in when they
Yeah,
made him part of
and it's
Majora.
definitely a hindsight too thing. I think he might not have made the list if we didn't get Majora's Mask.
Very true. Very true. I can agree with that. So that adds it's inescapable that you add that part of his legacy.
Yeah.
So my second nominee is Link's future wife in the future, Malin. Uh
Mm.
I would choose her over everybody just because like she was actually nice to you and didn't send you back in time without asking you anything. She helped you get your loving horse, your other companion. So Malin, I think she's a great character, sweet, and I don't know, just very homely and nice. Lon Lon Ranch in general too just reminds me of
You,
a comfort.
I just thought of something. How did we get Epona?
Malin.
Well, no. Well, yeah, Malin, but we got her as an adult, not as a
Uh-huh.
child.
Uh-huh.
So you know what I mean? We never got her from Ingo. So did Malin just give it to us after when we came back, you know? Because we didn't have her as a child.
Oh, you mean in Majora?
In Majora, yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Oh, yeah. That's true.
I just
That's
thought of it as
true.
you were mentioning this, because you were like, we were sent back, and I'm like, wait a minute. Sorry.
Yeah, that's true. That's never explained. Well, maybe he goes back there and he tells her like, "Hey, what's up? You know,
Yeah,
can I
granted
have
he does know
Epona?"
Epona. Yeah, granted he does know Epona's song, but she's in the pen, so
Yeah.
that just came to my mind. I'm so sorry to sidetrack right now.
Yeah. So that'd be a cool side story of just like maybe he becomes good friends with Malin. They start hanging
Yeah,
out, and then he's like, "Oh, I'm gonna go on this adventure." And it's like, "Oh, you should take Epona." Okay,
yeah,
maybe that's the
exactly.
story. I don't
Yeah.
know. So you spoiled my next nominee, but it's Epona,
Yep.
which the only reason I wouldn't say is supporting just because she's optional.
Yes.
She's completely optional. So that's the only reason I think, but I mean, she's super important, obviously,
No. Yes.
like,
Definitely.
and memorable, and is one of the hallmarks of the game. So number 4 for me, this is very, I mean, personal for me, but the Bombchu bowling alley operator.
Of course, you're gonna add her. Of course.
I love her. She's great. And I was in love with her when I was 13, so call me Bombchu bowling alley operator. Uh, my 5th nominee, I think this actually is a really good nominee. I'm not even gonna lie. The guard at the entrance of Death Mountain
Mm-hmm.
comes in throwing 105 miles per hour because he's just throwing zingers at
Yeah.
Link. He's talking shit, being
Best Hyrule
sarcastic.
guard.
By far, he's the only one who guards in Hyrule for one, and then for two, he was actually funny. Like I actually laughed out loud because Link gives him the letter, and he's like, "Hey, why the fuck are you trying to come in here? You're just a kid." And then he's just talking shit the whole time. He's like, "Oh, open the door for Mister Hero, the
Yeah.
hero of time coming through." Like he's just being so sarcastic. So I loved him. He was
That's
funny.
fair. Yeah.
All right.
I think I have two that I would like to nominate.
Okay.
One is the Song of Storms guy. The
Okay, the
the
musician,
musician. I
whatever
think
they
he's
call
just
him.
such a colorful character.
Yeah, the
And
Adderall riddled.
yeah, and obviously my favorite song of the entire franchise.
Okay.
And then Dampe, because he's optional for the most part, except you have to get the hood shot. But the first time you see him, he's just working. He's just there,
He's just
always working.
there.
He's the kind of person that always shows up to work too.
He worked himself to death,
Yeah,
poor
literally.
guy. Yeah,
Yeah,
poor guy. He is memorable though, for sure. And he's one of those ones where I was like, he doesn't look human, but
yeah.
he's in like in this human town, so it's kind of felt like off, but he was
Hmm.
just interesting to me for that. So I
Hmm.
like that one. Okay, my winner. I'm sorry, Malin, but Bombshoe Bowling Alley Operator wins.
Yeah,
She's forever
of
imprinted
course
on
she was
me.
gonna win for you.
Yeah, I have
I
posters of her like in my 13-year-old bedroom. Like, yeah,
Where'd you print them from?
yeah.
Well, there's no merchandise for
Kinkos,
that.
Kinkos.
uh, for me, it was very hard to choose between the two, but and again, sorry, Malin, we apologize, but Epona.
Yeah, that's the real answer. Obviously, just iconic.
Yep,
Uh,
completely missable too.
completely missable and memorable. Everything about it. It's just Epona is also so important to us. So yes, I love that one. All right, next award, the Slippy Toad Award for most annoying character. Okay, this is not controversial. Nominee number 1 is Navi
Yeah.
because infamously people are annoyed by "Hey, look, listen"
Hmm.
often. Uh,
Hmm.
she never met a clue she didn't like. She loves all clues and she
Yeah.
needs to pass them over to us.
And
So
granted, by standards of today, of some of the games we've seen, she's actually not that annoying
yeah,
in
yeah.
her like hints and stuff.
God of War Ragnarok, we're looking at you.
Yeah.
Okay. My second nominees are the Deku Scrubs because I
Oh
can't. This
yeah,
was so annoying getting into a grotto. It's like, oh, I wonder if there's a art piece in here. Like, what's in here? And then you go in there, and it's Deku Scrubs offering you like nuts for 20 rupees, and
yeah.
it's just like,
I
come
honestly
on.
forgot about them. They probably would have come up in our like, when we're talking about each dungeon, just how bad their prices were. But I'm surprised they didn't.
Yeah, I don't even want to think about them. They're a disappointment constantly. So, damn them, annoying. Number 3 is He Who Shall Not Be Named, the non-believer, the hater, the Kokiri bully, jealous of Link, jealous of our friendship with Zarya. He can't stand it.
Mm-hmm.
Fuck this kid.
Yeah.
So I don't
Yeah,
know.
I agree. Yeah, he was definitely like unless like even if he were to get a redemption story, I would still hate him.
Yeah, it's just he even had that look. They gave him that facial expression of just mean
Mean
kid.
mugging. Oh,
Yeah, mean
okay.
mug.
Yeah,
So yeah, my fourth nominee is Kapora Gabora, the most annoying and useless owl to ever live. Uh,
yeah,
and my
yeah.
fifth nominee is the Wall Masters. I think they're super annoying. I've never liked them.
Mm,
They're in Link to the Past as well. I don't think that they're necessary. They're the hands that
okay.
come down and grab you and
Yeah.
teleport you to the front of the temple.
Mm-hmm.
They ruined the flow for me. I don't think they're necessary. I rather they put just enemies on the floor to fight or something like that. Yeah. My winner for this one personally would be Kapora Gabora. I thought the owl was so useless, especially after playing Link to the Past, where like you actually can get a bird to let you fast
Fast travel.
travel.
Yeah.
So it was such a big
Yeah,
disappointment that
especially considering in Manjoras we do get a fast travel.
yeah.
Or
So
with him, I guess.
mhm.
Like with
So
his statues or whatever.
so they knew we're annoyed. They fixed it,
Yeah.
because they knew. Who would you
Yeah,
pick?
Kabora Actually, no, I think it's Mido. Sorry.
Uh,
Kabora is annoying, but fuck Mido.
yeah, good. Fuck Mito for life. That's gonna
Yeah.
be a shirt I make. Fuck that. All right, the Millennia Award for most memorable boss fight in the game. I only chose 3. Number 1 we talked about earlier, which is Phantom Ganon. I just think he's the most unique one in the
Yeah.
game. Memorable,
Yep.
definitely most memorable to me. As in, not actually because there's another one, but like,
Yeah.
but really memorable. Number 2 was Volvagia, just because of the dragon aesthetic, the lore, like kind of the
Yeah.
mythological
Yeah, we
attachment
mentioned
to
it.
it.
Really gives like credit, like not credit, but validation to the sword and sorcery vibe it has.
Yeah. And then the last one I would say is the entire last boss fight, the final boss,
Okay.
Ganondorf, Ganon.
Both
Um,
versions, okay.
both versions. I mean, I could even just say the last one,
Mm-hmm.
because really when I think about this game, and if I ask like what's the first boss battle I think of, it's this one. It's
Gotcha.
just
Okay.
pure gothic horror seeing the final form Ganon. So it's it, it's the one for me, honestly.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just gonna say it. That's my winner personally.
Okay.
Yeah,
Mine would have to be to add into this at least. Not necessarily my winner, but Dark Link. I think that kind of like shadow version of yourself is such a cool idea in general.
definitely,
And it is
definitely.
memorable, especially like you just walk into the mirror or like the lake almost whatever it is, but it's mirrored, right? And then he
Hmm.
appears. I think that was really sick, and it really helped to just show how memorable he ended up being for future, like just the future of the series.
Okay, for sure. And is that your winner, or who would you pick as
No,
the winner?
my winner for most memorable, I think Phantom Ganon just did it for me.
Okay. I can see it. I mean, I love that boss fight. So and it is memorable, especially it being the first one as an adult.
Hmm.
So I can feel it. So okay, you got Phantom Ganon, I got Final Final
Yours is
Form
final. That's fair.
Ganon.
I mean, it is the final boss fight, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
definitely. All right, the next award, the Cynthia Award for the hardest boss fight. Again, I only chose 3. My first nominee, I'm gonna go with what you said, which is Darkling. I think that's why I didn't put him in most memorable because to
Mm.
me, I think he's actually the hardest
Ooh, I think he
because
can win. But he can do both, honestly.
yeah, but the thing about it with him is, look, all the bosses are the same in the sense that you have to figure out the thing. What's the thing that you need to do to kill them? And the thing with him is that unlike the other bosses, you don't use the weapon. Like you don't use the hook shot to kill him. Like in the other
Hmm.
ones, okay, with Final Form Ganon, I gotta use the light arrows. No,
Hmm.
you
Or
gotta
the
figure.
The big octo. You have to use
Yeah,
the boomerang and stuff.
yeah. All like every single boss, you gotta okay. I gotta use the boomerang. I gotta use the arrows. This is how I kill them. Slingshot, whatever. With Dark Link, you don't. So you kind of have to just experiment. And yeah, I mean, of course, he's easy once you. Oh, I have the Begoron sword, dead.
Yeah.
Hammer, dead. But
Do
if
you
you
think he
don't
would
do
have?
that, go
Huh?
ahead.
No, I just. Do you think he would have been better for maybe like a boss inside of Ganon's castle instead of where he was?
That would have been sick. But now that you say that, I think his best place would have been the Shadow Temple.
Ooh, the shadow. That makes more. Yep. Yep. Never mind.
Yeah,
That's the winner.
that
That's the winner for that.
yeah.
But yeah,
Imagine that.
that'd be sick.
Not even the mini boss, the final boss. I would do it as a thing of kind of like Star Wars, where you go into the cave and you see your biggest fear,
And it's
and for
yourself.
yeah, and for Link is seeing himself be evil,
Mm,
and then wow, that would have been fucking awesome. It would have fit the
yeah.
aesthetic perfectly.
True. True.
And then my final nominee. Oh, actually, I had three, right? So my second nominee, I would say Baronade, just because I
Mm,
struggled with it, but I know Baronade is easy. I'm not gonna even
yeah.
lie. It's just I struggled with it. And
Hmm.
the last one, Final Form Ganon, just because he takes so much life, and you got to figure out what to do. Once you do, is a lot easier than some, but still, you need to get your timing down to dodge his attacks. And if you don't have the sword, I think it's a lot harder. If you
Yeah.
had the Begoron sword, it's super easy, but yeah, I mean, I would imagine with the hammer, it takes a lot longer than it
Takes
does.
longer, so it makes it a little bit more difficult. Yeah.
Yeah.
I would like to add in Vivalgia here, even though
Okay.
I know we have it for the top, but this was definitely the boss that gave me one of the hardest times outside of like Dark Link, maybe, just
Okay.
because my timing, the rocks were hitting me so much. I think this is probably the one I actually died the most, if I'm not mistaken, and that's like I said, that's on me more than anything than the
Mm.
actual difficulty, similar to like Barnade in your case.
I think part of it with Volvagia too is that since you have to use the hammer, the range is so
Yes.
small.
It
So
makes everything more like the timing more tight.
yeah, you got to be more precise. So I could definitely see that. Okay. Out of all those nominees, I would choose Dark Link. Like I do think that he is the
Yeah,
hardest.
I think that's yeah, I'll give it to Dark Link. I'll give it to
The-
Dark Link.
Yeah, so he's the hardest, but be like, what? He was so easy. I knew to use a hammer. All right, fuck you then. You're good.
No,
All
it
right.
wasn't easy for me either. That's what I'm saying. So that's why I was hard to
Okay,
choose.
good, good. Next award, the Would You Kindly Award for biggest surprise or twist in the game. I only got 3 nominees for this. Sheik is Zelda?
I think
What?
that's yeah. Even though
Yeah.
it's such a like meme at this point, it is the right answer.
All the people who got spoiled by Smash Brothers, too bad for them. They didn't get to
Oh yeah.
experience it. But it is what it is. Second nominee, the fact that you can go back in time,
Mm.
that was a surprise to me. That was kind of a twist. I didn't think about looking back on it now. I should have known, but I for some reason it just didn't click until I actually could do it, and I was like, "Oh, okay, fuck, that's cool. Now I can do all these things." So that was a big twist to me.
Gotcha.
Um, and then my final nominee is Zelda giving like that we give Zelda the ocarina and she sends us back in time at the ending. I was surprised that that's not the ending I expected.
Mm.
So that was a twist for me in the game for sure.
Okay. Uh I think for me, if we can add one, it would
Hmm.
be is definitely the Iron Knuckle being Naburu,
Okay, yeah.
because that not only was it like kind of like traumatizing almost, especially if I imagine if I was a little kid just seeing her get sucked into the sand, but
Hmm.
fighting her and then seeing her like struggle to fight back like once we like
You beat
got
the
the
shit out
armor
of
off
her.
of yeah.
Yeah. No, that was surprising because I didn't expect to see her there. I thought she would just show up as an end as a sage. I
Yeah,
did. I
exactly.
thought she was a sage, but I just didn't think that
Yeah,
she'd be
you didn't think
there.
it was would be like yeah.
So yeah, that's a good one. Um, yeah, ultimately for me, the surprise actually did surprise me the most, I would say, is my second nominee, which is that you can travel back in time, which is
Hmm.
kind of dumb in a way, but I knew Sheik was Zelda, so that didn't really
Yeah.
surprise me. So for me, it was that one
Yeah,
that
for
had the most
me,
effect.
yeah, for me it was definitely the Iron Knuckle being Naburu.
Okay, yeah. The next award, the Water Temple Award for hardest mission slash level slash dungeon in the
Yeah,
game. It's the namesake, Javi.
yeah,
Don't you dare.
yeah.
Don't I know you want to do this.
There's only one answer, and I have to agree. Yep.
Yeah, okay.
The fire. I'm just kidding. The water temple for sure. I mean, like you said, it's the namesake, and even though some of them we haven't necessarily done the namesake, it's just that's how it is.
Out of respect. You're like,
Yeah.
out of respect, the Water Temple. The Vanilla Unicorn Award for favorite location, mission, or level. Okay, we didn't talk much about this one, but the fishing pond. I love this place. I enjoy this
Mm.
fishing. So peaceful. It feels like disconnected from the rest of the world. It's his own mini game. Love it. That's my first nominee. My second nominee, Hyrule Castle Town. It's the most active place. It just feels the most alive place in the whole game. And there's you can talk to all these different people, go into the alleyways, do different mini games in the shops, buy stuff. I love being like if I just need to do something, I like going here. My third nominee, Lon Lon Ranch,
Hmm.
just for the peacefulness, the environment. That's where we get our baby Epona. I don't know what's there not to love. And then the last one would be Kakariko Village. It's the second most lively place in the game, but it has, I think, more little fun secrets and things to
Hmm.
do than the Castle Town. So
Yeah.
that's always memorable to me. Plus, there's the Link to the Past connection for me because there's
Okay.
also Kakariko Village there too. So I have nostalgia for it, and it's the
Yeah.
same song. So
Right. Yeah. I think the only one I would want to add is the Kokiri Forest.
oh yeah, of
And just,
course.
of course, it's your first area. It's your first time like getting into the adventure. And it's maybe not as lively as the other two, which would be Hyrule Castle Town and Kokiriku Village, which are one and two.
Hmm.
But it's still up there. And I mean, it's it's just so, especially your first little mission of exploring is it's fun.
I think it's the most iconic place for sure.
Yes.
Because everybody sees it if
Hmm.
who's touched it. My winner, I would say, is Hyrule Castle Town. That's my
Yep.
favorite location. If
I
I were
would
just to
agree.
hang out somewhere, that's where I would want to
And
be.
the mini games inside of the
Yeah,
taverns and your girl, of course. But
yeah, and my wife,
yeah,
Bombchu
but of
Gallery
course I would agree.
operator.
I think I agree here.
Yeah. Okay. The next award, the Konami Code Award for Best Secret Easter Egg or Cheat. So, well, actually, there's a lot of cheats here, or not cheats, but like I guess glitches, but we don't know those. So I'm not
Hmm.
gonna nominate those. But speedrunners would probably have a field day with this.
Yeah.
But Easter eggs galore. My first nominee would be the Mario wallpapers. You can see in the window on the right when you're in the courtyard when you first meet Princess Zelda as young Link. That was cool. Seeing that, you're like, "Oh shit, Mario, awesome!"
Yeah, that one
Um,
I didn't even notice until you had mentioned it to me after the fact.
yeah, you got to explore, hobby. You got to
Hmm.
explore. The second nominee, speaking of exploration, same location, but on the other window, if you shoot your slingshot through the window, the guard peeks through and then he throws a bomb there. He tries to commit murder on
Yeah.
Princess Zelda. Like, you're
Yeah,
like,
she's
dude,
just chilling there too.
yeah, I was like, dude, Zelda's right here. What are you doing? Like, no wonder these guards are yet again, the guards are terrible. But that was the
Hmm.
funny little Easter egg. Both Malin and Talon wear a Bowser brooch around their neck. This
Hmm.
I actually didn't know until doing the 3DS version, but they actually do have it in
That's funny.
the 64 because it's hard to see on the 64 version.
Yeah.
So, the fourth nominee, chopping signs is cathartic fun, and that's just one of those. Actually, there's a big like Miyamoto actually talked about this a lot. This in Auto Jump was like his favorite thing. It's like you can chop the signs. It's amazing. But the cool thing, the Easter egg about this is you can actually make the signs go back together if you play Zelda's
Yeah.
Lullaby.
Okay. Yeah. Time.
Like awesome, and
Yeah.
it looks amazing. It looks kind of like I don't know, it just reminds me of some fairy magic thing, and you actually see the pieces of the sign levitate and then come back together.
That's very
So
nice.
you've never
Nice.
seen it, try it. It's
Yeah.
awesome. My last nominee is the classic not so secret that if you hit the chickens repeatedly, then there'll be the chicken apocalypse and like they'll
Yeah,
just
of course. So many
yeah,
Zelda games with it's hilarious every time.
yeah.
Yeah, amazing that it's kept itself in like so many of them.
Yeah, it's just like once you do it once, you got to do it every single
Yeah,
game, and it's
exactly.
funny. It's
Yeah.
fun. Did you have any other
Yeah,
nominees?
this one basically goes tied with your or goes in tie with your number 3, which is the Malin and Talon, but also Igno and Talon are basically Mario and Luigi.
Yes. Oh, it's so obvious. It's a
Yeah.
callback to them.
Yeah. And then number 6 is just the Begorong sword quest cuz I didn't know about it until you told me and I was
Yeah.
like, "Oh, well, it sucks I missed it." Like
Yeah,
I
that
think
one and
that's
that
a sick as a side mission or Easter egg, sorry, or secret. It's a secret.
it's a secret and it's definitely easy to miss,
Mhm.
because I've heard a lot of people who didn't get it. So especially because when you get that other sword and it breaks, you think it's just kind of a joke or
Yeah.
something.
Exactly.
So all right, those are good. Those are good additions. I would say for me, my favorite kind of secret here is the chopping the sign thing and putting it
Fair
back
enough.
together. So magical. I just think it's one of the cool magical things in Zelda that I really love. And I didn't know this through my first playthrough. I found it later on, and it was one of those like, what the fuck? I didn't know you could do
Yeah.
that. So that it was just awesome. Who would you
That's fair
pick as
enough.
a winner?
It's the classic, not so secret, of course.
The
The
chicken
classic
apocalypse.
chicken. Yeah, you gotta love it. It's so iconic. I love it so much.
Damn, you're just attacking chickens every game,
Yeah,
Javi. How
I
dare
have
you?
to. I grew up in my grandma's house. Chickens everywhere. Like they don't mess around, man.
That's true. That's true. Yes, that's right. I forgot about that. All right, I can see that. All right, the next award, the Koji Kondo Award for best song in the game. Okay, this one is really hard, and it
Yes,
was really hard to narrow down to 5 nominees because fucking every single song, almost every single song on here is great. So here are my five. The title theme,
of course.
I love it. You guys heard it in the beginning of the podcast. I talked about it. It's like it brings tears to my eyes at times. That's how much it means to me, and it carries so much nostalgia for me. So definitely amazing. Um, well, you already said your answer to this because you said it earlier. Yeah, I
Yeah,
think you've said it like 8 times throughout the
yeah. It's my
podcast.
absolutely my favorite song.
So
Like in the
nominee
entire
number
franchise
two
is
is
my nominee for both.
Song
But
of
yeah,
Storms, or as Javi
amazing.
calls it, Song of the
I always
Storms.
say the, but that's just because I always added the other shit.
Yeah.
But
So
it's
song.
definitely my favorite. It's just so good.
Yeah, it's memorable, and then like it's just the I think the musician plays a big part of it too. Like I
Uh,
always think of him
well,
too.
I've liked it even before I knew about the musician though, because I've heard it
Mm,
before.
true. Okay,
Yeah,
so okay, for me it holds that. For you it's different.
yeah.
Okay. I also nominate the Temple of Time theme. I've said it how it feels spiritual, and I think it perfectly captures what they're trying to put together there in the Temple of Time. It feels holy, like it feels very religious, I would say, in like in a good way, where like that's what they want. They want it to feel like, and they captured it. They captured it perfectly.
Mhm.
My next nominee, the Forest Temple theme. I just think it does all those things at once where it can exude mystery, hope, and horror all in one song. And
Mm.
I'm in awe that he was able to do that. And I think for me,
Genius.
because it is the first temple as an adult, like
Yeah.
I was probably stuck on this one longer than most. Like
Okay, okay.
so I was like, I listened to it a lot,
Yeah, the
so
song
it's
was engraved into your fucking memory.
yeah, it's imprinted. And then the last one I think is the Ganon final boss battle theme. I think this one in particular, I mean, I can't say this for sure. I haven't read anything Koji Kondo saying anything like this, but it just feels like he designed it specifically with keeping the sound effects in mind too. Because I've listened to the theme itself and it sounds great, but I keep hearing in my head like the sound effects of every time Ganon gets hit, and he does that kind of wail. Or I
Mhm.
hear Zelda every time you get hit, she cries. So like it just seems to blend so well with the sound effects more so than any other song in the game. So yeah, those are my 5 nominees.
Yeah, and then my nominee is the one that I think is gonna win for
You, you,
me,
you only
so
had one nominee.
yeah, I
Song.
mean, the Bolero of Fire also amazing, but no, Song of Storms is just
Your
too good.
favorite.
It's
Yeah.
absolutely. I have like I didn't even think when we were talking about this, I didn't even think of anything else.
Yeah, fair enough. And I think a lot of people would answer that way too. So I don't blame you. Well, for ultimately for me, it has to be the title theme. To me, it's the most important song, and it's the one that just brings me the most nostalgia. So for me, it's the best one. It's just such a beautiful song, and nothing will ever compare to that feeling when you fire up the game and you hear the song. So the title theme for sure. All right, next award. The Aerith Gets Brutally Murdered Award for Best Death Scene in the game. This one was a little rough because there's actually not too many actual death
Like
scenes,
deaths,
so
yeah.
so we maneuvered it a little bit. But the first one I think is obvious is the Deku tree dying. That's a great
Yeah.
scene in the beginning, and Link starts his adventure here, so it sets the whole game in motion. And it's sad too. It is they do it in a sad way. The nominee number 2 is the death of Link and Ruto's future marriage. It's heartbreaking.
Yeah.
I know
They
you
have
were
duty.
heartbroken.
They had duty to attend to. Yeah.
They do. Their jobs tore them apart, unfortunately. Nominee number 3, not really a death scene, but at the end when Ganon is being sealed away in the sacred realm, I mean, it's kind of a death scene to me, and the way he
Hmm.
yells and he's fucking mad and he curses everybody, powerful, but
Hmm.
not technically a death scene. He does come back. We know that. We know that
Yep.
very well.
Yep.
And my last nominee, which is I guess this is kind of an Easter egg too, because a lot of people actually missed this. I know I missed this during my first playthrough, but there's a soldier who fought, or I guess was attacked by Ganondorf as Zelda was escaping from the castle as a
Hmm.
kid. And the only way you see this soldier is you go into Hyrule Castle Town and then you go into an alleyway. Almost everybody goes immediately to the Temple of Time because that's what they told you to do.
And you know where it is.
Yeah, and, like, nobody else in Hyrule Castle Town seems to be bothered that Zelda just left on horseback, like, and being chased by Ganon. Like, people say things, they're just like, "Did you see that guy?" But then,
Yeah.
that's it. But there's this soldier there in the alleyway, and then when you talk to him, he says here, I wrote this down. He says, "Are you the boy from the forest? I I have something to tell you. Ganondorf, the Gerudo King of Thieves, betrayed our king. Zelda's nanny, Impa, sensed danger and escaped from the castle with our princess. The princess was waiting for a boy from the forest. That's you. She wanted to give something to the boy. If you received it from the princess, hurry to the Temple of Time." And then if you try to talk to him again, Navi tells you he's no longer responding. I
Yikes.
was like, "What the fuck?"
Yep.
That should have been they should have put that soldier in front of the Temple of Time. But
He had that dog in him. He was, yeah.
yeah, what a but and the whole thing is dumb because I guess they're trying to give you a further clue to go to the Temple of Time if you happen to go in the alleyway, but the alleyway is so kind of out of the way that it doesn't make sense. But it was a powerful scene, and especially Navi saying that, I thought that it really hit me. But I don't know. Did you have any other nominees? I know there weren't a lot of death scenes, so
No, the one that wasn't a death scene, but I thought was just Naburu's death, quote unquote,
okay.
where
Oh,
she
when she
gets
gets
sucked into
dragged,
sand. I think that was
yeah,
pretty brutal. So it was kind of
yeah.
like, damn. And then seeing her, but then seeing her again was kind of relief, but also not.
Yeah. Unless we really do want to double down and say all the sages are dead. So all those are
Yeah,
death
that's true.
scenes.
That's true.
So but yeah, I get you. That was a brutal scene. Okay. I actually think that soldier death scene is the darkest one.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I actually think it's the best death scene in that sense. Obviously the Deku tree would probably be the winner for most people. But I don't know, maybe because I've seen it so many times, I just don't feel that same impact. But this soldier one, it just seems because it's kind of optional and it's dark. I
Yeah.
really like it. I think that it really hits.
Yeah, I think for me, it's definitely Naburu's just because that, you were just going to go out to help her and then you see her, yeah, just getting completely
Swallowed alive
destroyed.
into the
Yeah, swallowed
yeah.
alive. And that's such a, as a kid, I remember I'm gonna have to deal with quicksand more than I actually do as an adult. I was always
Mhm.
scared of quicksand. So that was kind of like, oh, fuck.
That's so funny. I've never heard anybody being afraid of quicksand because I've never even seen quicksand in like with my own
Exactly.
eyes.
But I've heard of it and knew about it as a kid. And I thought I was gonna have to deal with it at some point in my life. So, you know,
and you didn't.
and I
Like
never did, luckily.
Uh, good.
Not
All
yet.
right. All right. Well, hopefully never. Okay, next award. the Finish Him award for most memorable line. I think. Well, here's the thing: they don't talk, so we'll have to put text in here. But here's an actual line: "Hey, listen." I think that's nominee number one because that's memorable for good or bad. That's memorable for sure. Okay, nominee number two. This is from Chic. So many, but this is the one I chose right here. It is something that grows over time, a true friendship, a feeling in the heart that becomes even stronger through time. The passion of friendship will soon blossom into a righteous power, and through it, you'll know which way to go.
Intense.
Okay. Zelda never said this to me. Nominee number three would be Saria, which again, I said that it's just the emotional core of the game. She says, "Oh, you're leaving? I knew that you would leave the forest someday, Link, because you're different from me and my friends. But that's okay because we'll be friends forever, won't we?" I got a little emotional right now hearing that.
You started crying. It's
Yeah,
okay, Link. It's
I love
okay.
it. Uh, Fourth nominee, I would say the guard is funny. I love his
Oh yeah,
dialogue.
okay.
The guard. So here's what the guard says. This is the guard in front of Death Mountain. He says, "The road is closed beyond this point. Can't you read the sign over there?" Eh, oh, I see. You're just a kid and you can't read yet. Ha 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 ha. And then two sentences later, he says, "Okay, okay, all right. You can go now. Just be careful, Mr. Hero." And then ha 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 again. He was great. And then the last one I would say is from the post salesman. This was shit. I was laughing out loud when I read this. It just came out of nowhere. You talk to the post salesman for the first time. This is when you're adult Link, and he tells you, "You know, if I was as good looking as you, I'd start another type of business."
Nintendo, what does this mean?
Yeah, like what the fuck, Nintendo? Miyamoto, what does this mean, bro?
Yeah.
That I thought that was just so random for Zelda, so I loved it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I want to throw in another one from Chic. This is I think when she's doing the Serenade of Water.
Okay.
Yeah, so time passes, people move. Time passes, people move. Like a river's flow, it never ends. A childish mind will turn to noble ambition. Young love will become deep affection. The clear water surface reflects growth. And then they're like, now listen to the, but just that part before
Yeah,
is
yeah.
is so good.
And yeah, honestly, you could probably we could have just chosen any one of hers for when she teaches you the songs. It's just
Probably, yeah.
they're all so good. So I can't hate on that one. That one's amazing. Okay, that was the only one that you wanted to
Yeah,
add?
yeah.
Okay, you know what? So my winner ultimately is Saria. I think about this. That whole like we'll be friends forever, won't we? I don't know. That
Yeah.
just it just seems so deep into what Zelda's all about growing up and about losing things but finding your way. And they're
Yeah.
just it resonates for me.
I think I would have to agree, especially after like doing the research and stuff and like
Mhm.
listening to lines. It does feel like the emotional core of like the game.
Good. Yeah, I'm glad we agree on that one because that one means you better agree with me on that.
Yeah.
That one means a lot to me. All right, next award. The It's Dangerous to Go Alone. Take this award for best weapon, item, or power in the game. Nominee number one is honestly purely from respect, and this is the Master Sword.
Hmm.
But I do have to say, and we've alluded to it, while it's iconic and legendary, it's overshadowed by the Goron sword,
Hmm.
unfortunately, and I think they should have done more. So that's not gonna be my winner. Just straight out, I'm telling you that.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah. Nominee number two is the slingshot. I think what I love about it is that it resembles what it is to be a kid so much. Like it's playful, it's dangerous, but it's playful too. And especially in that time, like in '98, the slingshot was so synonymous with Bart Simpson, and the Simpsons were the biggest cartoon ever at that time. You know, it was just everybody would watch it. So whenever I saw that slingshot, I would just think of that, of just kind of this playful devilishness of Bart, and I just kind of imprinted that onto Link too. Just kind of, I just picture Link like throwing a slingshot and hitting a big enemy with a rock on their head and running away or
David versus
something.
Goliath kind of shit.
Yeah, it is. So I love that about it. The third nominee is the Begoron sword because this motherfucker is strong as fuck. Like it's twice as long and twice as powerful. So
As the Master Sword. Yep.
yeah, and then once you get it, there's just no other reason to use the Master Sword unless you need it and the only time you actually need it is to do the final blow
Mm-hmm.
on Ganon. The next one for me is the Mirror Shield, just
Ooh, okay.
because I think aesthetically it looks incredible. It
It
looks
does.
yeah,
Yeah, it does. I agree with you.
it looks great on his back. Unfortunately, it's not too useful, but or it's underused, I would say, more than anything, but it just looks good.
Yep.
And the last nominee for me is well the fucking ocarina. Yeah, it's the namesake. It's so functional. I love that it's a music sim, even if I can't play them. I think it captures the magic that Miyamoto wanted,
Yep.
and it didn't overdo it. And as I mentioned a lot before, is that whole thing of it's a primordial instrument in my eyes. So I love that about it.
Yep. I'd like to add just like the hook shot as being is just such a useful weapon, and not
Mm,
just a weapon, but also like to get to places. And then slingshot and bow, I guess those would be the same thing. Honestly, they're just when you're a child, when you're a kid, but
mm.
there is a significant difference because like you said, the cultural relevance at the time for the slingshot.
Yeah. I think the bow then in that sense captures more of the medieval feel
Yes.
or the more like sword and sorcery
Yeah.
feel of
But they
it.
are realistically basically the same item.
Yeah, agreed. My winner and honestly, I was a sec I was let me say second, I would have put the hook shot because I just think the hook shot is the most useful item in the entire game. But ocarina for me, it has to be the ocarina. It's just I
Yeah.
love the ocarina. It symbolizes so much of
Yeah.
nostalgia for me.
As much as I would have liked to said like something like the Master Sword, like we said, it's just not. But the
Mhm.
Ocarina is not only the namesake, but it's like the core of the game. Like
Yeah.
that's how you're able to do what you can do because you have the Ocarina in the first
Yeah.
place.
No, I agree. So that's the winner for that one. Next award, the Running from Mr. X award for scariest moment of the game. I actually there's no competition here, Javi. It's when you first see the Redeads, and
Yes,
that's
the screaming, yeah, outside
y-
of when you first come back from the 7 years.
yes, yes. You hear that high pitched screech, and then they just wrap around you like a leech. No, it's incredible. I think there is an honorary shout out. I think you would agree with this one too, right? The dead
Mm.
hand.
The dead hand, yes. I would throw in the dead hand and as well as the silhouette Ganon shows. That's pretty terrifying.
Okay, yeah, I agree with that.
But like I said, I think the winner, we already know who the winner is.
Yeah, I think I would have actually given it to Dead Hand if it wasn't for the fact that we already saw the Redeads first
Hmm.
in the game, and then it kind of already numbed me to it a little bit.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, the last award, the Knee of Justice Award for most hyped moment. All right, here's my first nominee. When Link meets Ganondorf as he's looking for Zelda as a young Link, and he does the whole gangster shit that we talked about, like unsheathing his sword and shield. I was ready. I was like, I like moved in my chair. I was like, let's go. I thought we were gonna fight him as young Link, you
Hmm.
know, and I was hyped. Second one is taking the Master Sword for the first time. Incredible. Like I said, if I think if people were to think of one scene first, like just one scene, I think this is the one that comes to mind, him pulling the sword.
Yeah, I think it's
Um,
it's like you want to see that in every version of the game that you or yeah, every version of the game that you play. You want to see like that's iconic in all of them, I feel.
yeah, they are. And then the next one is the final blow against Ganon.
Yeah.
The cutscene slashes like and it does like a bunch of camera cuts too, which I love. So it just makes it feel faster and more visceral.
Yeah,
Uh,
like a real flurry of attacks.
yeah. And then my fourth nominee is beating Ingo in the horse race and then jumping over the fence and getting Epona. Like, I that camera, I don't know why that camera angle is so good. Like Miyamoto knew for some reason, but I can see that camera angle in my head, without even having to look it up. I can just see it. So there's
Mhm.
just something so fucking. And I was like, no, now we're free. Now we can ride around
Yeah.
in Hyrule Field. And the last one, which you couldn't experience, unfortunately, but completing the Goron sword
Thanks.
quest
Yeah.
is incredible. It's not that there's anything special that happens. Like you just there's
Oh,
actually
okay.
it's actually funny because you actually take the broken sword to the guy to fix it for you, and then you have to wait 3 days.
Oh, okay. So you don't even so you didn't even know if
Yeah,
you're getting anything, you might forget. Interesting.
and then like when you get it, it's just cool. It's so hyped because now you have a powerful ass sword. After it doesn't
Mhm.
break, you're like, God, you're just slashing things with one
I
hit,
can
and things.
imagine some people not like using it at all because they're afraid it's gonna break if they got the first version.
Yeah, yeah. It's like, oh man, maybe this one's only 12 hits instead of 6 hits. That would have been terrible for them. But
Yeah.
yeah, those are my five nominees. Did you want to add anyone?
Yeah, I think finally defeating Volvagia, that scene was pretty like holy shit. We destroyed them.
For you, I'll be for you.
Well, but no, like just the when he came out of the lava like as just bone.
Oh yeah, okay, I get what you're saying. Yeah,
Yeah,
true,
like I
true.
finally beat this bitch, like,
Yeah, and he gets like it's like skeletizes and then
and then he falls apart as
evaporates.
he flies
Yeah.
up. Yeah.
No, that is a cool ass cutscene. Okay, most hype moment ultimately is the final blow because I'm like, oh, I'm
Mm.
done. I finished it. I beat him 30, 40 hours, however long it took me that first time. I'm done. Like it was an epic undertaking for me.
Conclusion, yeah.
Yeah.
Like I think that could have been it for me, but I just seen an, almost the same scene, just better in
Mm-hmm.
Wind Waker.
Yes, it is better in Wind Waker because the
So,
the the final blow into his head,
oh
like,
my god, that was so sick. And especially now knowing that it's this Ganon, basically, I'm just like, oh my god, it just now even more so, you know.
get
But
wrecked twice, bitch.
yeah,
Like,
by a child again,
yeah,
basically. I
even
mean,
younger now.
yeah,
Yeah,
even
like,
younger. I mean, because adult Link is still a child.
oh my god, it's getting easier to kill you as a younger
Yeah,
guy. Like,
yeah. But my winner is definitely beating Ingo with Epona and then jumping over.
oh, okay, yeah, that would have been second for me. I mean, yeah, that's just imprinted. It's incredible. So that's a good choice. Well, okay, that was the awards. Wonderful awards section. Let's go to the quick hitters and random trivia before we get out of here, guys. We thank you for sticking around for so long, but we got a couple cool trivia facts that we saw that I liked and you liked. So the
Hmm.
first one was when development started, Miyamoto wasn't sure how they could accomplish Zelda in 3D with the Nintendo 64 hardware. So his initial idea was for the whole game to take place in Ganon's castle, and then
Hmm.
to have the paintings like Mario 64 where you would like jump in and then it'd be like another level or dungeon. Ultimately, they scrapped that idea obviously, but the Forest Temple, that's how they got the idea for Phantom
That's
Ganon.
sick. Yep, that is actually pretty cool. Thinking
Yeah.
about it, that
Yeah.
that inspired the paintings. All right, one of the old ads had a tagline of "Willeth thou get the girl or play like one?" It was scrapped and they changed the wording to "Willeth thou soar or suck?" The 90s were a different time, and I guess that's the American advertising part of it because I mean, especially since just the subtle sexism of you know early
Yeah,
advertising,
yeah. Are you gonna play like a girl? That wouldn't fly now. That should we
yeah,
should have put that on what age the worst, like what hasn't stood the test of time.
yeah,
I think
but
what's fun, it's like whatever, I get it, but it's like the thing that's funny to me is Willis thou soar or suck is not better.
no,
Like
it's not. But I get what they're going for. But yeah, it's just bad marketing for a game that basically got a very significant female population.
yeah, over time for sure. Like Breath of the Wild has a lot of female players, so all right, in that same trailer that you're talking about, they use this epic Conan and the Barbarian song. I love this song, by the way.
Hmm.
The thing is what I love about this, there's the legendary E3 moment when they reveal Twilight Princess and the crowd goes fucking wild. And the thing is, they did that type of trailer where it's the end of the show and he's like, okay, before you go, let me show you one last world on the GameCube. And so you don't know what the trailer is. You don't know it's Zelda. You
Hmm.
see a forest, you see a horse running through, but you can't really make it out. but the song is playing, the Conan song is playing, and you
Mhm.
hear the crowd slowly going
Oh my
crazier and
god, yeah,
crazier and
it's like one of those
crazier.
if you know kind of
Yeah,
moments.
and then it finally erupts when you clearly see Link.
That's
And
sick.
but my thing about it too is like I also have a theory, and I think that a lot of people almost instantly knew it was Zelda because of the song. Either that or they thought it was Conan, but I think they probably knew it was Zelda, because it was an iconic trailer that people would remember. So that's just a
Mhm.
theory I have. But either way, it was just cool they used a song for both those trailers.
Gotcha. In the entire Zelda series, where do you think Ocarina stands in terms of sales?
Uh,
Well,
it has
it's
to be up
third.
there, top
Yeah,
five.
it's third. Yeah.
Okay.
If you could include both 3DS and N64 version together, then it would be second.
Hmm.
The N64 version sold 7.6 million copies, and Twilight Princess sold 8.85 million copies in the original Wii U/slash GameCube version.
Okay.
Ocarina of Time 3DS sold over 6 million copies, but
Okay.
clearing them all, Breath of the Wild's coming in at 30 million copies sold. The 19th best selling game of all time.
Isn't that
So it's just,
crazy?
yeah, it's still going to be amazing selling.
Yeah, I wonder if I'm gonna be interested to see how much Tears of the Kingdom. Um,
Hopefully it does well.
yeah, I mean it's gonna do well, but I wonder how well,
Yeah.
But yeah, that's crazy. Next tidbit: Epona is a girl. Most people, I would imagine, know that. But whether you knew that or not, did you know where she got her name? Okay, well, Yoshiaki Koizumi, who was responsible for creating her, named her after the Celtic goddess of horses, and that's just how simple it is.
Nice.
He
Yeah.
just looked it up and he was like, "What's the Celtic god of Epona?" And it fits. It fits perfectly.
Yeah, what's a cool yeah, he went on Google before Google, right? He went on
Hmm.
Ask Jeeves and was like,
He hit
what's a
up Netscape
cool
Navigator.
yeah, whatever it
Yeah.
was. All right. So next one. Ocarina of Time is 25.7 megabytes of size.
Tiny.
Compare very tiny. I don't think there's even memory cards that small anymore.
No, not at all.
To compare with modern games, Forspoken, which was released January of this year, is 115 gigabytes in size,
God.
approximately 447,000% larger than Ocarina, and so much less.
So much less fun. 447,000% larger
And
in
somehow,
size. And
yeah,
yeah, and
and somehow
somehow,
the whatever I haven't even played it, but I imagine from what you've talked about, it feels like the overworld is smaller than or less
yeah.
more barren than Hyrule Field.
It's so barren. It's like they just put Hyrule Field in there.
Yeah.
As we mentioned earlier, to this day, Ocarina is still the highest rated game ever on Metacritic with an average score of 99. Well, to give you an idea, number 2 is Tony Hawk Pro Skater 2 at
Mm,
98. Well deserved, by the way.
extremely.
Number 3 is GTA 4 at 98. Not deserved.
Wow. Yeah, I don't think it's.
I don't know about
I'm not a
98.
GTA.
I'm sorry. I don't
I'm
know
not a
about
GTA
98.
fan, so that's definitely too high for me.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's good. I just don't think it's
Yeah, no,
98.
I even
Yeah.
acknowledge it's good,
Yeah. Yeah.
but
Number 4 is Soul Calibur at 98.
mm.
That's a great fucking game on the Dreamcast. I'll tell you that shit right now. And number 5 is Super Mario Galaxy at 97.
Let's go.
I don't think that's deserved because I think that actually deserves like a fucking 99 too. But we're Nintendo fanboys, so what can we
Yeah.
do? What can we say? But
Okay.
top 5.
Yeah, top five. Still good. They have two of the top five. So this is going to be shocking, Mike. Extremely shocking. I don't think you're going to be ready for this.
Okay, tell me.
But the Kokiri, right?
Uh-huh.
The little elf in green tights
Mm-hmm.
are directly inspired by Peter Pan. I don't know what gives
Really?
it away. I don't know what gives it away. Maybe it's like I said, the green outfits, or the
Mhm.
fact that they never age, or their little Tinkerbells they have.
Mm.
But
The
apparently they're directly inspired.
Yeah, the Lost Boys and the Lost Woods,
No,
Who
who could have ever made that connection? Come on.
yeah, who would have thought? I mean, it's obvious, but it's nice to see that it's directly referenced that
Mhm,
they
mhm.
acknowledge it. This is a small sample size, but in a Nintendo Life poll where they polled 5,000 people, 70% of the people chose the name Link when starting a new game.
Mm.
So that's interesting to me. I always choose Link as my name. In most
Yeah,
games, like I choose my own name, like in Pokemon, but in Zelda, I don't know. I don't know about you.
yeah. I think it's one of those things, especially the way I think the game starts off. Doesn't it say Link or does it not say Link?
Yeah, and then you can change it. Yeah.
Yeah, I think Pokemon doesn't have a name chosen. It has names you can choose, but I think the starting thing is like you can choose your name, like
Mm.
yourself. I think
Okay.
they maybe could have done that, but then again, it's like you know him as Link, and even though we are supposed to be Link, and the idea of like the recurrent but you know the spirit of the hero being rebooted every
Hmm.
Zelda, it would have made sense that he can have different names than Link.
Yeah, that's true.
Because if he is named just Link, then why is he named after the hero of time? You know?
Exactly. The only one that really makes sense is Wind Waker because they poke fun at that because they're like, oh, we're gonna rename you as like the hero of time was named,
Yeah, and then
you
I
know.
guess, yeah, exactly.
So that there's that one. But yeah, most of them it is like he should be named like Carl, you know,
Hmm.
like
Or
Hobby.
Hobby, Mike,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
All right. So, speaking of like Mario characters that made a cameo, Chain Chomp from the Mario series was supposed to make a cameo, but was
Mm,
cut at the last minute, unfortunately.
okay.
He would have been in the Gerudo Fortress, and if he captured you, you'd be tied up and only be able to use the Megaton hammer to break free.
That would have
I
been
think it would
awesome.
have added
Like
more to the Gerudo Fortress.
honestly. The only thing is I think it would have broke my immersion.
I
Granted,
mean, how much did Igno or Talon break your immersion though?
yeah, but that's not like so direct. You know,
True, true,
I mean
true.
it's pretty obvious, but it's not super direct. I
That's fair.
I will say Chain Chomp is in Link to the Past,
Yes,
but
I think I've seen them.
yeah, but the thing is I think in 3D I have such a vivid like visual of him from Super Mario 64 that I
Mm.
think I don't know. But that sounds awesome. Like that would have been fucking amazing. Um, and then the last tidbit. All right, the Fire Temple, your favorite.
My favorite.
Yeah, the Fire Temple boss Volvagia uses the same animations as an Arwing uses when it's being tailed by another craft in Star Fox 64. So the programmer who worked on it also worked on Star Fox 64. So when they made the character, he just used the same inputs and put it in there, and that was it. The
Okay.
thing is, years later, hackers found the coding in the game, and they were able to make an R-wing actually show up in Hyrule. So
Oh,
if you
okay.
if you never seen it,
Real
there's
future
actually
shit.
yeah,
Real
exactly.
time
So
travel.
time travel, exactly. So you can actually look up videos of an R-wing showing up and shooting at Link,
That's
which
funny.
is awesome.
That's awesome.
So those are random tidbits. Last thing,
Last thing.
after all this, Javi, what would you score the game if it came out now in this
Yeah.
theoretical world?
Yeah.
Everything else
And
came out.
yeah. Yeah, exactly. To frame it, everything came out. That's just we're plucking Ocarina out of where it came from and
Mm-hmm.
plugging it in now.
We're time traveling it to 25 years later.
Yeah, and this
So
is such a like I it's so hard of a question because we have like the bias already. But if
yes.
I was to honestly think and give it a real rating or a score, sorry,
Mm-hmm.
I think it would have to be no higher than a 6 or 7.
Yes. I think that's
Now, and this is speaking directly as the 64 version. I think would have a different score, even though I haven't played the Ocarina remake, as they call it. I did
mm,
play Majora's uh, remake on the 3DS. That one I
mm-hmm.
would easily give like a 9 or 10.
Yeah, so I'm right there with you. I first of all, Ocarina's a 10 out of 10, and that's
Hmm.
it. But yes, if it were to come out now, the only fair thing to say is that it would I think it would I think it would get a 6
Hmm.
by most people. I think it would have to be released as like an indie game,
Yeah.
and then maybe then you'd give it like a 7. I
Hmm.
would give it a 7 just because I just like this type of game anyway.
Yeah.
But, you know, the frame rate, the bad camera
Yeah. And this is like I said,
controls.
we're not changing anything from it.
Yeah, I mean that's just it is what it is, you know. It's just an exercise, but yeah, I think it would for sure get like a 6. I would give the 3DS version. I would still give it a 9
Yeah.
because it really does fix a lot of the problems. It makes it easier to play,
Yeah.
and it
So
looks
yeah,
better.
I can't say yet because I haven't played it, but like I said, I would give Majora's Mask a 10 on the 3DS,
Damn,
right?
that's high praise. So
Yeah.
that's Majora
So
is really good, bro.
exactly.
Like,
No. So I would assume that I would probably up the score as well if I played the 3DS version.
yeah, yeah.
But
No,
again, like I said, this is not the 3DS version, unfortunately.
yeah, you definitely would. It is a lot better. But yeah, I mean, fuck all that noise because at the end of the day, Ocarina of Time is a 10 out of 10 from here to all eternity. And that is the episode 1 of the Expansion Pack podcast. We thank all you guys for listening to us. Make sure to follow us on, if you prefer, Spotify, Apple Podcasts. We'll be on all that. All that is linked in the description. You can email us at thegrimoireshow@gmail.com if you want to email us questions. We'll be doing mailbags in the future once we get some questions in, and we'll be answering questions about anything you want to ask us about, whether it's this game or the next game, anything. Send us. We're doing Bioshock next.
Yes, if you want to send us some questions, that'd be great.
Some questions, or even if you want to maybe send us some random trivia, help us with the research here.
Yeah.
Anything you want to email us, we'll read through it all. We appreciate you. Email us, and yeah, we'll see you guys next month with Bioshock.
Yep.
Last Friday of every month, we'll come out with a new episode of the Expansion Pack podcast. We thank you for joining us. My name is Miguel, aka Mike, and this is
and I'm Javi. Sorry, forgot me.
You're like, what's my name? It's been 10 hours. I don't remember.
Honestly.
Yeah. All right, guys. We'll see you guys next time. Peace.
Peace.